This is the equation that helped me make my first $1 million. And once you learn this equation, money will be automatic and wealth will be inevitable. So someone asked me, how in the world did you get paid so much to speak for 45 minutes? And I told them I didn't get paid that much, 5 figures, to speak for 45 minutes. I got paid that much for 40 years of my experience. What I'm going to teach you is how to get paid not for your time, but for your very existence. I want you to write down this equation. Value equals personal brand plus unique skills, and that's in parentheses, times network plus impact, and that is in parentheses. Brand is how you are perceived. This includes your online presence, how you show up in real life, and your general image. Unique skills. This is the specialized knowledge that sets you apart from other people. This can include technical or practical. So hard skills and what they call soft skills. Your network. These are the relationships and contacts that you have and that you build. In your network, your followers are also included. Impact, the measurable outcomes and results you achieve. This can be in the form of successful projects, satisfied clients, innovations, and contributions to your field. Effort, the minimal input that you need to exert to generate significant value. This represents in our equation the efficiency and leverage of your contributions. So let's break it down and look at me as a case study. My personal brand is something that helped you find this video. Whether this is the first time you're ever hearing of me or you've been riding with me for a long time, my personal brand had a lot to do with you being here. Most people know me as someone who is a prolific investor. I've invested in more than 200 companies in the last decade. Someone who put on a 2,000-person event in LA in 2024 called Your First Million Live, where Issa Rae, Rich Paul, and TLC were just some of the guests. A paid speaker and author of 2 books on major publishers, It's About Damn Time from 2020 and Your First Million from 2024, and so on and so forth. You know me from one or more of these things. And if you didn't before, now you do. My skills. I've invested in more than 200 companies. I know a thing or two about making investments in startups and championing underestimated founders. I have a way of storytelling that helps draw people in, and I have a strategic vision that some people say is inspiring. So this sets me apart in a lot of ways from traditional venture capitalists. My network is really interesting. You have people like Mark Cuban, who I have a $6 million joint venture with. I have thousands and thousands of founders in my network that I can call upon at any time, and thousands of investors that I know. And in my close circle, there are doctors and lawyers and authors and teachers and mechanics and all sorts of people who I can call upon and brainstorm with almost any time. And they feel the same way about me. There are people in my network who have made millions and millions of dollars in the last few years alone and live lives that I once only dreamed of. My network helps me amplify my reach and create opportunities for other people. So my impact probably is immeasurable because of so many investments made and so many people watching and being inspired by the work that I do. Effort. This part is important. I have learned to strategically focus my effort by focusing on high impact activities. I also have learned a lot of boundaries and how to say no to 90% of what is offered to me. Make sure you are a subscriber of my YouTube channel and that you hit the like button right now. When you hit the like button, what it does is it tells YouTube in the algorithm that people are interested in this video and that they're watching a lot of it. And then that helps it get seen by more people. There are more impressions, and then it's my job to make people click and to keep people interested. So it'll help me out so much if you'll hit the like button right now and subscribe. All right, I want to teach you how to apply this equation in your life starting today. First thing you're going to do is invest in your personal brand. And I mean invest money and time. And if you don't have a lot of money, spend more time. If you don't have a lot of time, spend more money. Your job is going to be to cultivate a compelling and authentic image. So, said another way, you're just going to be yourself in front of more people. This starts with some self-reflection. You're going to start to understand what some of your strengths are, your values, your beliefs, what you hold dear, what is true about you, and what makes you unique. And before you say there's nothing that makes you unique, I guarantee you there is. You start with points on board because there's only one of you in the entire world. This introspection, this looking inward, is a crucial first step. The next part of the personal brand is consistency in your messaging. Ensure, for instance, that your online presence is consistent across all of social. If you have a personal website, if you have a LinkedIn, if you have a YouTube, if you have anything online, try to keep it consistent. And one hack I learned from a guy named Ryan Hoover, who runs Product Hunt, is that you should keep the same image consistently. I have an image that is 8 or 9 years old on my Twitter account, and I refuse to change it because if I change it, I'm disrupting that personal brand that I have created. I'm disrupting that personal brand that I have cultivated for so long. Content creation. Share your knowledge and experience and wisdom with other people through content, like a YouTube channel. I have videos on my channel that teach you how to start a YouTube channel, why you should start one, and how you can actually get paid to promote your company or brand. You also want to engage with your audience once you have one. That's all part of your personal brand. You'll notice that I do that so much, and I've been doing that for more than 20 years. And there are people who have been following me for those 20 years or for 10 years or 5 years. And it's because I responded to a comment or liked something that they posted or retweeted, reposted, shared their stories. That is really how you cultivate your audience. They become part of a community that you're building. Next, you want to enhance your skills. You want to stack your skills. You want to identify where there may be skills gaps. You can take online courses. You can take online quizzes to help you with that, things of that nature. You can read different job descriptions in your lane and see what you're able to do and what you're not able to do at a job that pays you more than you get paid now. That's one way to understand what skill gap you may have. You're going to do continuous learning, online courses, going to events. You're going to get certified if you need to. And there are really unlimited way that you can stack your skills. I still do this every single day. I read, I watch a lot of YouTube videos that are tutorials, educational, in my lane, in what I'm interested in. And I'm always trying to get better and smarter and better and smarter every single day. Because when I was broke, I had no money. I was on food stamps 10 years ago or so. And I was trying to raise a venture capital firm that now I have, Backstage Capital. When I didn't know if I was going to eat, what I did know is that I could learn every single day and nobody could take that away from me. So that was an empowering thing for me, is to know no matter what's going on in my life, I can learn and be better than the day before. You also want to do practical application. Don't just learn, you also want to implement. So you can volunteer to do something for someone, you can take on a new project, you can do something that other people get paid to do if you're just learning, so you can become the apprentice for yourself. There are a lot of options there too that we should think about when we're thinking about stacking those skills. Think about when you're trying to learn a new language. You can learn a lot in the textbook and on the app, but until you're talking to someone who speaks that language, it doesn't click all the way. That's what you want to do with all types of learning. While you're learning, keep receipts. You want to be able to later on say what your credentials are, say what you've learned. It doesn't have to be, oh, I went to this college. It just needs to be that you know certain things, that you created a school for yourself. This is what I did. And this is how I made my first million and way beyond. Your network. You are going to build your network starting today. One main way to do this, if you haven't started building your network, I talk about this in another video, where you can have a 5 or 6 person dinner. Maybe you invite 10 people to it and half of them say yes. They come to the dinner. You introduce them to each other. You have everybody go around the table and say who they are and what's important to them. And then you foster conversation. And at some point during that dinner, you're going to say, there's one ask that I have. And you're going to talk to them about maybe one challenge that you have. Do not ask them for money because you just met them or it's not the right time, but ask them, does someone know a mentor? Does someone know the answer to this question I've had? Does someone know how I should approach this challenge because I'm stuck? And that's going to be the beginning of an outpouring of help for you. Because you're fostering that with other people, they're going to want to reciprocate that. So don't expect anything that same day. Do this, have it be a cool experience, and then somewhere in the universe, it'll come back to you. It's important to engage and contribute during these different social activities. I know for some people that can be difficult, but honestly, even if you offer someone help one-on-one and not in front of a big group, it's going to come back tenfold to you. It's so important that you engage. It's just like being online. You know, the algorithm rewards you when you like other people's content and when you watch other people's content. And you're not just someone who is on a platform only trying to get likes and views. So the more you contribute to the ecosystem, whether that's online or in person, whether that's for a social platform or for a group you're in, that is going to really reward you in the end. Make sure that you follow up. So if you meet someone and you have a great conversation with them, try not to drop the ball there. That's why it's important not to try to meet as many people as possible when you go to conferences or concerts or events. You're trying to meet 1 or 2 people that you have a true connection with that you can then follow up with. Impact. For your impact, you want to set clear goals. If you think about me 10 years ago, I said, I want to invest in 100 companies led by underrepresented founders by 2020. Now, my venture fund, Backstage Capital, reached 100 companies in May of 2018 because I had that clear vision and that statement of what I wanted to make happen in the world. Yours doesn't have to be that big. It doesn't have to be that impactful just yet. But if you have something where you say, this is a milestone that I want to do, this is why I say write your own headlines. In my first book, It's About Damn Time, there's a whole chapter about writing your own headlines, giving yourself that North Star. Another thing you're going to do, which is also part of effort, is you're going to identify high impact activities, things that over-index on outcomes for less amount of time or effort. And make sure that you prioritize things that align with you, align with what you want and what you want the world to look like. Again, you're going to measure and document. You're going to keep the receipts because what you're going to do with that later, you're going to use those earned achievements in so many ways. For instance, maybe you'll write a book of your own. Or if you already have a book, maybe there are 2 or 3 more books in you. But it's that lived experience, that impact, and that documenting that gets you there. So the big one is effort. If you can get the effort right and calibrate it to be optimized, you're going to be unstoppable. Just what I said about impact, you're going to optimize for high impact, lower effort. And this is not because we're going to be lazy. This is because the more leverage we have, the more we'll be able to do in our lifetime and impact the world. You want a high ROI, return on investment, when it comes to your time and your effort. One way to do this really well is to delegate and outsource. There's a book called Buy Back Your Time by Dan Martell that I want you to pick up or listen to the audio version as soon as you can. And this will show you how to take back your life, buy back your time, so that you can focus on only the highest impact activities. You're also going to use technology and tools, and yes, even AI, to collapse time. I said before that one of the things that has helped me make my first million and beyond is creating boundaries for myself. I used to have no boundaries whatsoever. Now I have strict boundaries. Who I speak with, who I spend time around, whose energy gets to be around me, what I say yes to, and what I say no to. We talk about improving our videos on YouTube by 1% every time we post. We talk about improvement here and there. What about improvement of ourselves every single day? How can I be better today than I was yesterday? And I look forward to being better tomorrow than I am today. On my journey to help create 1,000 new millionaires, I'm going to give you the lessons that I've learned, the good, the bad, and the ugly. All right, let's get into it. The first lesson I learned is that you only need one yes out of 100. In 2010, I was trying to get into the music touring business, working in live music on tour. And I had already worked with a lot of garage bands and indie artists, and I wanted to take it to another level and work on arena level concert tours. What I figured out back then was that it was a math game. For 2 months, I researched 100 tour managers and production managers online, and I learned a little bit about each one of them. I sent each of them an email, and it had a little bit of curated custom information in each video. So it wasn't just throwing something against the wall and seeing what would stick. It was very deliberate. It took 2 months. My goal was to get on a tour. People often get hung up on hearing the word no. It'll stop some people in their tracks. But I want to tell you why this should not only be something that you get used to, but it should be part of your strategy, because it's all a math game at the end of the day. When I sent those 100 emails out, I received 20 responses. Those 20 responses turned into 3 in-person meetings, and those 3 in-person meetings turned into 1 major gig. I ended up touring with an international artist on a world tour for years based on doing that one thing. And it was because I had patience, I had a plan, and I was not afraid to hear no. That one yes was a man named Jeff Perrin, and he's still a mentor to this day. Jeff is a real character. He's British, but has lived in Houston for 30 plus years. So he has a real interesting Crocodile Dundee kind of accent going. And he does not mince words. He does not like most people, and he's very straightforward. But he taught me things that I still use today in my career as a venture capitalist. We went on tour, and from the first day I worked with him, he was teaching me something. And I would have never had that experience if I hadn't gone out and sent those 100 emails. Was I worried? Yes. Was I concerned no one would answer? Of course I was. And did it hurt to hear no from people, multiple people? Of course it did. But when you realize that it's a numbers game, all of that does not matter at the end of the day. What matters is, can you get to the one yes? Over my career in venture capital and all of the companies I've started, getting to the one yes out of 100 has helped me each step of the way. The key here is persistence and strategy and seeing the bigger picture. If you're feeling stuck, it may mean that you need to do something a little different. And if you can develop that tough skin and learn about the math game that we're talking about, things can change. Another cool thing about this lesson is that it's something that you have control of. Because remember, I was broke. I didn't have a place to live. I was trying to figure things out. But what I could control was the output. What I could control was the research that I did. All of that planning I had in my control. And the fact that I did it. Most people just wouldn't have done that. And we all heard Lady Gaga talk about this. It only takes one yes to change the course of your life. The second lesson that I've learned is to think in decades, not quarters. What do I mean by that? Well, a lot of people think about what's going to happen tomorrow, today, next week, even this year, planning out this year. And if something goes wrong, if something comes out of nowhere and throws you off, I used to be like this, right? I would get so worried, so panicked, and I wouldn't have a plan. And on top of that, I would think, oh, this failure, this thing that happened, this bad thing is going to throw me off course for everything else that I have planned. Well, if you think in decades and not quarters, these small bumps along the road are almost meaningless. Here's something you can do right now to test this. Think back a year ago. Do you remember what was going on a year ago in your life? Do you remember an email that came through that made you panic? This is something else you can do. If there's something, is there an email right now in your inbox that's giving you pause, that's giving you concern, anxiety? Will it matter in 1 year? That's a really great way to take that anxiety off of your plate. You still address it, you still care about it, but it has different meaning. It does not control you, it does not own you. Also, have the patience and be in the long game and you can outlast all your critics, all your doubters, and all your haters. Most people who are critics, doubters, and haters don't last very long because they're in a toxic situation. They're not thinking long-term. If they were thinking long-term, they would not have time to criticize you. So if you can get into that mindset, the world is your oyster. Another thing about time and patience is that both are needed to see what kind of great investor you are. So I'm an investor by trade, right? It's going to take years and years and years to understand just how good I am. And I've been investing for several years and I've been able to see the fruit of that labor so far. So if you don't give yourself time, if you don't give yourself patience, you will never see the greatness that could become. You will never see the greatness that you can achieve. We love quick wins. They make us feel good, they validate us, and sometimes they're necessary. They're great, but it's the long-term gains. Speaking of long-term gains, did you know that when you make an investment or you own part of your company and you have an exit that's shorter than 1 year, you get taxed more than if you are waiting and patiently waiting and hold that for more than a year? That's just a really great way to describe and understand how lucrative patience can really be. We'll also touch on this in lesson number 4 because it matters so much. So lesson number 3 is forgiveness is a productivity hack. I learned this mostly the hard way, but since I learned it and understood this, my whole life has changed. There have been dozens of times at Backstage Capital, my venture fund, where we have thought we were going to have an investor come in, because they said they would, and something fell through, either on their side or something happened in the world. It's happened there, it's happened with sponsors, it's happened with investments we wanted to make. There have been so many disappointments. I remember the first time this happened at Backstage Capital, someone was going to invest $100,000. And at this point, I think I'd raised maybe $1 million. And so $100,000 was a big deal. And we were making investments of $25,000 each. So that meant that 4 companies were going to be invested in when this person came in with their money. And it was all written out, it was all yes, and we were feeling good about it. And then the day that this $100,000 wire was supposed to come in, I got an email, not even a phone call. I got an email that said, I've changed my mind. I've simply changed my mind. And if it were just about me and I wasn't going to get this money, then, I would deal with that. But I thought about these 4 founders who were all women or of color or both, who were not getting that money that they knew that was coming in from us, from Backstage. And it was our responsibility to give them that money. And the moment I was angry, I was frustrated, and I didn't know what to do. Over time, this would go on to happen so many times that I just got a thick skin about it. And the thing I learned was you should not count the money before it's in the bank. What I learned to do was to forgive. Didn't say forget, because I'm telling you the story, so I definitely remember it. But forgiveness is a productivity hack. If I had not forgiven that person or the people that followed, I would be caught up. I would be stuck. I would be rudderless. The toxicity would have eaten me alive. They went on with their lives. They moved on. And if I didn't move on, which so many of us, we get stuck thinking about this, then I would have been stuck. And I'm telling you this, and I'm saying it's a lesson that I've learned, but let me tell you, I still go through this. There are a couple of people in my life who I'm having trouble forgiving. But every time I think about it, I remind myself, I say the words to myself, sometimes out loud. Forgiveness is a productivity hack. I get way more done. I have so much to accomplish, and I cannot let them hold me back. I can't let the circumstances and what happened and what they said and what I said, I can't let that hold me back from what is so important. And so when I remind myself of those words, when I think about it, it truly helps me, and I hope it helps you. Forgiveness has truly become my productivity hack, my ultimate one. Another part of this is simply knowing your value so that you don't let the petty take over. You are worth more than this. You are better than this. And those thoughts help me. The 4th lesson that I've learned, and this may be the most important one, we'll see. The 4th lesson I've learned is to learn to be paid for your existence and not your time. Learn to be paid for your mere existence and not just by your time. In my first book, It's About Damn Time, that came out in 2020, I said that money attracts money, but what if you don't have money? You become money. How do you become money? By learning as much as you can, because no one can take that away from you. So stacking your information, your research, and then your skills, and you become more and more valuable. You can just see the dollar bills stacking as you grow. So when you take those skills and that knowledge, that information, that then becomes wisdom, and you combine that with a growing reputation for doing what you say you'll do, showing up, being on time, literally and figuratively. So then you become someone who's valued by who you are and not so much how many hours you're doing something. That's the biggest takeaway, actually. I'm going to say it, I'm going to call it. I think this number 4 lesson is the biggest one. It's the most important one. It's the one that helped me go from being broke, from sleeping on the floor of the San Francisco airport just a few years ago, not knowing when I was going to eat next, not knowing where I was going to sleep next, to generating and raising tens of millions of dollars in just a few years. It's because I learned all of these different steps I'm talking about, and they led to me understanding who I am and what I can become is way more valuable than the hours that I can put into something. So going back to the second lesson, long-term thinking helps you become more valuable, because the more into the future you can see and the more patient you can be, the bigger your plans can be, the more audacious you can be in your thinking. They call them moonshot ideas, and I have so many of them, and I bet you do too. Okay, we have one more huge lesson. I am dead set on helping you become a millionaire, but you can't do that, and I can't talk to you if I'm not showing up on your home screen. So set that to subscribe, set the notifications, do all the things. Okay, good, right? Are we good? We good? Okay, thank you. Okay, the number 5 lesson, last but certainly not least. You are your most important investment. I was recently asked by a friend, because I get questions like this all the time from friends and strangers alike, how should I invest my money? And this particular friend had $10,000 extra, and they wanted to know how they should invest it. And I think I surprised them by my answer. I said to them, I'm not going to tell you exactly what to invest in, but what I can tell you is that you take a portion of that $10,000 and invest in yourself. Go to the conference, take the course, learn the lesson, buy the clothes that make you feel right, go on a staycation at a local hotel or Airbnb, do the thing that levels you up, because when you feed into yourself, when you pour into yourself, you are exponentially changing the trajectory of your life. It is the most important thing you can do, and it's the thing that helps you build the value that we talked about earlier. If you don't take care of yourself, if you don't give yourself that moment to soak it all in, and if you don't level up, it's gonna be like this, like this, like this. What you wanna do is you wanna go up, and you're gonna have moments where you're just stagnant, but you're gonna go up. And before you know it, you're up here and you didn't even realize it. Yes, it might take a few years. Yes, there will be a lot of struggles along the way. I've had so many, and I will continue to have them because we're human. But if you can focus on 3 things, investing in yourself in 3 ways, through your experiences, through education, and through self-care, then you will be ahead of the game. Most people don't think of it like that. Most people pour into others. Most people are actually damaging themselves in some of the decisions they make, but you're smarter than that. You're better than that. You're going to figure this out, and I will see you in my list of 1,000 people that I've helped become a millionaire. Here are the top 10 secrets to success that I think you need to help you become a millionaire. The first secret is to align everything that you do with the big picture. I call this the tree trunk method. Most people say, I have to have 7 income streams. You have 7 income streams, so I'm going to start with that. There's no way in the world I would have been able to start with 7 income streams. First of all, a few years ago, I only had 0 income streams. So starting with 7 would have been a fool's errand because I would not have been good at any of them. So I started with 1, and of course I pivoted and I messed up and I failed and I got back up again, and I had 3 things going over here and everything was messy. But once I figured out, oh, if I focus on one thing for more than a year, I actually can get really good at it. I can learn from it, iterate, and then double down on that. Then things started to change. So I think of it as a tree trunk. You have the main thing that you work on. So what's that main thing you want to do day in and day out for several years? The thing that's making the most money for you, the thing that is fulfilling you, all of that. That's your main tree trunk. What do you want to be known for? And then you can, as you get higher, as you get further along, you can start branching out. Different things can be branched from that. So it's aligned with the tree trunk, the second income stream, but it is an offshoot, if you will. And you can have several of those that happen. And then the leaves can be the money. So people ask me, how do you do so many things? How do you have so many things going? Well, if they didn't align, if they weren't going all in the same direction, part of the big picture, they would all be pulling at different sides and none of them would win, right? And all of my attention and my resources would be spread too thin. Instead of that, I visualized them. And anytime I make a decision about adding another revenue stream or another opportunity or saying yes to something, I ask myself, does this align with the big picture? Is it aimed in the same direction? Because if it is, I already have so many resources that I can pour into it. I can set my sights in that direction. It has a higher chance of success because of that. The second secret to success is be willing to be wrong and be wrong in public. All right, so I think that you should share your voice with the world because there's only one of you. People get scared to do that because they say, well, people online are really mean, which they are. They can be. And what if I get it wrong or what if I mess up? I don't want to be canceled. If you think about the people who are your heroes, the people you admire the most, the people you want to be like, most of them are not quiet. Most of them have a very strong opinion and a strong brand, and you know what they stand for. The reason you know that is because they've said it. They've expressed themselves and they've done so publicly. They've put themselves out there, and there's no one on this planet who doesn't have somebody mad at them. You can't please everybody. If you have too many people liking what you're doing, you may not be taking enough risk. So to be willing to be wrong and wrong in public means that you're taking a healthy amount of risk, in my opinion, and it means that you're going to reach more people. And in building your company and building your brand, that is the most important thing you can do, is to have your message heard by more people. So when I think about this for myself, I'm always out there, right? I'm online, people are meeting me. I go fly around the country and around the world and I meet with people. And every single day I get so much love and so much incredible feedback, and people from years ago, or they met me years ago, or they found out about me yesterday. I get all this love and I understand, like, oh, I helped this person start their company, or this person got inspired and did this. And there's always, every single day, negativity. There's always someone saying to me, either in comments or DMing me or emailing me or telling me to my face, I've done something wrong. I was wrong about something. It took me years to understand that that's just part of the game. That is the price I'm paying to get my positive message out to the world. And so if you can learn that, it's not easy to learn, but if you can learn that, you can face it. And that's the second secret to success. The third secret to success is to share your opinions with others. It's kind of like the second one. It really is about using your voice and saying what you believe. I know so many people who are in the shadows and they have strong opinions about things, but they don't want to ruffle feathers. The truth of the matter is, you're not going to get very far if you're not willing to put yourself out there. I say be yourself so the people looking for you can find you. A big part of that is sharing your opinion. Forming an opinion. Depending on how old you are or what you've experienced in life, it may be tough for you to make decisions or to decide what your opinion is, but you know yourself. You know deep down what you believe about something public, something private. I want to challenge you to write a blog post, put a tweet out there, put something online that you may not have done in the past. Surprise people in your family. Like, put something out there that's a little bit stronger of an opinion. And the more you do it, it's like a muscle being built. You'll get more used to it. You'll get used to hearing the bad feedback like we just talked about. And you'll also be used to hearing from that person who DMs you and says, I couldn't say what you just said, but I believe it and I feel it, and you've just helped me today. It's such an incredible feeling, and it's a very powerful thing to be able to do and to share with the world. The fourth secret to success is to embrace your obsession. That's right. So again, go back to thinking about somebody who you are really impressed with, who inspires you, who you want to be like or be around.
Think of the person who is top of their game, the LeBrons, the Beyoncés, all of the tech heroes, all the people who you want to be like. Maybe it's somebody at your church, maybe it's somebody who you know in real life, a teacher. The thing about them is that for years, most of them have been obsessed with the thing they're known for. And that obsession has fueled them. I use myself again as an example. When I was broke, I was homeless. I was in Pearland, Texas. This was in the early 2010s. I was in my early 30s. I hadn't figured out anything. I was so broke, but I would still learn something every single day about venture capital of all things. I was happy for it to be a Tuesday because we had free chili at the hotel we were staying in. But I was also going back to my room that I shared with my mom, who was in her 60s, and I was looking online. Thankfully, I had a laptop, and I was researching venture capital. I was talking to founders. I was interviewing founders and asking them what they needed, what their biggest pain point was. I was reading all the trade papers and listening to interviews and podcasts. I was obsessed for probably a decade in order to make Backstage happen. But listen, we are the largest fund for underrepresented, underestimated founders by the number of portfolio companies in the country. That's what my obsession has created. LeBron is obsessed with basketball. Luka is obsessed with basketball. Beyonce is obsessed with an excellence, a quality of performance that none of us can really quite understand. They're the top. They're the best at what they do. So if you feel like you're obsessed with something, and I mean something, not someone, if you feel like you're obsessed with something, embrace that. People may make fun of you and say, oh, you're talking about that again. But that could be the thing that makes you wealthy because of that obsession. So lean into that, embrace it. Secret number 5 is to simplify the complex. If you're someone who can take very complicated topics and simplify them for a larger audience, you will have a larger audience. It's not about appearing to be the smartest person in the room. It's not about knowing all the biggest words and being able to show that you went to this school or that school. It's about describing something to someone at a level where they can understand it, meeting people where they are. If you can do that, if you can train yourself to do that, then you up your game. One of the things that I learned while I was writing my first book, It's About Damn Time, is that most books, most business books and other types of books are written at an 8th grade level or so. That's just something that I learned while I was putting my first book together. And it's because more people can read it. Another way to think about it is there somebody in your life who is not great at necessarily reading or taking things in a certain way? And do you find ways to talk to them where maybe you know if I say it out loud or if I read it out loud for them, they'll understand it much better? We all have somebody like that in our lives where we adjust ourselves. Those are the types of skills that will really help you communicate to a larger audience and endear you to that audience. And it's more fun this way. You can take more people with you. So learning to communicate and learning to simplify the complex is a huge, huge benefit. Secret number 6 is have integrity. Integrity. Okay, so there have been so many times that I've been offered money when I really, really needed it for my venture fund, Backstage Capital, but it was coming from the wrong person or the wrong entity or the wrong intent. And I would say no to it. Sometimes I talk about it on social, most times I don't. There have been many times that I have walked away from the table when I didn't think it was right for me, for the fund, or for the founders that I represent. Even though we need that money, even though that would be really helpful in the moment, I have to wake up with myself. I have to live with myself. And if it's not gonna work, it's not gonna work. The cool thing is, usually when that happens, when something is attached, like some amount of money is attached to the wrong person, and I say no, what normally happens is that the universe kind of balances that out. And I either get the same amount from someone else or I get even more from someone else who is more aligned. There is no amount of money that is worth losing your integrity and is worth selling yourself out for. You have to live with yourself. Integrity is so important. The cool thing about the story that I have, like going from sleeping on the floor of the San Francisco airport to generating millions in revenue and raising tens of millions of dollars, is that I get to do that with my integrity intact. So I know myself and I'm proud of what I did. I'm proud of what I accomplished and what I continue to accomplish. That's a really great feeling to have. So think about your life in a few years and think about what you want to be able to say about yourself. What do you want other people to be able to say about you? What do you want people looking up to you to be able to say about you? That's what integrity does. That's why integrity is important. Secret number 7 is get comfortable with rejection. Rejection is part of a math game. When I was younger, I wanted to get into live music production. And what I did was I emailed 100 tour managers and production managers. And it took me 2 months to find all their emails and to research them. And I sent them these emails and 80 of them ghosted, didn't hear back from them at all. 20 of them responded. 17 of those 20 said no, right out the gate, not interested. 3 of those 20 and of those 100 said, yes, I will have a meeting with you in person. So I met with 3 of those production and tour managers, and one of them turned into the first major gig of my life, where I went on tour with an international musician for years off of that one yes. So getting used to rejection actually helps you get to your first yes. So many people stop where the pain is, stop too soon, and they say, well, I don't want to hear the no. I don't want to get rejected. It's too painful. And yes, it's a bummer. Of course it is. We're human. But if you can look at this as a math game, every no is getting you closer to the first yes and to the next yes. Then things change for the better. Secret number 8 is to read, and then read again. What do I mean by that? Well, so my book, Your First Million, is a good example. You're going to read this once, of course, take it all in, please act on what you learn. But I promise you, if you read this 6 months from now, again, it'll hit a different way. You'll see something you didn't see before. Something will make sense that didn't before, because your life is moving along. Your circumstances are changing. Your energy is changing. So certain words and certain paragraphs and certain chapters are going to hit a different way each time you read a book, especially a good book. So I read Oprah Winfrey's book, What I Know for Sure, at least once a year. And I've done so for maybe 5 years. And every single time I read it, something different comes from it. I read Rachel Rodgers' book, We Should All Be Millionaires, maybe every quarter. And every time I read it, I learn something different. Or something that didn't really hit the first time is exactly what I need to hear that time. So that's a secret to success, because you have, again, the power to do this. Is there a great book that you read a few years ago or even recently? Let's do a test. Read it again. See if it's different the second time. So learn to do this over time and stack. It's not about how many books you can read. It's about what you're getting from those books, right? So if there are certain books that have been really helpful to you, go back and read again. Secret number 9 is have conviction about something for a decade or longer. Okay, if you made it this far in the video, this is going to help you so much. So having conviction about something for a decade or longer, it may seem like that's such a long way away, but I can tell you, I'm 43 right now, and 2010, when I was 30, seems like it was yesterday. It really does. The time goes by so fast. But it was around then where I started thinking about investments in underrepresented founders, women, BIPOC, LGBTQ+, because I'm all 3. It's then when I started thinking about, wait a second, it doesn't seem right that less than 10% of venture funding and angel investing goes to these categories when 90% goes to white men in a country where they make up 30% of the country. I started thinking about it then. I did what I said in the first secret, which is think of it as the tree trunk. I focused on it for years, and now I have so much to show for it. The cover of Fast Company, the cover of Black Enterprise, 200 companies invested in, 500 founders invested in, thousands and thousands of employees hired, and billions of dollars in enterprise value in our portfolio. So you have the conviction about something. And here's where it gets really interesting. If you are to simply have conviction about something for more than a decade, you outlast 99% of your competition because they simply will not do that. People can't even stay in the game for a quarter, let alone a decade. You could outlast your competition, your haters, and your naysayers. Okay, number 10, be willing to repeat yourself. Okay, so a few years ago, I had debilitating stage fright. I could not get on a stage. I could not speak in front of a lot of people. Obviously, that's changed. I now speak hundreds of times a year, virtually, in person. I've spoken in front of 20,000 people before. I speak everywhere. And I get asked the same questions over and over and over and over again. And I have to repeat myself. What I learned from working with musicians, though, who sing the same songs every single night, I asked a friend of mine a few years ago, I was their tour manager, and indie singer-songwriter. I said, how do you sing that song night after night after night? How do you repeat yourself and have the same conviction in your words and your tone? And she said something I'll never forget. She said, every night I break my own heart over again. So she can remember the feeling of when she wrote that song, like it's the first time she's singing it. And it just, of course, blew my mind. That's what you're going to have to get used to as you are getting closer and closer to the greatness that I know is ahead of you. As more and more people learn about you, as you start to stack your skills, as you get more and more resources and more money and more opportunity, you're going to be asked the same questions, or you're going to have to teach the same lessons. And the way that I do it is every single day, I pretend it's the very first time I'm saying it. I'm in the moment. It's the first time I'm saying it, and the person who needs to hear it is the most important person in the room. Almost anyone can be a millionaire. When I go on these book stops for my new book, Your First Million, I'll usually ask the room, how many people believe they can be a millionaire? And do you know that usually only half the room raises their hand? And I ask them, if they're not raising their hand, why didn't you raise your hand? And most of them will say, it just seems so far away. It just seems so far away from what I know and what I've done in the past, or what anyone I know has done before. And what I've learned after talking to so many millionaires and working with so many is that, believe me, if you're watching this video, you can be a millionaire. There is no genius millionaire that I have met, at least, that has figured out something that the rest of us can't figure out, right? The second thing I learned about millionaires is that the skills needed to become a millionaire can actually be taught. Now, that's something I didn't know for most of my life, is that it's not all about luck. It's not all about being born into a legacy of wealth. It's not all about who you know or who you are. It's about dissecting the hundreds, the thousands, and the millions of millionaires that are in the world and figuring out what they did to get there, and then distilling that into a step-by-step process. Now, here's why everybody's not a millionaire. Because sure, I can teach you, but most people won't act on it. They'll read it or watch videos or watch a video like this, and they'll get inspired or find something to be interesting or compelling, and then they'll simply stop. They won't go further. The people who act on it, the people who take the risk and take the chances and experiment and listen to these top things, those are the people who go on to greatness. And I know that you can be one of those people. The third thing that I learned about millionaires is that millionaires own things. Yeah, I know, it sounds simple, but it's true. Millionaires own things. They own property, they own businesses, they own their own IP, intellectual property. That is how they stack their wealth and how they create generational wealth. One of the things that I make sure to do is anytime I enter into a partnership that has to do with me maybe hosting a podcast or starting and working on some sort of movie or television show, I do not just get paid as talent or a host. I make sure that I have ownership of the IP, because that is where the true money and the wealth lies. Entrepreneurship is another major example of this. This is why I care so much about helping to create 1,000 new millionaires.
If you can't find the answer, you have to have enough respect for yourself and other people to pivot into something that might be similar and tangential to this, but not the exact same thing.
Entrepreneurship is our leveling ground. It is a way for most people to make a lot of money. Now, of course, it doesn't happen overnight, and there are multiple steps to it and multiple variables to it. And it is not a get-rich-quick scheme. But entrepreneurship is so powerful, and it's something that all of us have access to. The fourth thing I learned about millionaires is that millionaires collaborate. What I mean by that is they partner. I know some very, very wealthy men who fight with each other. They have their lawyers get into rooms and they sue each other and they fight and they negotiate and they claw at each other. But they go to lunch or dinner or to a golf club or out to a concert and they hang out because they're truly partnered and hanging out and friendly while they let their high-paid attorneys figure everything else out. So they'll go to those lengths just to collaborate with someone. If you think about Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger and so many people that you know who you respect, they either have a partner who is well known or someone in the shadows who they work with, they value their opinion, they collaborate with. That is a trait of a millionaire. Most of the millionaires I know have at least one person that they trust and they collaborate with. So who's that person for you? Another way they collaborate is to partner with different people. So this is something big. Like if you think about Rachel Rogers, Danielle Leslie, Terry Ijeoma, Tiffany, the Budgetnista, these are people who collaborate with each other. They partner with each other. They partner with me. We have friendly partnerships that sometimes result in multi-million-dollar transactions because you're taking two very strong audiences, two very strong brands, and you're combining them on a project and you have 2x'd, at least 2x'd, and sometimes it's multiplied. I'll tell you what, when I introduce people on email, in the subject line, I don't say this person plus this person or this person and those little inverted things there. I say that person's name X the other person because I think about partnerships as multiplicative, not just additive. That's the millionaire mindset. The fifth thing I've learned about millionaires is that millionaires have learned to value their time rather than simply price their time. They're not paid by the hour. How do you get paid by the hour and become a millionaire in most cases? Instead, what they've learned to do is to place a value on their very existence, to be paid for existing. The first time I learned this was when I was paid $50,000 to speak. So if you remember correctly, a few years ago, I was sleeping on the floor of the San Francisco airport. I was broke. I didn't make more than $5,000 in a year for most of those years leading up to it. And sometimes I would hit 20,000, but most times it was 5,000 or 10,000. So to be paid $50,000 to speak for 45 minutes was life altering. And to do that multiple times, well, you can imagine. So someone asked me, how on earth did you get paid $50,000 for 45 minutes of your time? And I told them I didn't get paid $50,000 for 45 minutes of my time. I got paid $50,000 for 40 years of my time, for 40 years of lived experience, of lessons learned, of putting out good energy into the world, planting seeds, stacking my skills, using those skills for good, and then learning how to communicate what I'd learned. That's what they were paying me for. They were paying me for my existence. And that's a major thing I've learned about millionaires, both talking to them and working with them and now becoming one. The first thing I want you to do is to leverage your current job. So we're talking about making an extra $1,000 over the next 7 days. And I say 7 days really to give you some momentum and a North Star. But it's okay if you don't reach that number. If you surpass the number, that's even better. But don't put so much pressure on yourself and think of yourself as failing if you don't reach it. The point of this is to start to build that muscle and build that skill.
When you're looking at your current job, think about a few things. Is there a way to pick up additional shifts? Now, one of the things I care about so much is getting to the point where you're not paid only for your time, but for your very existence. So we're not going to use this forever, but it is a great way to make fast cash, and that's what we're talking about right now. We want it to be sustainable and ethical, so we're not doing a get-rich scheme and we're not doing anything that's illegal. You're gonna go to your job and see if you can pick up more shifts. Or is there some sort of commission-based program that they have that maybe you are not a part of right now, but you can get signed up? And can you put some of your sales skills to work? I remember when I was working as a data entry person back in the day, I was probably 22, 21, and I would do 10 key by touch, which is very boring, I know, but I was really fast at it. So I would type, and at the end of each month, we would get a little bit of a bonus if we typed faster, if we got more checks typed. And so it became something that was competitive for me, and I would do it. And that's something you can look at. Is there some sort of personal development money at your company that you have not tapped into? A lot of larger companies, and now more and more startups, will put aside a few hundred or even a couple of $1,000s for personal development for individuals. This could be used for education, especially online education. It can be used to go to an event. It could be used for a lot of purposes. At one point, for a couple of years at Backstage Capital, my venture firm, we had almost 40 people signed up as either full-time, part-time, or fractional. And what I did was I gave everyone one trip to a conference a year to level up. And it did not have to be associated with our company. It could be anything that they felt made them a better employee. And many companies have this in place. Are you missing out on that? And could you go research and find that money there? Another way to go from 0 to 1,000 is to pick up some fractional work. Yes, gig work. I'm talking DoorDash, I'm talking Instacart, Uber, one of those places. Again, this is not forever. This is to pick up some cash and go through that process so that you can build the muscle of, when I need money, I'm willing to go earn money. Can you do that? I highly recommend my own fractional company, HireRunner.co. You can sign up to be a runner and people will book you to help them. Now, it's going to take a little bit longer in some cases, depending on what your skill set is with Runner, because we are such an early company, but there are hundreds and hundreds of people who have made money using Runner. Can you book yourself to help someone fractionally, but see if they can pay you upfront for the month? It may be someone you already know, so they trust you. It may be someone where they vet you, they talk to a couple of your references, but either way, have you asked? Have you tried that? Another thing we can do is something that I'm so excited about. I have been a customer of this company for about 3 years. I've used it to earn tens of thousands of dollars, like just like bootstrapped. It's called Bump Sale. I don't own this company, although I used to. I owned it for a couple of months because I loved it so much. But I sold it back to the owner because he just loved it so much, and I felt like he needed to still be the owner of this company. He's so perfect for it. Go to bumpsale.co. I don't get paid to say this. I just love it as a customer. What you do with bumpsale.co is you use it to install incremental payments on your website. And what you can do with this is, let's say you have a course, a mini course. Let's say you have something that is normally worth $100 or $300 or even more. Maybe it's a t-shirt, maybe it's a signed poster or a numbered something in succession. You have something that's physical or that's digital. My recommendation to start is digital, so you don't have to spend a lot of money shipping. And you started at a number. You started at $1. This is what I normally do, but you can start at any price you want. Start it at $1. And then what the 2 lines of code that you add to your site from bumpsale.co will do is let you sell the next item for another increment and so on and so forth. The best way to do it is have something that costs about 5 times the highest amount you want someone to pay or you expect someone to pay. So if you want to make $1,000, you can try this over a weekend. You would find something that you sell or build something, a course or something that's valuable that costs normally $225 or more. You would start it at $1 and put an increment of $1 using bumpsell.co. And then you would tell your mailing list and your social and your friends and your Facebook and your Instagram, your LinkedIn, you would tell them, hey, this is a discount for you. This is a huge discount for you. And you can get this for this weekend only or until we reach a certain amount. People will buy that and it may go to $5 or it may go to $500. You don't know. But what you want to do is you don't want to cannibalize, meaning you don't want to do this every week because the people who are going to pay retail price, they're going to find out about this. They're not going to want to pay retail if you're constantly putting it on sale. You also want to, if you've recently sold this at a higher price, you want to let your current customers know. And what you would do there is say, this is an opportunity for you to buy for your friend or to send your friend to this to get this discount. And you're seeing it first, so you get the lowest amount first. And then I'll put it out publicly. I have done this 10 or 12 times in the past 3 years. And I have made, the first time I did it, I made $20-something thousand in like 48 hours. It was ridiculous. And then since then I've made maybe 5,000 or 10,000 or 15,000. And of course, it's something that you really want to be smart about. You don't want to cannibalize or offend anyone, but it can be a really amazing value for your customers. There are so many people who have thanked me for having bump sales because it gives them the access that they would not have had prior to it. It's a really, really great hack. Another way to make your first 1,000 or your extra 1,000 is to sell $25, $40, $50 tickets to a live workshop that you're doing online. You may even do it in person if you have a place that'll let you do it for free or for very little. And if you already have an in-person gathering, you know that people would show up to it. So that could be 20 people for $50 wanting to learn over a weekend or sometime during a week how to do something that you know how to do. You would spend 45 minutes, an hour, 90 minutes to 2 hours with them, and you would teach them. You would go online and you can use a website called beautiful.ai to create a presentation for you in seconds. So if you go to beautiful.ai, again, I'm not being paid to say this, I just use it myself. You go there, you type in a little bit of information, it will build out a draft presentation deck for you, and then you can take that, edit it, add some photos to it, take it to Zoom, share it on screen, and walk through your presentation, teaching people things that are valuable to them that will be more valuable than the $50 they paid or the $20 they paid or the whatever they paid to be on the workshop. Another way you can go from 0 to 1,000 quickly is by doing something for someone else. Do you know how to design? Can you make a website? With the AI technology that we have today, and that's going to be dwarfed in a year and a year after that, you can build things and do things faster, better, and cheaper for other people than ever before, as long as you're willing to learn about it. You can spend 10 hours on YouTube today or tomorrow or this week. You can learn a skill, you can learn things around marketing that skill, and you can actually make this money. There are so few excuses left today. Even 10 years ago when I was homeless, more than half of the stuff that's available now was not available. But we figure it out, right? We keep evolving. So what is something that you could do for someone else? Can you write someone's speech they're about to give? Somebody out there that you may know is about to get paid $10,000 to speak at some event. Would they pay you $500 to write the speech for them? I think so. Yeah, if they don't know how to write it, or if they don't have the time to write it, potentially. Would they pay you $250 to $1,000 to sit with them for 2 hours and get them prepped for that speech, or give them confidence, or walk them through, or pay you in advance for 4 live sessions of ... There's a lot you can do for someone else and get paid a larger amount of money up front. So you can go to, hey, I'm gonna try to do the bump sale, or I'm gonna try to sell this course. But what if you could get that $1,000 from one person? It's about leveraging your time and intention. When you're trying to go from 0 to 1,000, please try to focus on one thing. I know the instinct might be to try 5 different things to see what sticks and what works, but you will only be able to do 20% of a job if you do that. There's only one of you, there's only 100% of you, no matter how good you are and how great you are. So try to focus on something and see if it works. Now you can pivot after a while if it's not working out, but to try to do things all at once is really going to be to your detriment. So that's one thing I want you to focus on, is like that one thing. What am I going to do? Of all these options, what am I going to focus on? Another thing I want to talk about is selling things. A lot of us have things in our closet, in our storage, things that we are holding on to that we do not need or use. We can sell those things on a multitude of websites to get that first $1,000. Because what you're trying to do is put yourself in a position to be able to do this sustainably and get yourself out of a situation if you need to. And also kickstart your way to the 10,000. If you want to know how to get to your first 10,000, definitely check out the video that I did just a few weeks ago. So what can you sell, or what can you actually rent out? There's some things that you have that you might be able to rent out. Do you have camera equipment or things for around the house that are kind of expensive? So someone may not want to go out and buy it, but they can rent it from you a week at a time. There's one way to look at it. Is there something you can do where you take the equipment you have, you go do something with the equipment that is in exchange for $250, $500, or $1,000? Think about what you could do. One example I have is back in, I want to say 2011-ish, very specifically in Pearland, Texas, when I was homeless, living out of a hotel with my mom. I had an old DSL camera. I am good at photography. I had some film, because it was film back then, y'all. And I had the ability to go to like a CVS or Walmart and get on a disc these pictures that I took. So what I did was I went online and I said, I am doing engagement photos. So I would go, and there were photos that you took at the wedding, and I didn't have the equipment to do that. I really wanted to, but I just didn't have the equipment to do it, and I didn't want to ruin someone's big day. But what I could do is, with the little equipment I had and my eye, I could make some great engagement photographs. So I would sell my time and my skill by doing that. So maybe for $300, you would get 8 photographs in 2 setups at a lake. And I use the lake a lot. I'd find a lake in Texas. I'd meet the couple at the lake. I'd spend a couple of hours with them taking photographs, and they would be dressed up, you know, in a nice casual way, but kind of nice, like you're going to church or something. And we'd take these photos and they'd have a great time. And I'd tell them within, you know, X number of days, what you'll get is the CD of all the proofs, meaning all the pictures that I took, no matter how good or bad they are. And then for some of those, you can get those printed. I'll send you the prints, 5x8, 4x6, etc., of 8x10, of some of these prints that you like the most. And so you had that package. You also had the CD that had all the proofs if you wanted to get them printed elsewhere. And now you have this keepsake. So I did that. I built a website that was okay. It got the job done. I think I paid someone a couple $100s to do that when I finally could. They built that. You know, when I couldn't, I would just go to a Squarespace, or I would go to somewhere and just start something. If you go to Card, C-A-R-R-D, that's a company you can go to. And for free, and then there's a premium model that you can purchase if you'd like, you can make beautiful landing pages for what you need that click off to your Stripe account, click off to your PayPal, click off to instructions of how to wire you. Don't let your current circumstances stop you from succeeding. Business lie number 1, that profitability is the only measure of success. So you definitely want to make a profit. That is the point of being in business. But there's so much more to it. You can think through the lens of impact, sustainability. You can focus also on the impact that you give, your employee well-being, and then the social change that could come from what you're building. This challenges the norms of financial metrics being the only thing that matter in business. After all, you started this business for a reason. You're not just in it for the money, or I think you wouldn't be watching this video. You're in it for the holistic view, what it can give back to you and what you can give back to the world. Lie number 2, entrepreneurs must sacrifice everything for their company. It's just not true. I don't think that a work-life balance is realistic, but I also don't think that you have to hustle your way through life for your company. You have to sacrifice everything. And this is coming from someone who has done a lot of what I would call sacrificing. I've learned over the years, though, as I got older, that it's not the most important thing in the world. It can be your livelihood. It can be the thing that helps you pay the bills. It can be the thing that some people know you for. But you also want to think about joy derived from other places. So think about family, friends, hobbies, impact that you want to have on the world. There's just so much else. And please, please, please get enough rest. Like, rest is its own form of joy. And the older you get, the more you will seek rest. Lie number 3, only the young can be entrepreneurs. Okay, that's crazy. That makes no sense at all, because yes, it's great to experiment when you're young. It's great to take more risk when you're young, but the experience that people have as they get older, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 and beyond, the experience that you have from living, from being on this earth for more time than the next person, you bring that into your company. If you want to start a new company, does not mean that you have to become an entrepreneur, a business owner in older age. It doesn't mean that you have to, but if you want to, you shouldn't let age stop you. And by the same token, if you are younger, you should not look at older people as someone who cannot get into business. It just doesn't make any sense. I know that when I work with people who are older than I am, I take on their mentorship. I take on their understandings, their experience. They have been places that I either am going through right now or on my way to. At the same time, I think older people can learn a lot from younger people. So I think it's this combination. Stacy London talks about this idea of mentoring down or mentoring up, meaning that younger person could mentor an older person and vice versa, because she realizes in her 50s that there's a lot she can learn for someone in their 20s and vice versa. So definitely don't let age, regardless of what it is, stop you from being an entrepreneur. The next lie is networking is about collecting contacts. That is not true. And in my book, It's About Damn Time, I actually talk about this. I talk about networks versus networking, and both are important, but networking is something people do. They take their business cards, or they may have some way to, exchange number through their smartphones. And it's about this numbers game. Like, I go to this conference or I go to this meetup, how many people's names can I get into my phone and vice versa? And that works on a very surface level, but how many times do you go back and actually reach the multiple people you reached out to and met in person when that happens? What I like to do, for instance, when I'm at an event or throwing my own event, Your First Million Live, is that if I meet someone that I find is really interesting, and I want to follow up with them later on, I'll have them take their phone out if they want and go right to their text messages, and I'll give them my number, and I say, text me your name and your company and maybe a little bit of keywords of what we just talked about right now. And sometimes they'll say, cool, they'll take their phone out and they'll take a picture of the two of us, and then that's what their text is as well, right? So I like that too in certain circumstances. That way I know within 48 hours, I'm going to be able to go back and look through my phone and see, I just met this person, I do remember meeting them, I liked what they had to say. Now, of course, they now have your phone number. So some people can go a little overboard, but most people are cool. Most people do not take advantage, especially if you have certain instincts that you're developing in person.
it's almost a good idea to take the risk so that you can learn to understand and trust your instincts. You know, when you say yes to someone like that on the phone, again, with safety in mind, and then maybe it doesn't work out, then you've learned for the next time. And I think it's just a lesson learned. But the point of this is really, listen, having multiple numbers in your phone, but it not having substance to it, it not really resulting in anything, that is just vanity metrics. And you want to be in the room, you want to connect with more people than you need to connect with, especially the younger you are, the newer you are, not just younger, but the newer you are to something, the more you put yourself out there. Because over time, you'll have to go further and further back and become a hermit almost to really dial in on what you're doing. So you do want to over-index on meeting people. What is that thing that could happen if you just put yourself out there? One thing that I still do is I will go to an event and just put myself in the room. I'll put myself, between firesides. I'll just stand outside in the lobby. I'll wait for someone to pass by or for me to see someone and maybe start talking. And it still happens where most of the time something interesting happens. This happened to me just a few hours ago. I was just standing in a place and somebody walked up to me and we started having a conversation, and they didn't know me and I didn't know them. And it turned into that person being in my phone because there's something I think we can work on together. So sometimes it's just about being in the room rather than how many names and numbers can I collect. The next lie in business is never give up. Of course, I want you to go for it. Of course, I want you to keep going. You can do this. But that doesn't mean you can't pivot. You can't change your mind, because you can. You are allowed to pivot. You are allowed to change your mind. You are allowed to look at data and experience and time and make decisions that are more recent and more current for your circumstances. So if something is not working, and it is not working for a while, and it is causing you pain and anxiety, and you decide, I do not want to continue on this path, it is okay to quote unquote give up. Because an entrepreneur is always an entrepreneur, no matter what they're working on. If you decide to change your path, that should be okay. It's like an artist. If an artist is painting something and it's not turning into what they thought it was going to, some will say, well, let me keep going and let me turn it into something else, and maybe I'll get there, and they will. And others might say, actually, I'd like to start from scratch. And I'd like to start with a different thesis because my original thesis is not working out. Which one of those is wrong? Neither of them. They're both right because that is right for them. So as long as you're doing no harm to others, it is okay to give yourself permission to start over. The next business lie is follow your passion and the rest will come. It's nice to think that, and I definitely think you should have passion. If you do not have passion, what is getting you up in the morning? What is helping you during the toughest times in your company and the journey? Passion is incredibly important, but like many things, it's not the only thing. Passion alone is rudderless. It is you in the middle of a lake going nowhere with a whole bunch of passion and happiness. But if you have direction, so you have aim, and then you have the wind or an engine propelling you in the direction, then you have something, right? So I would say that passion is sort of the gasoline that propels you, and intention and process and systems are the GPS. How do you get there? Where are you going? That is what I would say. And I would say also your why is your North Star. So a combination of passion. Please don't get into something just because you think you can make an extra buck, because you think it's easy, because someone else is doing it, because somebody else wants you to do it. Have that passion, that's the fire within. But then add to it determination, grit, direction, and that passion will take you so far. Okay, before we go any further, I want to test something. This is a little weird, but I heard
that on YouTube, they're testing this feature that if you hit the subscribe button, it animates the button as I say the word subscribe in the video. I don't know if this is like a myth or what, but I want to experiment to see. Let me know in the comments if it's working. So subscribe, let me know if the animated button is working, and we'll get right back to the list. The final lie in business is do not worry about your competition. Or said another way, I don't have competition. Sorry to break it to you, but everybody, and I mean everyone, has competition. If you don't think you have competition in business, something is off. Yes, of course, you may be the first in your lane, you may be the first to look at something a certain way, but everything under the sun has been done before. And one way or another, like time and time again, history repeats itself. You want to think about what is something that people are using instead of this product or service right now. Go look at what they've done well and just keep reiterating. There's nothing new under the sun. Just remember that. And next time you think you have no competition, ask yourself if you're lying to yourself. This bonus lie that you may have heard in business is that the nice guys can't win. They finish last. I do not believe that at all. I think that kindness and empathy and caring are like superpowers. I think they have an ROI, a return on investment, that is way, way, way higher than any kind of like alpha coming in and winning the deal and winning at all costs vibe. You see it time and time again. There's some people who, yes, they are mean and they may do brutal things. And yes, in the moment they may have success, but it's fleeting and it can't be fulfilling. That's what I know. Like there's some mean people who are like, they're rich and they're gonna be rich for the rest of their lives. But are they fulfilled? I don't think they are. I think they are kind of in a toxic cesspool and they have to live with themselves. And yes, almost everyone is the hero in their own story, but you have to be pretty miserable to take out your anger or your bad day on other people. And so if they're doing that every single day, they're known to be people who just act in a toxic way to get what they want in business. They are not winning. They're not finishing first. But if you have maybe less money right now, you have fewer opportunities, you're not necessarily the top dog in your industry, but you're treating people well, you're treating yourself well, over time, that pays off. And I've been there. I understand what it feels like to feel like, man, I serve other people. I do so much for other people. I sacrifice, going back to the word we said earlier. And I feel like I'm not getting what I deserve back. I feel like I'm not being treated that way back. I know what that feels like all the time. I know it. But what helps me is to think about the miserable life that someone who is seemingly on top, but you know that they're mean to people and that they do not trade in kindness, what miserable life they must lead and the people around them must lead. I wouldn't trade that for kindness and less money for anything in the world. Defining your target audience and also looking for premium customers. These two things are really important. So the first thing is defining who your target audience is. No matter what kind of company you have or want to build, this will be one of the most important things you do right out the gate. As with most things, it's about experimentation and it's about learning and maybe even pivoting when needed. But if you can start with something, start with some idea, and usually that idea is propelled by something you want to give to the world, right? Most people don't start companies just for the sake of it because it's kind of hard to do. So usually when you start a company, you have a reason and a purpose behind it. Use that reason and purpose to define who you're actually serving. And you'll hear that word a lot in the startup world. It's like, who am I serving? What am I doing for the customer? If you can think in those terms rather than how much money can the customer pay me, you're already 5 steps ahead. The reason it's important to know who your target customer is because it helps save a lot of time and heartache. It also helps you deliver on your promises in a much better fashion. So think about the time saving and the money saving, really. Like if you know who your customer is, you know who you're talking to, who you're trying to find, you're going to spend less time and money advertising to other people, to the wrong potential customer. So you'll be able to target your marketing and your advertising. If you know that your target customer, your ideal customer, is someone who is a surfer between the ages of 30 and 50 and lives on the West Coast, then you will have a much better chance of finding that customer than if you think that your customer is everyone. Now you might say, well, that's so niche and specific, won't I be missing out on extra dollars? Yes and no. You may at the beginning miss out on the opportunity to sell to a lot more people, but the chances of you actually selling are higher because you're offering something that is specific to a group of people who are looking for it. You have less competition, although you will always have some, and therefore you will have a shorter line to you finding your customer and vice versa. Then over time, once you have dominated in that niche, you can build out more and more and more. And you can build features and products and services that service other people. But if you start there and dominate there, you get a lot of traction. So you have that slow, steady growth at the beginning to go faster later. So getting really aligned and on target with who you're trying to reach gets very interesting. Another great thing about finding your target audience is that you can have a higher lifetime value potentially from those customers who believe in you the most and who use your product or service the most. So again, let's say you're starting out and you know your person. When I say your person, I mean the example of the person who is your best customer. So that could be by their demographics, their age, their race, their orientation, their location, or it could be by their psychographics, which is what do they think, what do they feel, what's their opinion of things, who do they follow, what's something that turns them off, what is something that they are propelled towards. Those are psychographic things. You can start there, so you think about like, who are actually my customers? Either I can imagine them based on what I'm doing and I've talked to them and I've done that research that we've talked about, or you could say, who is already my customer? Now, of course, you may have customers that are all over the place. We talked about this in my video going from 0 to 10,000, where I say who my target audience is. Check it out if you want to know more. But that's not everyone who's watching. There are definitely people who don't fit the bill, but that's okay because we want to bring people in from all over while we're focusing in the middle. So when you do that, you have the target audience, you're able to serve them better, they're able to have more of a transformation or a good experience. They then give you testimonials, which you are then able to give to people who are new, who then sign up, go through whatever it is that you're selling them, and then they have a transformational experience and they give you testimonials. And this is what we call a flywheel. This is exactly what you want in your company. It's a system that you want where things just work, automated. Then, because you're able to do that, you can offer those same customers something more. You can offer them an even better experience. Another thing I want you to think about is the ability to pay for your product or pay for your service. Many times, we will start a company where we are selling something for $5, $10, $20, $50, and we need thousands and thousands and tens of thousands, if not more, customers in order to grow exponentially. So on this call I had with my Inner Circle member, we started thinking through their products and services. What they had was a service that cost about $1,000, and it was a membership program, and they had a few dozen people in it. So that's a great living, right? Really awesome. But in this 45-minute call I had with them, I challenged them to think through the higher ticket offer that they have. They already have a high ticket offer. A few people are there, But if you look at it apples to apples, the high ticket offer actually makes as much as the lower ticket offer. And I thought, well, if this part, the lower ticket offer, you're spending like 80% of your time keeping this up, and the 20% of your time is making the same amount, what would happen if we did a 50-50 split of time, where this went lower and this went higher? That would be really interesting. What would happen if we took this away altogether, where this was everything that you did? And the thought there was, well, I want it to be accessible to people. So there is an argument for keeping 20 to 50% of it, the lower ticket. I think that's really reasonable. But you also want to think about how much energy you're expending here. Then over here though, where can we turn this into 2, 3, or 5x the revenue by just doing a little bit more leveraged? So if you leverage your time, you leverage your resources, you leverage the transformation you're giving people, what could happen? And it all boiled down to the type of customer. You want a customer who can afford you. You want a customer who can afford you. I want to say it twice because it's really important. So many of us, wait, I'm gonna stop for a second. I'm gonna say something to you. You tell me if this resonates. You are an amazing person. You have some sort of product or service. You want it to be extremely accessible, so you priced it too low. There are some people buying and paying for it, but not enough. So you don't have enough revenue generated to keep the thing going. You don't want to charge more because you don't want to push out the people who need it the most. But you can't provide it because you can't afford to keep it going. Does that hit home? If it hits home, there's something we can do about that. First thing you need to know is that it's wonderful that you want that, and I feel the same way. It's my life's work is in that. But if we cannot afford to keep our companies afloat, if we can't pay our bills, we are no good to anyone. We are not serving anyone. And so we have to think about it like this. What's the smaller group of people who can afford our services and in fact will pay more than what we're currently charging, maybe 5 times, 10 times, or even more than that, for a high quality situation? They pay for it because they can afford it and because we're helping them have value that's worth even more than that. And by doing that, it subsidizes your time that you can spend offering it to everyone else for cheaper or for free. So let's go back and think about that for a second. Let's say, for instance, you have a course and you want as many people as possible to be able to see this course because they need to learn it. Have a version of it that costs thousands of dollars and focus on the people who can afford it and target them as your target audience. Have them pay for it, have them have an experience, you can call it elevated if you'd like, where they get to have more one-on-one with you and they get more perks and benefits and they have a faster transformation that they can say, I spent $5,000 on this, I made $50,000 by doing the things I've learned and just by the freedom it offered me. Then on this side, create a version that does not include so much of your one-on-one time, but potentially is a group setting. So you jump on Zoom or you jump on somewhere once per month and you talk to this audience at large. They either pay a small monthly fee or they pay nothing, but they get a lot of the same learnings from you and they talk to each other, and that's how they have accountability. And then what your goal is here is to make them so successful at what they're doing and what you're helping them with, that they then become this group over here who can then afford you. But if we do it the other way and everybody's paying the same amount and everybody is missing out because you went out of business, who wins? I want to talk to you about how you can grow your company from scratch. I'm going to spend some time talking to CPG founders now, but you can apply most of this to almost any type of company. The first thing you want to do is identify what sets your company apart. This is really important. Sometimes we'll start companies or we'll start a product or a project, and we will be very excited about it for ourselves. It's something that is a pain point for us, which I actually think is really important. It's what I look for when I'm investing in companies. But
Have you done market research to find out and confirm that other people need what you are providing? Do they care about it? This is really, really important. So you want to think about what really sets this apart. What makes it different, better, faster, more convenient? Whatever it takes to make your product or service better than the next. And you do want a little bit of competition. Don't go into it saying I have no competition. No one's ever done this before. If you want a chance for growth, because if no one has ever dared to do it before, it will take you a lot longer to get where you're wanting to go. I've reviewed thousands and thousands of companies over the past decade, and almost every single one of them has competition. Competition is healthy. Competition is there and realistic. If someone tells me we have no competition, I think they have a problem. I think they have not researched enough, and I think that they are not ready to take on what it will take to start this company and grow it. Because if you don't think you have competition, either you're lying to yourself or you're lying to the investor or other stakeholders. So first of all, figure out who your competition is. The next thing I want you to think about is what I call putting points on board. You have done something that you can be proud of. I know that. That's why you're starting this company. That's why you've started it already. You're kind of in the throes of it. And there are probably people who can attest to you being helpful to them. So you want to gather testimonials. This can be something written that they write or you write and they add their voice to and sign off on. It can be something that's a video. It can be something that is one-off or a compilation. But what you want to do is have your prior customers or even people who didn't pay you, but you're using the same service that they received now as this product that you have. You want them to say great things about you and what the transformation was for them. Think about it as your company is the movie that's coming out. What are the testimonials? What are the rave reviews they can give you that are real, honest, authentic, but that tell the story quickly of if I'm just scrolling or if I'm finding out about you for the first time, this tells me, wow, these other people, there's some sort of confirmation that this thing works or this thing is interesting and good. You want to do that because those are points on board that you have already earned and that sometimes people skip over thinking that they have to start from the point they are now and then move forward. Of course, as you move along, you want to add to those testimonials. The next thing you want to think about as a CPG founder is the idea of subscription sales. One of the things that we do with CPGs, sometimes we'll think about nostalgia as one of our selling points. We might be selling something that makes people remember a time in their life, and it's very novelty. That's really awesome to get people's attention, but sometimes what happens is it means that it's just a one-off. It's what we call a vitamin, not a painkiller. It's not something that people are looking to get month after month, week after week. Instead of selling just one-offs, you can sell a subscription model. Another thing that I think is really, really cool, and I've used this for years, is the affiliate program within your company. Now, like I said at the top of this video, this can be applied to all types of companies. So think about having these ambassadors, people who are really into what you're doing, and you're sharing some of your income, your revenue with them. You're going to be spending money on marketing and advertising anyway, most likely at some point, no matter what the size of that is. So why not give a little bit of that to individuals who love your product and are able to talk about your product in a very special way? With your affiliate program, you can choose to pay the affiliates, you can choose to give them perks, benefits, discounts. You can decide to do a hybrid, or if they reach a certain level, they start making, but I've seen it done in so many different ways successfully. I think the most straightforward way is to just pay them. There are a couple of great companies that'll help you do this, like Everflow, and you can use their infrastructure to create your affiliate program. You want to do things that are fun too. You want to have maybe a little competitive nature to it. So there are leaderboards, update people, give them surprises. And speaking of surprises, there's something I want you to get really comfortable with that will change everything for your company if you do it well. And this is a surprise and delight mentality. Gary Vaynerchuk talks about this when he talks about what Taylor Swift has done in the past. She will go and show up at people's weddings if they invite her. She will go and show up at people's homes or invite them to her own home for different album releases. And she's done this consistently over the years, and it's still surprising. Of course, if Taylor Swift shows up at your house, you're going to be surprised. This is a really great example of surprise and delight. This is something that I've been doing for a long time too, is that I have a lot of different people who have purchased things from me, like products or services or digital items. And every once in a while, just randomly, I'll select some of them to get something. It might be a free signed book, or it may be they get to go with me to a Dallas Mavericks suite and watch my hometown do their thing from an executive suite. There's all sorts of things you can do to surprise and delight your customers. And it doesn't have to be expensive. It can just be really creative and very impactful. So think about ways that you could surprise and delight your affiliates and also your customers. When you're thinking about your CPG company and brand, one thing you want to consider early, even if you don't implement it early, is are you going to go into wholesale? Are you going to sell into retail through wholesale? So most people, when they start selling their products, they will have their own website. They'll go to Shopify, which I really love. They'll go to Shopify, or they'll start their own site and have a way that people order and then you ship it out. That's a really great way to start, by the way. They may go to pop-ups, they may go to farmers markets, they may partner with people, which is a great idea too. And that's all awesome. And there are several companies who have made a lot of money doing it that way. But you also have a decision to make about being in stores. A couple of things to consider when you're thinking about that. One is the expense. Keeping up with demand when it comes to going through a distributor, like a store, is tough. Another thing to think about as you're building your CPG brand is the processes and the optimization of systems. You've heard from me a lot of things you have to consider already, but if you are unorganized and you don't have automations in place and you don't have the people in place, what I've just taught you will be 10 times as difficult. So very early on, this is why research and development and pacing yourself and really thinking through things are so important. If you are looking to hire the first person, sometimes what we'll do, Dan Martell talks about this all the time, is we'll try to hire someone who's like an executive or someone who can take a lot off of our plate, we think. Someone who's smarter than us or done more than us. Really good idea to have that person around, but have them as an advisor. And again, I've invested in more than 200 companies and started several of my own, so take it from me. What you want to do is hire an amazing EA, executive assistant. You want someone who can take the minutia away off of your plate, give you back 5, 10, 20 hours of your week so that you can then focus on all of the things that bring in resources to the company. Because I would think that you are one of the most important and valuable assets of your company, whether it's one person or 30 people or 1,000 people at your company. You're an important part of it. And what we need you to be able to do is to go out and do things like sell or innovate or ideate. We need you to bring everybody together. If you are stuck working on people's invoices, if you're stuck researching for hours and hours, now we know that researching is fun, but for hours and hours and hours, it is not the best use of your time in most cases. We need you in the best position to do the best that you can for the company. So if you bring in an EA and they can, let's say they work for 20 hours a week and they give you back 20 hours or more of your time, how much more powerful does that make your company? How much time does that give back? Resources that pulls in, and just a little bit of freedom that you need to be your best. And then through the money you have saved and then earned by having the EA, you can think through who is that next hire. It's probably going to be someone else in operations, because if you can get your operations settled, you can do anything. You can grow faster. Going back to that surprise and delight, I think it goes without saying that you want to focus on having a great customer experience. But I know this from experience that sometimes it gets left in the dust when all the other things are being considered, especially if you're a small team. Your customer, what customer experience are they having? Are they being responded to quickly? Are they getting help quickly and efficiently? Are they being heard? Are they being proactively reached out to? And I say all of this, and this is something that I still have to work on, even though I've seen so many companies, invested in so many, and started so many, is one of those things that you take for granted, unfortunately. Your customer is so, so important, and their experience is important. They're going to quietly go out and promote you and sustain you, even when you're not realizing it. So I talk about the fact that brand and reputation are two different things. Your brand is what you want the world to think you are. Your reputation is what you really are. So your reputation can change at the drop of a hat. And one of the things you can do to keep a really great reputation is simply by communicating with your customer. So I'm going to do a better job of this myself, and I'm not going to use the excuse that I'm doing so much and I have so much on my plate, because I asked for that, right? I'm going to do a better job of that, and I think it's something that I can definitely pass on to you to do. One of the things that we think about when we're working with a CPG company, when I'm maybe investing in one or starting one, is, are there any celebrity endorsements? Now, I want to make sure that you realize that a celebrity endorsement does not necessarily mean that, millions of dollars are going to rain from the sky. A celebrity endorsement is kind of a tricky thing. You really don't know what effect it will have until you actually do it, and then there's a lot of upfront cost to that in some cases. So a few ways you can get a celebrity or someone of note to participate. You can pay them, like just pay them a lump sum outright. In exchange, we'll do some sort of photo shoot or video shoot or give you some sort of assets in their time. You could hope that somebody just notices your brand and posts about it themselves, like that's happened before, and then supply them with products so they can continue doing that. But then there's one in the middle that I think is really interesting, and I want to see more and more of you doing this. That is the exchange of equity for the influencer or the celebrity. More and more celebrities are looking for ways to have ownership in companies rather than just getting one payday. Sometimes they want a hybrid, they want a combination of both. But if they're serious about your product, they like what you do and they use it themselves, and they believe in the growth potential, they may be willing to take equity in something that could pay off in a much bigger way down the line. Going back to being the founder, we talk about having an employee pool of equity. And that really is just a portion of your company ownership that you put to the side to give to employees over time. They usually vest it, which means they earn it over time. Usually 4 years is the average. You could think about having a pool for influencers and celebrities. You don't want it to be too big because you want to not dilute yourself so much. But think about this. If you're willing to go out there today, and this is going to hit home for some people, you're willing to go out there and give away 20% of your company for $500,000 today because you want that in your bank account, that 20% could be worth $5 million if you played it right when it came to who you brought in. As advisors, as celebrity affiliates and ambassadors, there's a better way to play that. Same thing goes for amazing employees, by the way. Instead of thinking about, is there just this cash influx I can get that is fleeting, that will go away after time? Can I use this equity in a smarter way?
The Robin Hood of venture capital.
It's about a woman who went from homeless to venture capital fund founder.
As one of the few black women to break into the boys club of Silicon Valley, Arlan Hamilton wants to get you to your first $1 million.
I'm Arlan Hamilton. I am the founder and managing partner of Backstage Capital, which is an investment firm that invests in underestimated founders. I'm an author of the book It's About Damn Time on Penguin Random House. I'm the host of the weekly podcast Your First Million, and I am a venture catalyst. And I teach other venture catalysts and future venture catalysts how to invest in underestimated founders too. And I'm also a sister, a daughter, a wife, a friend. I had been working for probably 3 years at this point on raising a fund of some sort, something for underrepresented founders at the time. And I was living out of a hotel, sharing a room with my mom every single day. We didn't know if we were going to have 1 or 2 meals that day. It was very, very touch and go. And I had to make this decision of like, why am I doing this? And also, does it make more sense to just kind of not do the big thing and do something a little bit different that's easier? And so I was in the parking lot of the hotel we were staying in, and I was pacing, and I was walking back and forth. And I said, should I continue with Backstage Capital? And I just decided to do this exercise. And this exercise was close your eyes and imagine the world 5 years from now. And imagine that the thing you want to do so deeply does not exist in the world. And I did that. And I still remember to this day the feeling of my eyes shooting open. And I said, I can't imagine a world in 5 years where Backstage Capital does not exist. It just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't work. And to make it even further solidified that this is what I was supposed to do, I felt that even if I wasn't the one who made it happen, even if I wasn't there with it, that it still needed to be there. So that moment really taught me, go all in, and you have to try. So that's the day that I decided, okay, have no money, ran out of food stamps, barely have a place to stay, but I'm gonna raise millions of dollars for underrepresented, underestimated founders. And not only that, I'm going to invest in 100 companies within 5 years or so. And ended up getting to that goal, that milestone, in 3 years instead of 5. I grew up in Dallas, Texas. I was born in Jackson, Mississippi, and then I spent the next 20 years or so in Dallas with my mother and my younger brother, Alfred. It was 2011, and I had heard about a place called Silicon Valley, and I didn't quite understand what that meant, but it seemed interesting. And I saw people like Ashton Kutcher and Justin Bieber and Ellen DeGeneres and Troy Carter were making investments in a place called Silicon Valley. I wanted to know what that meant. And so I started paying attention to people behind the scenes in entertainment to see what they were working on. Because it was not only these artists, but it was their managers. And in the hallways of the stadiums and the arenas that I would work as a music production coordinator, I would also hear whispers about investing in startups. And I wanted to know why people with money were chasing that. So I did a little research, and I got really excited about it. I thought, this is the new frontier. This is really interesting. I've always felt like an entrepreneur, and I think this is what that is. This is my tribe. The negative side, though, was that I found out quickly after that only 10% of venture funding and angel investing goes to women, people of color, LGBTQ founders, and other. So if you're a white man in Silicon Valley, you have a higher chance of making and raising capital than you do if you're anyone else. And that didn't make much sense to me in a country where white men make up only 1/3 of the population. So that's when things changed a little bit for me. That's when my life changed, is when I decided, instead of trying to raise capital for one company, some company that I would be the CEO of, what if I tried to raise, and what if I did raise money
to put behind other founders who looked like me. And that's when I started Backstage Capital. And since then, I had said in 2014, I think it was, I said I wanted to invest in 100 companies by 2020. We've gone on to raise about $20 million, and we've invested in more than 200 companies. Raising all of this money has not been easy. It has been a challenge every step of the way. I call it pushing a mountain up another mountain. But it has been very rewarding because now we have hundreds and hundreds of founders who have been backed. And I feel like it started with just that one idea in a bedroom in Pearland, Texas, just a few years ago. And I'm very proud of that, to be here now and have so much innovation come from that one idea. It's important for a fund like mine to exist because we have a lot of time to make up for. There has just been so much inequality in this country for so long. And economic empowerment is a remedy to a lot of that damage that has been done. And you talk about generational wealth. You can't get to generational wealth if you're not even able to get parity in the now. And think about also innovation. Like when you back Black founders, brown founders, women, people of color, LGBTQ, when you're backing these entrepreneurs, you're also backing the next great health tech company, the next great infrastructure company, great sustainability company. All of these innovations are coming from these brilliant minds that are being either overlooked or undervalued or both. And for me, the idea of sourcing and bringing these companies and these founders to light and just simply clearing their path for them to do the thing they were already doing and do so well, to me, that is the best way and the best use of my time. I can be a catalyst for the work that they do, which I think is so, so important. So it's about all of us. It's about helping all of us succeed, no matter what your background is, when you help one of us succeed. And I also think that it's fair, to be honest. There's a lot of inequality that needs to be fixed and balanced. It's just really important, in my opinion, to have thousands and thousands and more and more and more people of color, women, LGBTQ, millions, knowing, understanding that they can start companies, that they are privy to all that this country has to offer them, that it doesn't belong to a chosen few. It's just very important to me. When I was in the 3rd grade, I wore 6 watches, 3 on each arm, and they were, bubblegum watches, bubblegum machine watches, and but they all worked, and they were all set to a different time zone. And I had just learned, I got an encyclopedia set. My mom got an encyclopedia set from a traveling salesperson, and I had just learned about time zones, so I was just so enthralled and fascinated by the fact that someone in a different part of the world, it could be a different time for them. It just blew my mind, really. So I wore 6 watches to kind of keep up with what everybody was doing. I would be at school and I'd look down at my watches and I'd say, okay, well, in Hawaii, it's this time. In Australia, it's this time. In Kenya, it's this time. And I just had the best time with it. I knew that people were staring. I knew that people thought I was weird. They called me weird. This is 3rd grade, where people can be very cruel. I was called names, I was made fun of, mostly just laughed at. But I didn't care. I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. I still do. And I think that sort of off the beaten path, weird kid, seeing things in a different way, and also being hyper curious and actually caring a lot about other people, I think that has actually really helped me as a venture capitalist, a venture catalyst, as I say. And it helps me look at things in a different light. I don't have this very traditional way of looking at investments, for instance, or what will be the next best thing. I don't look at trends because I don't care about trends. I care about what moves me, just like art, really. It's like when you look at art, art is about what stirs you. And that's what I do when I look at companies. So I'm very happy for the little girl who wore 6 watches, because today, they called me weird, they called me disruptive. Now I get paid to do both. But I will never, ever, ever have a book launch day of my 2nd book. I'll never have this day back. We'll never have these days back. So I told myself out loud, take your time today and take everything in. Don't skip today.
Let me check the schedule. What time are you guys going tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I don't know. You have to ask Melanie.
Sure, no worries. Yeah. I saw you did the mini chat thing. Is that something you implemented
Yeah,
recently?
I just
I was
did that
gonna
on
recommend that.
Thursday or Friday.
Good.
I just started that. I like doing things like that organically
Okay.
because I'm an entrepreneur. So I like to, people see me as an investor usually first, but I am a nerd and I really do look at these things all week. I'm studying things, I'm looking at YouTube, I'm thinking of ways to kind of, I'm discovering things.
That's good.
And when I do that, then I can implement it and then I can share it with other people. And that's
Right.
where I feel like that's that scale I can do. So I can immediately turn it around. But yeah, I did mini chat. It's been great. I'm overdoing it for sure because it's so exciting to me, but I'm getting the rhythm of it. I love looking at the data on it and just having that. And it's definitely one of those things that's a flywheel because the more people see the post today, tomorrow, a month from now, a year from now, the more they will take the action, they'll comment. So mini chats we're talking about, they'll comment, they'll take the action, and depending on what the campaign is, it could still be going. So it could be something that I post now gets seen in 3 months and gets picked up by somebody and they check it out. Like, I like it for things that are like a buy now button, but I really like it for things like the YouTube video that we just posted. So if you haven't seen the Monica video that we did on YouTube, VIP Day, we're gonna have more of those, but people can discover that over and over again, which I think is really cool. We are going to an interview with a British interviewer named Calum, we'll see. And he reached out a few weeks ago, and I'm really excited about it. He has really interesting interviews with people on the come up, and I love that about it. And I'll tell you what I really loved about his channel. I studied his channel because before I say yes to any interview, I will study the channel of somebody's or the podcast. And I think for 10 months, he's been working on his YouTube channel. For the first 7 or 8 months of that, he would get anywhere from 100 to 400 views per video. But he had the same standard each time. And he never slowed down, it was always consistent. And he always treated it like 1 million people were watching. And then just a few weeks ago, he had his breakout video that got more than 500,000 views. And so, and it's the exact same thing he was doing before, it's just it had a breakout moment. So I really like that. So I wasn't impressed by the 500,000, I was impressed by the 500 views. And he kept going. Okay, New York. I'm always in the headspace that the company that is led by someone who is underestimated, that will be the next $1 billion company or the next $1 million company, but I'm getting there on the ground floor, I'm one step away from that person. So I'm always open to the idea of hearing and learning. I will say, when I'm working, like if I'm at a speaking event or a networking event or just hanging out, and people pepper me with pitches, that's a lot of people. When they do, Peter Piper, when people are always like, coming to me, and the first thing they say to me is, "This is my company," I kind of space out a little bit, if I'm being honest, because I get pitched so often, so many places. It's better. The better way to get my attention is meet me as a person, like talk to me, like one-on-one, just talk to me. If you have 10 seconds with me, if you have 2 hours, just talk to me. And then let my curiosity lead the way. Now, I don't know what I don't know, so I don't necessarily know that you have a company if you don't let me know, but you can kind of, I like when people are like, "Hey, I'm Sylvia, and I have a company that helps with pet care for African American dog owners." And then they stop, and then they talk to you. Hello, hi, how you doing? It's good to see you.
How you doing?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm good.
Hi, Arlan.
I'm David.
How you
Nice
guys
to
doing?
see you. Great.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Tyler. messing up the vlog.
Oh, you're not, it's all good. It's all good. Okay. Oh, these chairs are quite snug.
It's nice, isn't it?
I don't know if that's the word.
Or too snug?
It's not meant for, can I,
You want that one?
do they look, oh, no, it doesn't look the same. Thank you. This is for more of a Norwegian. But
Better?
yeah, it's much better. Thank you. So if y'all get a little bit and then you can, I think there are 3 seats here.
Yeah, you can sit here or also outside, whichever one.
Yeah.
I will warn you that it could be a little warm eventually.
Okay, is this door closed?
Yeah, we'll close it.
Okay. How about we do that, and is there an opportunity to stop in midway through, or is it? Just tell us.
I'd rather know the Wall Street Journal office.
Yes.
Is that like an interview?
Yes.
Nice.
Then we're going to ABC News live.
Ooh. You've done television a few times there, right?
When you have a really well-researched interviewer, it means the difference. It makes the difference.
Yeah.
And you can tell for sure.
Yeah.
You know what was really good, by the way? Barbara Corcoran. She's from Shark Tank.
Yeah. I really want to get her.
I don't know if she has a podcast, but she interviewed me for something we did for bookclub.com, which I've invested in, and she was someone who was on it, so we're both featured.
Yeah.
So she interviewed me, and I was like, oh my gosh, I really love her.
Yeah,
She was so prepared. I think she needs to have her own show.
Yeah.
So you'd like to have
She has
her?
the personality. She has
Yeah.
the personality. I would love to have her on.
Oh, that's amazing. Once my episode comes out, send me a list of anybody you want on.
Okay.
And if I'll look at to see who I know, and then I'll send my episode and tell them they should come.
Okay, that'd be awesome.
Okay,
That'd be
cool.
awesome.
All right, hit me up on email.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
And it was great to meet all of you guys as well.
Thank you. Thanks.
Have a good one. And good luck with the rest of the book launch.
Do we know how far away the next place is, Sunny? We can see the traffic. Okay, because we're kind of early for it. Yeah, I just interviewed with Callum Johnson. He reached out to me a few weeks ago, and I really liked his stuff. And that was great. It was a really well-researched interview. And it reminded me a little bit of Stephen Bartlett, because they're both British. And I think that Stephen is a big influence on him, and I think admittedly so. I think he's only 24 or 25, really young guy, has a lot ahead of him. I told him I think that within a year he'll be speaking across stages across the world. I think if he can have that quality of an interview each and every time, you're gonna, like me talking about him as if you don't know him is gonna be in the rear view, because he definitely has a lot going for him. I wonder if there's a Barnes & Noble anywhere around here, because the book should be in the Barnes & Noble. What time does it say, Sunny, that we'll arrive?
2:48.
Okay, do you know a Barnes & Noble? They said there was one on 5th Ave, but I don't know where that is.
Right.
Can you go to Barnes & Noble next instead?
Yeah.
You know that one?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yay! Yeah. Yeah, I would love to. Yeah.
Yeah, what is it? We do have the information guys.
Over there?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll follow you.
Sorry.
You're fine. Thank you. Ah, one whole copy. One whole copy, you guys. That's so great. Yeah, that's great. Signed edition. Yeah, signed edition. Thank you so much. Do you want to put it back?
Yeah, we'll put it
Okay, that's amazing. Cool.
Anything else, or-
No, I think we found it. Yeah. Thanks. That's good. Well worth the trip. Thank you, you too.
For me, the biggest thing is, creating 1,000 new millionaires instead of the next lone billionaire. And so I feel like mentioning the event and mentioning just like talking about the catalyzing people in that way is so huge. So I wanted to make sure.
Okay. Well, we have a little bit of time, about 20 or so minutes. It should only be about 15 minutes to get there by car if your car is already here. I believe we're due for 4:45. Let's do it. Let's try to make it work.
Aww. So someone I don't know just wrote to me and said, I'm so proud of you. I have tears of joy and happiness for 2024 for you. You work hard and you are a light to entrepreneurs all over the world. I plan to attend San Francisco. If you have volunteer opportunities for your April event, I would love to volunteer. Just know that 2024 will be the best year yet. Thank you for doing everything you do for others. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. This happens every day, all the time. How can you not love that? Yeah, I met her once, I want to say 4 years ago.
Yeah, in Chicago. Oh, nice. Was she covering like a story or something?
She was moderating a panel that I was on for a journalist, for Black journalists, some sort of event.
Amazing. So you have a little reunion to that.
Yeah, I don't know if she remembers me, but I certainly.
She may. She's kind of pretty good. Memory.
You want to do that?
No. All right, I'm getting ready to go film for ABC News Live Prime, or ABC News Prime Live. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. You all unfortunately can't come with me, but I'll let you know how it goes.
Great.
And if you're ready, you can follow me.
Okay.
In studio, welcome and happy launch day.
Thank you so much.
So you have such an inspiring story. As we were talking about, we met a few years ago, and I remember you talking about struggles with poverty, with homelessness at one point. Now you're a venture capitalist, super successful many times over. Why did you decide that you wanted to pay it forward and show other people you can do this too?
Thanks for having me here. I wanted to write the book that I wish was written when I was starting out. And I'm continuously learning, and I'm in rooms that a lot of people are not in, and from a perspective that is unique. And so every time I'm in those rooms, I'm taking notes to bring back to other people. If you're enjoying this episode, please do me a favor and hit the subscribe button now.
My name is Iralma, CPA based in New York, and I am looking forward to going to one of the conferences in the future and walking across that stage. Thank you for reminding us that we can do this and that it is the damn time to get this thing done and to make that impact. I like what you mentioned about the billion, how making more millionaires instead of just one person really adds more to the impact.
Hey Arlan, I'm so happy to be here for your launch day for your book, Your First Million. I'm Marsha Fallon Personally Spot, and I can't wait to see you and my sweet mates at Your First Million Live.
Hi Arlan, I'm Lasagna with Interfaith Film and Music Festival. I'm going to be one of your 1,000 millionaires, and I can't wait to see you in LA.
If you are looking for outside funding, what is the big play that you're able to tell investors? Like, what's the big scale of this?
Yes, so we would love to have intentionally curated locations nationwide, as you kind of mentioned, that flagship idea, while having touch points of the experience through different markets. So through canning, through our matcha powder, we also have hojicha powder, which is like a roasted green tea. through online experiences such as meditations paired with your matcha or in-store classes. And
Does the current flagship store make money? Like, does it make profit, or is it barely, breaking even?
Yeah, so it's like barely breaking even, and the reason why, this past year we finally were able to hire staff. With that, we were wanting to ensure that our staff felt like really respected in the role, and so we paid a bit more above minimum wage than we could have put it ourselves at the time, but we wanted to ensure like the people coming in and carrying this on for us as baristas really felt passionate and cared for. So through that, honestly, payroll is like our biggest expense.
I wonder, and we only have a moment left, but I wonder if franchising is more the play, because what I was worried about when you talked about expanding was keeping the same vibe and the same kind of people. You can't be everywhere at once. But if somebody buys it as a franchise, they have to apply, and they have to abide by certain rules and standards. And then it also means that they really want that space. So I can imagine there are a few people across the country, several of them, who are hearing this and would hear from you all and hear, I want to have that where I live. I would definitely take their blueprint. If they gave me the blueprint, came in, you send people in for like a week to your location, you teach them and train them at your location, and you give them certain logos and banners and different things like that in language, and you send them back home, and they pay you an upfront fee and then a yearly fee to have the right to franchise with you. I think that could be really interesting. In that way, you could also grow a little slower. So you could grow like one or two and see how it is in Baltimore and in Portland, just kind of touch points. You would have to say, you take all your learnings from it. Say this has to be the certain size of it, can't be bigger than this or smaller than this because it won't work. All those things. What do you think of that?
Absolutely. I think we're so open to all of the possibilities, and I think the slowness of it actually fits into how mindfully we've been curating it.
I will say that thinking of you all going out looking for outside funding, that's what I worry about, because I think you will be forced to go faster.
Right.
So, we'll take some more time and understand your numbers and what you're raising, but just know that the moment you take outside funding, it's no longer a family business, and it's no longer the very core of what you all stand for could be rocked.
And then we have just a little guide as well for you. So, yes, if you want to make it up.
How to make it.
Yes.
That's great, Mom. You take that and you do it. Hi, how you doing? It's great to see you. Thanks for. I'm sorry you had all that trouble.
Oh my gosh, down here it's just crazy.
We were all up and down the street as four people trying to figure this out.
This is like the most congested part.
Yeah, and then you can't drive down here. We love this. Yeah, we love this. So. Oh yeah, of course. All five of us. Hey! That's so great! That's so great! Look at this. This is so cool. Okay, so we're at the New York Stock Exchange. I was surprised by this. I did not know this was going to be here. It's a very proud moment, not just for me, but for I know so many people. Wow, this is cool. This is cool. It's also like, I talk a lot this year about staying with something for a year, how powerful that is actually, because most people won't. And I don't mean just like having a company for a year, but like having your plan for a product rollout and just keeping it for a year, there's a high chance you'll have success if you were to just simply do that with it. And I use like different examples of multiple things that if I had kept doing for the past 12 months, they would have each made $1 million.
And I had different reasons to not do them. Most of them were on purpose, but some of them weren't. But I could see the path of each of them making $1 million. And so when someone wants to make their first million, it's just, it really is like, can you be disciplined enough and patient enough to just do this thing for a year?
Oh, exactly. That's what I was just saying. I am honored. Nice to see you.
The Queen.
How you doing? How are you? Good. How was your travels?
Have you been out there already today?
I've watched everything so far.
Oh yeah, how has it been?
It's good. It's a really good production.
Yeah,
good.
Yeah,
the camera work's exceptional.
Yes.
It looks really professional. It's like you're on 60 minutes of bed or something.
Yes.
It's that quality.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
That's awesome. It would have been 1998, I think.
Is that what happened?
I brought Uggs to my mother because I went to Australia.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yes,
Okay.
and to her and to her sister, and they fell in love with it. And they were the only ones who had it.
Yeah.
Of their friends.
Unreal.
Because I was in, that was when I was in Adelaide.
Okay, gotcha.
And to me, it was very foreign. It was like,
it would be, yeah. So you were one of the leading influences back then.
No, I wasn't. I was like, what? She's like, we're going to keep you so warm.
Yeah.
That was okay.
It was. Well, first 20 years. I love doing this event. It's Founders Table event. I did this in Detroit a few months ago, and I just love the audience. I love the questions. Abby's a great interviewer, and they just have their stuff together. They're Amazon. They really want to help entrepreneurs, and that's what I wanted to teach people together. And I get to hang out with Brian, who started UGG Foods. That's crazy. So the people they pulled together, really interesting group of people.
I actually read the brochure beforehand and looked up the website and had no idea what a great portfolio she has. And all of the people that she has in her portfolio, I would probably invest in, which is pretty unusual because I hate VC websites, But no, it's going to be really interesting being on the stage together. I'm terrified of what questions are coming, but just got to wing it.
Yeah.
I need you to be my media mentor.
I can do that. That's not a problem.
You have a lot of big stuff coming out.
Yeah. I think it's going to become a blur, so I'm trying to stay really in the moment. I think that's important.
That is something I'm not very good at doing.
Oh, really?
I'm practicing.
Yeah.
I'm kind of always on to the next thing.
Yeah.
And so everything does feel like a blur all the time.
Remind me where you're based?
New York.
New York. What part of your origin story for Casper?
Well, I talked about how it's a little bit, these things are kind of accidents or they never go the way you plan them. I was originally in medical school. I was supposed to be a doctor. Then I dropped out. And then I moved to New York and I started a different e-commerce company, which was not working. But I happened to just sit next to a guy in a co-working space, and he was telling me about how he used to sell mattresses online from his dorm room.
Okay.
And I was like, that's a dumb idea. No one's ever going to do that.
Wow.
But then we ended up spending a lot of time together and became friends, and that was kind of the genesis for the idea for Casper. Was my dad is actually a sleep doctor. And then we started thinking about could we build a cool brand that focuses on sleep, but sells direct to consumer.
Your dad is a sleep doctor. Was he part of the company?
No, I was definitely not.
You have I don't want to say sleepy vibe, but it's so calming. And it's almost making me like super zen. Is that something that you? Are you more chaotic when you're working, or are you sort of found this peace?
I'm generally pretty high energy.
Yeah.
But it depends. I've been practicing trying to be more present and centered.
I find that when things are really chaotic, especially for other people, I get really calm. The calm like the tornado eye.
I'm
I'm
very
like,
similar.
I have high energy.
I read a lot.
Any-
Actually, I listen to books a lot. And actually,
Yes, me
I have
too.
such bad ADD, I can't actually sit in front of a book and read.
Do you have diagnosed ADHD?
I do.
Get all of your business.
In a way, it's great to be an entrepreneur because you're like, you can contact shift
Yeah.
50 times an hour.
Yeah.
But then dealing with that, it can be
Yeah.
hard.
So I don't have ADHD. My wife does, and other people here have it on my team. And it's been so fascinating learning about it with her, like as part of her experience. And it's like almost every month there's something that comes up, and you're like, oh, that makes sense. That's why. What are a couple of metrics from Casper? Like what's something that's awesome?
We grew pretty fast. We did like $1 million in sales in our first month.
Oh wow!
And then 100 million in our first full year.
What? 100 million in your first full year?
We did.
What?
We've done about 3 or 4. No, it's gotta be. Yeah, maybe it must be like 2 or 3 billion in total sales by now.
Incredible. I'm still getting over the 100 million in the first year. Was that through a lot of marketing, or was that like content marketing, or was that something else?
A mix of both. So, one, there was no competition, and we really figured out how to do really good brand marketing, and we also figured out how to market in places where other people weren't. So, we were early to podcasts. Do you think in the world of like generative AI, they'll go in a place where it's like they can ask Arlan questions?
Yeah, I would love
your
that.
Bot will be trained on like your videos and
Yeah,
other things like that.
I definitely think they're going in that direction. I've seen a few of those recently, and I have my own being created right now for my own away message because I get so many emails. Instead of just having an away message that has a list of people to reach out to, we're building, starting with the chat bot, but we're going to train it over time to be a little bit more sophisticated.
Like if they ask you a question, it'll be like a sample reply.
Yeah, it's going to be like, you're going to know you're not talking to me.
Yeah.
Top 20 things that I get asked. And some of it will be very specific, like, I'm an investor in one of your funds. I have a question about K1s. It's very specific too.
K1s.
Oh, I don't even know why I don't know why I said it because it gives me so much stress instantly.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
I'm always waiting on one K1 to
Yep.
do my taxes.
Yep.
There's always
This year was
one you're
rough.
missing.
Rough.
And then you just get yelled at by I'm sure it's like.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I get yelled at quite a bit, but
Who would have thought taxes would be one of the most annoying parts?
Taxes. Yes. Yeah, compliance is super important when you're handling other people's money. It's super important in general, but when you're handling, we have thousands of investors because of our Reg CF that we did. We did the first Reg CF in the country for a funds management entity, so that 6,000 people can have a piece of our success.
What's a lesson that you give to people that want to be new fund managers and follow in your footsteps?
Don't do that. I say only do it if you have purpose and passion around your thesis. Because if you're doing it to get rich fast, it won't happen. If you're doing it because you think it's glamorous and it's like fun giving out money, it's 10 times as hard, and I've done both. It's 10 times as hard as raising money for a company.
Yeah.
So it won't give you that. But there are ways that you can impact the world, really, and impact a lot of people's lives. Depending on what your thesis is, and it doesn't have to be a DEI thesis. It can be a, generative AI, but safe, whatever the case is. Or it could just be that you want to see people of certain age have access to capital, something like that. So yeah, that's what I would say to them. And then I would say interview at least 10 fund managers of all sizes, mostly smaller, before you do it, before you like reach out to any lawyer, before you do anything. Well, reach out to a lawyer before you do anything, but before you make any big moves, I would say just
learn
interview.
from other people.
Yeah, learn and ask them to be really honest with you, because a lot of people will try to make it a really nice path for you because they don't want to bum you out. Get the real. And if there's going to be some people, there's that few people who are like, I don't care that it was so tough for you. I don't care that it'll be tough for me. And they'll go into it ignorant. And then when they do it for 10 years, they'll realize it was tough, but they've already done it.
Yeah.
And
Don't you think you have to be a little ignorant to do these crazy things?
Yes. Yes. You have to be blissfully ignorant to start a company or to start a fund.
Venture capitalist Arlan Hamilton.
Can I give a quick example? So everyone here knows that General Hospital is the best television show that's ever. We can all agree on that. A few years ago, all the soaps started dying out because they were losing money and they couldn't stay on. And so all the soaps started getting kind of cheap with their production to give themselves more runway. General Hospital added scenes and added sets to what they were doing. They went the other direction. They didn't have any more money than the next person, but they found a way to add to what they were doing. So then more people watched it because it was more interesting. And a lot of those other soaps didn't make it, and General Hospital is still here with us today. Thank you. Let's do goosebumps. Let's sit there for a moment. Say that one more time.
If I took the money from my son to build my company, it would be his company. It wouldn't be my company.
My name is Emmanuel Alaquiva. I am a cinematic poet, otherwise known as a film director. And I am here because I follow this incredible human being on Instagram, and I'm always extremely inspired by her ability to underscore what's right and what's just. So she's one of my inspirations. So while walking in the airport, I walked past her, and you know what's crazy? I noticed her from the back of her head. I didn't even see her face. So it's kind of creepy, but you know what? Hey, listen, we got heroes out here. You know what I mean? Thank you for being a hero.
Thank you. And we're in Miami. Why are you here?
Filming with the Hip Hop Museum Tour with Paradise Gray and Pete Nice for Mass Appeal, for Nas's company Mass Appeal. So we'll be filming for the next 2 days here at Art Basel.
Amazing. What did you do with Jay-Z? I kind of missed part of it.
Yes, I was one of the film directors on the creative team for the Book of Hope that just wrapped up December 4th at the Brooklyn Public Library.
That's amazing. And look, you had this camera equipment. It's so legit.
Yeah, it's too legit. But, I'm very proud of my film crew sweatshirt.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But yeah, it's wonderful to be able to do what we love through the vessel of the arts. So thank you for doing what you love, and thank you for inspiring me to do what I love.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's very sweet of you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we weren't even filming because we just flew from Atlanta to Miami, and we were going to go check into our hotel, but as I was walking by, he came by, and that's really sweet. It's really sweet. It's been interesting. Like at airports,
No matter where I go, at least one person comes up to me, either baggage claim or on my way in at TSA, or more than not, it's on the plane itself. Somebody will stop by and say hi. I had someone one time send a note up to me with the flight attendant, which I thought was very sweet. She said, "I didn't want to bother you, but I have to tell you this," and it was just a very sweet message. So I like it. People say, I don't want to bother you, but to be honest with you, it's better if you come up to me and say hi, so I don't think that you're like looking at me because you're mad at me. So I'm a little paranoid. So if you see me out at the airport or anywhere else, and as long as I'm not honestly doing something, but just come up to me and say hi, because I love meeting you.
Man, I gotta get like you, man, so I can stay in places like this. My Lord, look at this view. Like, you wake up to your bedroom. It's just amazing. Yeah,
I just saw something and I didn't want anybody to have to take over control of it.
Right, and that's exactly what I want to build, a legacy company. So venture is not necessarily the avenue that I needed to generate revenue. I needed to invest in it myself and build it, and I just finished my first beta, and I'm so excited about it. We had students at the AU Center, that's the Atlanta University Center, to actually compete, and so they helped me to kind of test it out, see how it worked, what works well, what doesn't work well, and it was a truly inspiring experience because it's exactly what I wanted to happen.
Amazing.
Young emerging artists who already has a small following to be able to take the platform and be able to amplify who they are. We want them to build a fan base, because if artists own their fan bases, then they have the control and they can grow, because those folks believe in them. Those are the people that they need to connect to in order to be able to create the art that they want to create, and be able to receive the feedback, the positive support that they are seeking. Because if you have 100 paying customers, that's better than 1,000,000 streams of people who casually listen. Because if you have real supporters, them being able to pour into you, they buy your merch, they buy your music, they'll come show up at a show when you actually
They'll
go to
bring
perform,
a second person with
and
them.
they'll bring a friend. And that is so important, because you want to grow that fan base, you want to have that connection, and you want to have that ongoing. You don't want to be fleeting. So that it takes a lot of hard work to do that. And typically our artists don't have the money to be able to invest in themselves to do that. So through Who's Got Next Music, our platform, it's a low entry barrier to entry. And they have the opportunity to then collaborate with other emerging producers and artists as well. So it's an opportunity for them to actually work on themselves and also grow through this process. They have to have a fan base in order to participate. They can't come in and say, "Oh, I just rolled out of bed today and I think I want to be a star, a music star." No, they actually have to have a fan base already, and our platform helps them to grow that, amplify, engage, and mobilize that fan base.
Is it manual onboarding where you select people, or do you just kind of keep a quality control of it?
So here's what we do. If you register to be a contestant on our app, you connect your social media channels and we check to see what kind of following you have. So if they're not real followers and you get into our contest, it doesn't help you because you need real people to vote.
So it's like a contest.
It is a contest.
So it's a contest based, like how often does a contest happen?
So we just had our beta, so we're figuring out how often we're going to hold contests because they're genre based. You're competing with your peers. So unlike American Idol or some of those type formats, you're not competing with people who are in different genres. You're only competing with your peers. So we'll host them periodically throughout the year, depending on the genre. But they'll be 30 to 45 day cycles. So with that, you register to participate. We verify that you have a following, enough of a following to participate. You pay a small fee, and once you're in, you will have access to our producer database of beats. So these producers have provided their beats to be a part of this contest, because if you win with their beat, they win too. So
I love that.
So the idea is you pick a beat. After you've listened through the directory, you find one that you feel comfortable with, that you can make a song with. You create an original song. You don't have to worry about clearances. There's no samples or any of that. So if you can't afford to clear a song, you don't have to worry about that with our platform. You you have a beat that you can go and create a song with, and you're responsible for creating a video with your phone. That makes it equitable for everyone. So you don't have to worry about having
something else. You can't use another type of camera.
Nope, it has to be your phone. Once you have your song and your video, you upload them to our platform within the time frame that you're supposed to submit. And the first round, we only reveal the audio in the platform. So it's important that you actually can deliver on the lyrics, on the song, on the quality of the music, because that's what people are going to be
Do you
judging
have to
on.
be is it more for artists or singers and less for songwriters?
No, if you're
like if you're a songwriter and you can't sing like myself, could you hum it? You know, trying to sing along.
No, but you need an artist.
Because you're producing it. It's like
exactly.
What does that final thing sound like? Okay,
exactly.
Yeah.
So if you're an artist and you're working with a songwriter, then you absolutely have to make sure that you acknowledge them as a part of your registration, because it's important for us to make sure that we are being supportive and we're advocating for all artists, whether you're a songwriter, whether you're an artist or a producer, for us. So that very first round is the most difficult round to get past. So you have to have a quality song, something that resonates with people, that they can connect with, has quality sound, has lyrics that people want to hear. If you get past that round, and the judges are you and I, it's you and anyone who loves music, those super fans, those fans who actually subscribe to other music platforms for music every day. If they're listening on the radio, if they're listening on satellite radio, whatever those platforms are, those are the folks who actually vote to decide if you're moving to that next round. If you do, then we reveal your video also in the app. And now we're getting to see how creative you are, how you can story tell using visuals. And then the final round is actually in person. So you reduce the number of people that compete from round to round to round. So when you get to that last round and folks are competing, we want to see how you actually rock a crowd, like what your stage presence is like.
Have y'all done one of those yet?
Yes, we did.
Where?
Yes, we did. We did it in Atlanta. We did it in a small Black-owned venue called Brooklyn Tea.
Okay.
Shout out to Brooklyn Tea for allowing us to have our very first beta version of our contest. And we walked away with the winner. Her name is Nisi Poo. Y'all follow her.
Nisi Poo.
Yes. She is out of Chicago, as a matter of fact. She's a student at Clark Atlanta University. And she is a musician. She's also a producer as well. And she had a fantastic visual. She is a star. Wow. And she is going to go places. And through our platform and her ability to be able to shine with the audience that she had, she was able to grow more followers than she had before, and she'll have an opportunity to take a little bit of an investment to be able to continue to make music.
So this is what I love, though. Everything you just described, frankly, if venture capitalists had their hands on it, they would ruin it. Everything you just described is something where I'm sure in the future you're going to go and get sponsors.
Yes.
That's the play.
Yeah.
The venture, so a lot of people, this is going to help a lot of people, because a lot of people would say, well, I got to start, I got to have money to do this, I got to get the site going. You're a techie, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you got, either you are a techie or you partner with a techie.
Yes.
And then you get the site going, and you get the model going, and then it sounds like you collaborated with someone who had the venue.
Yes.
Right? You didn't spend a whole bunch of money. You collaborated.
Yep.
And you make it happen. You do a beta. You don't try to sell out the arena down the street to start things, because then that adds that pressure of the resources that you need to make it happen.
That's right.
So now you have this product market fit, where you know it's something people want, people use. You know there's a process, and you can just keep repeating that, and you can take that. She can take that and give some video footage and some information about some data about it, and find different partners and sponsors and different people who want to elevate and elevate and elevate it. That's the recipe.
Yes.
And so talk a little bit, if you don't mind, about, well, I have a couple questions. I'll come back to the one I had. How do you position yourself?
having the background that you have, because you've been around professional music a lot, how do you position yourself to this? What do you say as the founder?
Well, my background really is tech, and
That's right.
and music has come into my purview in the past 10 years, actually.
Oh, okay.
So I married the two things to try to make a difference. So my company is a legacy company, but it's one that is for impact.
Yeah.
I'm not anti-label, not at all. I really am anti-discrimination or anti-deception, and just taking advantage of people. So for me, this is an opportunity to take the education that I have in the music business, the experiences that I have in the music business, and my experience with tech, and utilize that to help promote these emerging artists and educate them on the music business so that they can be successful. Right now, the biggest way for you to earn money as a musician is through your brand. It's through your brand, it's through performances, it's through your merch, it's all of the ancillary things that are associated with the foundation, which is the music. So if you're successful at creating music and having a fan base that follows you, then you can be successful in being able to grow and maintain that career. You have to be, of course, flexible and adjust as times change. But if you have a sound and you have a fan base that you can lean on, that's going to provide you feedback as you're building your brand, then you will be successful. You don't necessarily need an advance to say, hey, we believe in you, and go off and make this music, but then if you fall flat with that one album, we may put you on the shelf and you owe us all this money.
I mean, is it the same? It's the exact same. The music and what I'm saying about venture.
Yeah.
It's the same.
It's very much so the same.
And when did we have this conversation first? When was that?
Oh my gosh, that was in 2021.
2021. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like it might have been sooner than that. More recent than that, because I think it was before COVID.
It was before COVID.
It was before
You're right.
COVID.
You're right.
That we had the initial conversation.
The very first conversation.
Yes. About that, and I just love that. I love that you're here in Miami and Art Basel with this.
Yes.
Like that to me is exciting. Like you did, because I have conversations with people, and then I'll have a conversation a year later, and I have a conversation a year after that, and they're still ideating.
Yeah, no.
They can't get themselves past the thought of it, because I guess they're scared to fail in a lot of cases.
Oh no, I failed. I did exactly what technologists do. I went and built it first, or started building it, and then I didn't have my market research. I didn't understand who my customer was. I thought, well, all musicians. Well, it's not all musicians that I'm going after. I'm actually going after a very specific audience. They are emerging artists who have a small following, and they're trying to really break out and be bigger. I'm looking for the super fan, that fan that's going to buy tickets to a show, that they travel to a show, that they buy merch from artists. And they really are curators within their circles of music. I'm also looking for those producers who are trying to become the next Metro Boomin, right? Those producers.
Oh, you're too hip for me. I don't know different people. I'm like,
Metro Boomin is one of the biggest hip-hop producers in the world right now, and he's on an incredible run. He just had a soundtrack for the Miles Morales Spider-Man movie, the second version of it, and he is an incredible person, just overall, and an incredibly talented producer. On top of that, so and lots of people look up to him, and they want to be him or be like him. And they can, in their own lane though. Yes. In their own lane. And I think that, they just need the pathway to become who they are supposed to be, who they're talented to become. And they need support around them to do it. And the music industry is very, very tough. It's a lot about who you know. And once you get into it, you don't necessarily understand the mechanics of the business side of it. You understand the creative side of it, but you may not understand the business side of it. And if you're not careful, you will give up a lot of the things early on in your career, and then you figure out what they mean in terms of your rights, and you're like, oh my God, I don't want to give that up.
Yeah,
but
and I didn't know I was signing that away to begin with.
Yes. Definitely, I love your podcast, number one.
Thank you.
You have a lot of tidbits in there for entrepreneurs that are starting out just like me. I didn't think I was going to be an entrepreneur.
What did you think you were going to be?
I thought I was going to be a professor.
A professor. I get that.
I thought after I retired from corporate America that I would become a professor.
I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that.
That's
Have you ever taught at any level?
I mean, informally.
Informally.
Informally, I've taught my whole career, it seems.
Yeah.
Somewhere or another, I've helped people out in some type of way. But so I thought that would be a natural progression for me. But as it would happen, my son asked me to help him out with his business. And as he...
You have several...
I have several kids.
Yes.
I have 6 children overall.
Woo!
Yeah.
That's like my brother Rook. He has 6 kids.
Yes.
Yeah.
6 kids team, yes. We have my oldest son, who also is into music and starting his career. And then we have my son that is an author. My son, after him, is the rap star, Offset.
Yeah.
And then I have my youngest son, who is a techie like me. He works for Microsoft.
Oh my goodness.
So 4 sons, and then I have 2 daughters. One daughter that is a production, she's in the production world, so she's a producer for various short films, videos, that type of stuff. And then I have a daughter who works a regular job, like I did for many, many years.
Yeah.
And so she is the next to oldest. And so 6 children.
Yeah, I love that. Everybody's doing something a little different.
Everybody's
slightly different.
Completely
different. Well, you have 2 people that like the music, but you got everybody else is
doing other stuff.
That's so great.
For sure.
That's great. So one of them asked you to work on their business.
Yes, and when he did it, I was like, I don't know anything about the music business.
Yeah.
But I know business. You know, I've worked in business. I have a degree in business and tech. So I was like, okay, I'll figure it out. And
you talking about Offset?
Yes.
So you were doing the corporate thing.
Yes.
And then you thought you were going to be a professor at some point.
Yes.
And then Offset said to you, I need your help with the family business, with the music business that I'm working on.
Yeah.
To take over and do something.
Yeah, just handling his day-to-day.
Yeah.
You know, he had bills to be paid.
Yeah.
You know, that he needed an entity to be set up.
Yeah.
You know, just all of the different things that entrepreneurs really need to have done.
Yes.
Not realizing that musicians are entrepreneurs, because I didn't even know that basic concept.
Yeah.
If you are a musician, you are an entrepreneur. You're responsible for registering yourself as a business. You know, or registering your business and then working for that business.
That's right.
So that was an education for me. And so he was like, there's just things that need to be done. There's paperwork that needs to be done.
Yeah.
You know, I need someone to just go handle that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm creating this great music.
Probably have his back too, because he could have
for
hired
sure.
somebody who may have figured that out, but you were going to have this point of view of, like my mom who's in the other room here, I'm going to protect the heck out of you while we're figuring this out.
That's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He wanted somebody he trusted to come in and help him.
So you learned an entire new
industry.
Profession, yeah.
Oh my God. And what an education it has been. It still is.
Yeah.
I don't profess to know everything there is about the music business.
Yeah.
That is not who I am. I know people who do though.
Yeah.
And so if I need to tap into somebody, I can. Right?
How important is that for the entrepreneurs watching and the artists watching? How important is it to ask for help or to collaborate in that way?
It is extremely important to be able to ask for help. You know, we do not operate in vacuums and succeed. There's always someone who knows something that you don't. They have experiences that you don't, and it is totally okay to say, you know what, I don't quite understand that. Can you explain that?
Yeah.
Or to be able to ask somebody, you know, how did you come up with that perspective, right? Why do you think that way? Because people, you know, generally love to share, you know, and especially their experiences. And if you find people that you can really vet what they're saying to you and you find it to be true, you want to hold on to those people because as you're learning your journey, you want people that you can rely on to answer your questions as you're going along. And then you also want to become that sage, you know, to have that wisdom to be able to share with other people as they come behind you.
Because that comes with experience. And most people think it has to be years ahead, you have to be old and wise, right?
No.
But as you collect experience over the weeks and months and years that you're working on something, that is collected wisdom and insight that you can then help the person who's a year behind you, 10 years behind you, 4 years behind you.
Absolutely.
That's just like fulfilling, I think.
It is completely fulfilling, and the music business continues to change. Certain things don't. A lot of the legal aspects don't change very quickly, but how you are reaching people changes all the time. You know, and who and what consumers want and who they want to consume music from changes constantly. So it's important for you to keep your ear to the ground and connect it to people who are making those changes, who are facilitating and leading those changes, so that you can adjust to those changes. As an example, 10 years ago, social media was not the major way that people would discover an artist.
Yes.
Today, it is one of the #1 ways that you can discover new music and artists. So it's important for artists to understand that things will change. Just because they are a way today doesn't mean they're going to be that way tomorrow. And it's important to have either someone on your team or you very astute to those changes.
And how do you hope the company helps with that? I mean, I see an obvious path there, but how do you think about it?
Well, in addition to the genre-based contest that we host, we also have a Discord community.
Oh.
Where if you're in the top 100 of our winners, because everyone that actually participates in our contest are winners, and I want to come back to that point.
Okay.
You have the opportunity to then collaborate with other emerging artists, #1, so you can learn from each other. But the idea is that we grow that space and bring in experts, as subject matter experts in various fields. So not just other successful artists, but also legal folks that can come in and talk to you and tell you some tidbits that you can do. As a real plain example, if you do not have the funds to be able to hire an attorney on a retainer, find an attorney who's willing to review contracts for you, and you pay them a flat fee to review contracts for you. So you may not be able to retain them for 3 to 6 months, but you can pay them on a per contract basis to be able to review contracts for you. You have ChatGPT now. So if you can't even afford to pay an attorney to review a contract for you, you may be able to afford an hour of their time of a contract that you had summarized through ChatGPT that have them say, may I pay you this $350, $450 for 1 hour to review this summation and tell me if this is legitimate or to answer questions that you might have about it, so that you can be able to move forward or not with a particular contract. Leveraging the resources that you have available to you is so important. So having someone from the legal community to be able to talk to our artists and producers on some basic things that they need to know is a benefit of being able to be a participant in the Who's Got Next Music contest.
Is it who'sgotnext.com or another website?
It's who'sgotnextmusic.com.
Who'sgotnextmusic.com.
And they can also look for Who's Got Next Music in the Apple Store and the Google Store, and they can download the app.
Wow. I don't have an app in the Apple Google Store. I need to get...
There's not many Black women who do.
Really?
Yes. So I'm very proud of that fact.
That's incredible.
Yes.
Yeah. When you came in, you mentioned that, and I was like, how long has it been since we talked? Like, you moving and shaking.
Well, it feels longer. Honestly, it feels longer. But I can say that you were very instrumental in me moving forward and not waiting. Not waiting until I got a check. Not waiting until I got someone else's confirmation. You basically said, Latavia, this is your baby. This is your idea. You fund it, go build it. Just build an MVP. That's what you told me to do. Build an MVP.
Minimum viable product.
Yes. And so I did that. And I did more than I should have, because like I said, I'm a techie first, so I went to go try and build the whole thing.
But what you did was the lesser expensive lessons.
Yes.
They probably were expensive, but it was lesser than it would have been down the line.
Yes.
Doing it a different way. Yeah.
I had to figure out who my customers were.
Yeah.
So I backed up. I paused my development long enough to actually figure out who my customer was, which was so important.
Yes. And
the customer journey. You know, how will they consume my product? How will they know about it? Why should they care?
Yeah.
And if they are someone who is already into music, how am I solving their problem?
Yes.
Those were things that I had to take a step back and be able to articulate in order to be able to finish building out my product.
Can I touch on something? You can let me know if you don't want to talk about this. It's your show. But I want to mention something that you probably would never say, but I think it's important for people to know. I think people, if they heard you say earlier that Offset's your son, and they putting 2 and 2 together and who your family is, they might say, "Oh, it's easy for her because she got all that Offset money. She got all that blah blah blah." You decided to go and do this on like yourself.
Yeah.
This isn't something where you went, well, let me go to the coffers.
No.
You said, let me do this truly bootstrap.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I'm
And
right.
it was important for me to do it that way.
Tell me why that.
Because
it's important.
when I started my career in IT, number one, there weren't a lot of us, black men or women, in my space, and I love technology. Like, I really truly love it. To this day, I'm retired from my corporate career, but I love everything about it. I read about it every day. And if I took the money from my son to go and make my company into what I want it to be, then that would be his company.
Ooh.
I needed it to be my company.
Let's respond. Let's sit there for a moment. Say that one more time.
If I took the money from my son to build my company, it would be his company. It wouldn't be my company. So I'm bootstrapping because it's important to me that I do this. I do this not just for myself, but for every black girl who is in a male-dominated space to be able to say, I can do it. I am important. I am able. I am more than innovative.
Yes.
And I can make a difference. And
Yes.
I want to be that person for emerging artists, producers, and super fans of music.
Love it.
I know that there are plenty of black girls who could do the same thing.
I just love that to death because you know he's cheering you on. All 6 of your children are cheering you on.
Yes.
They got your back.
Yes.
This is you.
This is me.
This is you.
Yeah.
And I love that, and I wish the best for you. I'm here to be a resource of information. When you get to the point, or if you get to the point where you do want to take outside capital down the line, when you have built this to where you feel like, oh yeah, I'll let some people along for the ride.
Yes.
Please call me.
Yes.
But in the meantime, or even if that never happens, I am writing for you, and I love this whole concept. I feel like it has so much IP to it that it could be all this other stuff too. So I'm excited to see what happens.
My trademark. It's approved.
Oh wow! And that takes like a year.
It took a year.
Yes.
It took a year, but I am trademarked.
Trademarked.
Yes.
I love it. You're trademarked for Who's Got
Next Music?
That's incredible.
Yes.
That's a hard trademark to get.
It is.
Wow.
It
Okay.
is.
Anything else we should know?
Download Who's Got Next Music app.
Okay, you heard
today.
it first. You got to download. We're out here weathering the winds, and but it feels good out here. I like it out here.
It feels
I
amazing.
can stay here all
And the view is amazing.
It's beautiful, right?
Yes, it is so nice out here.
Yeah, I love this. Well,
Yeah,
thank you so much. Thank you for coming by and hanging out.
Girl, it's good to see you.
It's always good to see you.
Because I see you everywhere, but not in person.
That's right. We follow each other
good.
online. Yes.
Yes.
You know, anytime. We'll do something. Mom, protect her at all costs. Okay? You are so special. You are so special and wonderful, and just, can you be my life coach? Okay, good to see you.
Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you.
We really appreciate it.
Yeah,
This is the Art Alliance. Thank you so much. Stephen is from Blue Arts and they sponsored the stage.
Amazing.
How you doing? Welcome. Thank you so much. So our folks are still kind of bumbling about getting
We're filming something at 5. I think they told you.
So your guys are here.
Yeah.
I told them to kind of like source the space.
Okay. Josh Koppelman is coming by to meet with me for a few minutes. Just wanted to let you know he was on his way. Is it? It is. Great. Hey, how are you doing?
Good.
I was just
How are
telling
you?
you were coming by.
So good to see you.
It's great to see you.
So
Yeah.
we're going to have a book tour?
Yeah, the book tour.
I'm a friend of Arlan's, Josh Koppelman. I'm a partner at First Round Capital. We're a seed stage tech investor.
He's very, very humble. He's one of the most, I would say, successful venture capitalists in the world, in history of VC. And that's not hyperbole. I believe in this body, in this life, we only have one time. And it's gonna pass you by if you're spending years, or more years. If you've already spent it, look in the rear view, bye. But if you spend more years and more years and more years wondering if you're allowed to be in a certain room or take up a certain space, it's gonna pass you by and it's gonna be too late. But everybody in this room has plenty of room this way, in front of them, to change that. So imposter syndrome is a phrase, it's just 2 words to me. So my family and I got to meet Queen Latifah last night. Okay. And I had met her once on a plane 5 years ago, and that's why if some of you may have seen a picture of her holding my Fast Company cover, which I then turned into a t-shirt for myself. So it was accidentally like caught on paparazzi, her just holding because I had handed it to her. But I didn't know if she remembered me. Anyway, through a series of events, we got to meet her last night and talk to her. And it just occurred to me and us just how many different facets of our lives and people's lives she has touched over the decades. And sometimes she'll get her flowers. There's a lot of respect for her. But there should be documentaries and all sorts of things. There should be complete specials about her.
UNITY?
Yeah, UNITY. Don't get us started. We've been doing it for 24 hours. We've been singing UNITY. It took everything in our power to not do that to her face. Yes, yeah, that's a good point, Queen Latifah. But you know what else? UNITY. But she's inspiring for many reasons. A lot of it is because I was saying to my family, I don't know, well, except for everybody in this room, I don't know anybody who has as much charisma as she has. She has an incredible amount of charisma, and she's very down to earth and very kind and really whip smart, really fast the way she thinks about the jokes and responses. And so I just love that she is an institution of her own. Can I hear the pitch?
Sure. Would you like to share? Come on up.
You don't have to if you don't want to, but I would love to hear it.
Pitch almost everybody.
Okay.
So, you know how most people, they're sleepy and they're sick and they need mental health?
Yes.
So, I was thinking that maybe, you know how people, like their helpers, they'll come, but what if they're sick? Who could come and help them? So you know those commercials that if they're hurt and if they're falling, and it's kind of like that, but a little different.
Okay.
You just have more security, like if you fall off your bed and you're asleep, like how would they know? And then when they wake up, like they automatically got in their bed, how would they know that something's not wrong? So I think we should have people or robots, a type of robot that can help them, and if they fall, it can put a pillow under every spot.
Amazing.
They don't get hurt.
What is your name? And what's, I don't want to know your last name because you're a child. Okay. And then what school, you go to school? Yes? And what's your favorite topic or subject?
I don't have a favorite subject, but I do have something that I really do like at school.
Which is?
It's this after thing, like you get to skip your recess.
Yes.
And you can learn about other things, and we help cradles to crayons or something like that.
So it's like a volunteer type of thing, and you help that and you like that? And what subject would you say you're the best at?
Probably art.
Really? What kind of artist are you?
I paint. I do most things that an artist would do.
Yep.
But I would probably like sketching.
Sketching. And is your parent here, or did you drive here? Yeah. Because I mean, she would have. Yeah, I know that.
Would I drive? I don't have
A license. I was just saying that you're so smart that you probably know how to drive already. So I love your idea. Can I tell you a secret? I failed today. I did fall. I hurt my foot. And so it's very, top of mind. Yeah. So was there already like a voting thing that happened?
You got some investments?
Oh, yeah, look at you got. Oh, wow. she got a knot. Yeah. Wow. Well, that's amazing. I think that you are incredibly smart, very bright, and you have super high potential. And I definitely, do you know what you want to do when you grow up?
Not really, but I kind of think I want it to be something helpful.
Yes. Can I tell you something? You already are. You already are.
Probably because of all my ideas.
Yeah. Yes. Mom, protect her at all costs. Okay? You are so special. You are so special and wonderful, and can you be my life coach? Okay, well, I'll call you.
Sure,
Okay.
just get my mom's number.
Okay.
And we'll call her,
Yeah.
but not during work day.
That part. What's your age? What's your?
I'm 9, but I'm gonna turn 10.
10. Wow. 9 gonna turn 10. Okay. You're hired. You didn't have my job, but I love it. Thank you so much for it's a wonderful pitch. Yeah. Thank you for your pitch. It was wonderful, and I'll think about that for the next time we invest. Thank you so much. Hi, how are you doing? Of course. Oh, really? That's awesome. I love that. I love that. Nice to meet you.
A-L-L-E-N-E. Can I ask a question?
A-L-L. Yes, you can.
On your journey, who did you listen to? What books did you read?
It was a lot of white men because that's what was available. But there's also Oprah. So Oprah has a book called What I Know for Sure.
Okay.
What I Know for Sure, and I listen to it every year for the last several years because every year it changes for me where I am in my life. It affects me in a different way. Also, Shonda Rhimes' Year of Yes was very helpful.
I have that in my Audible.
Yes. So those two. There's a lot of white men. It depends on what you want to do. So I was looking at venture stuff, and so there's a book by Brad. Is you're a founder or an investor?
Both.
Okay, so Brad Feld, Venture Deals.
Venture Deals.
That's like a 101, but it's not 101. It's kind of complex, but it's like a good reference book.
Venture Deals.
Yeah, and it'll teach you about both.
Venture Deals.
Yes.
Got it.
Thank you. Good to see you. Of course, thank you.
You signed it to Misty Millions.
Misty Millions?
Yeah.
Is that what you said? So how do you spell Misty?
M-I-S-T-Y.
Is that your name?
Misty Millions?
Yeah.
No, you just crowned me.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I like that.
VC.
Yes.
I feel like there's not a lot of us in here.
Yeah.
If you don't have your own idea, like business,
yeah.
In my mind, I thought it would be a good place to kind of look into being a venture capitalist,
Yeah.
being an investor. Is that the right way to be thinking about it?
It is a right way to think about it. I would say, though, what has helped me as a VC is having worked as a founder or with another company. So you don't have to have your own idea, but you can be the third person hired. Think about the people who are the third people hired at Uber, Facebook. I'm telling, those are so important hires, such important hires. Then you go work there a year or two, get some equity, learn a ton, get a network, and you were setting yourself up, and you can do this. I did this interview with Valerie Workman, who is a black woman who was at several places, including Tesla. Took Tesla from 50,000 people to 100,000 people. And she said in our interview, people thought I was flighty because I would leave a job every 2 years, but instead I was stacking talent and skills. And now she can just go anywhere she wants to go. So that's what I would do. So yes, you can get into venture, and I wouldn't hold that, stop you from doing that. But I think what might be more stimulating for you is to work at a company to see what it's about, like an early company, not one that's just started, because they won't have their money. Right. But one that maybe has some funding, or they figured it out on their own. Right. They're going into, let's call it Series A or something like that. They've raised a couple $1 million, or they have generated that, where you can have a really profound effect on what they do and their trajectory. Okay. Thank you.
I almost gave up on it because life is so hard. But I need to be here to hear this. And I'm actually going to redo my thesis and get some things together.
Yes. This is the moment. Remember I said earlier, we gotta wake up. We've been sleeping a little bit.
Yeah.
You're awake now. It's good. I know it's sold out. It sold out a few days ago, and people have been writing to me to get added to it. So we'll see. I don't even know what type of venue it is. It's a bookstore, but I don't know what it looks like. Excited to see. There are a lot of Black-owned bookstores that died out during COVID because they just couldn't. I mean, it was already kind of a lower profit margin kind of model. And then when you don't have people coming into the store, what do? So the fact that we are standing in this Black-owned bookstop and the ones in New York and Philly, it's even more special because it's not a given that it would still be thriving. I think that's what makes it special. Hi, how are you?
So happy to see
Good
you.
to see you. Thanks for having me here. I saw Carol. I didn't know you were still here. How are you doing?
I'm so happy to see you in person.
Too.
Yeah.
Yes.
You've got the very look.
Thank you.
I don't know you, but I feel like I know you from the interwebs because of Arlan.
You do know her.
Have we met?
No, but you know her.
I feel like I know you.
Yeah.
Can you sign all my books for me?
I signed you.
Are you hungry?
I'm Ashley.
Arlan, nice to meet you.
I have some questions I'm going to ask, but I
Great.
want to make sure that we have plenty of time for the folks. I see founders in the room. I
Yeah.
see business women in the room.
Yeah.
And so I want to make sure that they have an opportunity. So I'm going to kind of set the stage. If it feels like we don't have people, I got more questions.
Okay, great.
When I was like, Arlan needs to be in Tulsa. Like my community needs her.
Well, here I am.
Like it really means a lot.
Are you you're not interviewing, but you're gonna intro?
I'm gonna intro.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say who I am, how I know you.
Yeah.
Why I wanted you to be here.
Yes.
And like share your bio and Ashley's, and then let you all just talk.
We can do that.
Hello.
Hi. Good. How are you?
Good
to see you.
Christopher.
Nice to meet you, Arlan.
Hi.
Nice
The
to
Build
meet
and Tulsa
you.
team, both of us.
Build and Tulsa team. Great. That's awesome. So a lot of your people are here. That's great.
We're all in Tulsa.
I love it. I love it. Well, thank you for having me here.
Yeah, of course.
Appreciate
we're
it.
very excited. A lot of the founders are very excited. A lot of them have read your book. So
Yeah.
they're really excited.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you. Yeah. This is beautiful. It's a beautiful place.
Yeah. Is this like stop? What stop is this?
Third.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, we did New York and Philly this week, and we did Philly last night.
Oh wow, so you're on the run.
Yeah, we got up at 5 this morning, and well, actually 4 this time. It was 5 in Philly.
Yes, right.
Haven't stopped.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Kudos to you.
Thank you, but it's so worth it.
Yeah,
It's so worth it. I'm just I gotta get my energy back up.
Yes, got it. Shoot, you need some coffee? I feel like
Nah, we're good. I'll be okay in a minute.
Okay.
There's nothing like having something that's brick and mortar, something that you can walk into and see, touch and feel. There's something very special about that. I know anytime I'm driving by something,
in my city and most other people's city, if I see it for lease or for sale on a retail location, I don't know, maybe the last 25 years, I have wanted to just pull over and see what that's about. I wanted something physical for so long. I didn't know exactly what though. That's the thing. I wasn't just going to buy it or lease it for the sake of it. But being on this tour has me thinking bookstore. Because I love that you can always have it like books in, books out, change it up a little bit. And I have like so many books at home in my office, so many books, and I just love them. So we'll see. You never know. There's a white shuttle, and I looked over at the freeway, and I didn't even know what the world meant. What does that mean at 5? But I said, everybody is gonna know me, like know me, right? And I think that meant my message. Hopefully, what that meant. The reason that I believe so much in myself is that I believe so much in you all. Like, I think we're all created equal. I think that's why I don't like when people shrink themselves. I think you're no better than anybody, but you're certainly no lower or worse than anybody else. So I believe that if you look at it like somebody left an inheritance, right? And everybody's going to listen for the will. Usually you see like rich families do that. All of us have had that with this country. We were left behind by our ancestors. We were left behind a piece of this country. It belongs to us. We have an equal right to it. And so many of us are not stepping up to claim it. So I'm just here waving my hands like, y'all, like, you gonna come get you one? You know, you're missing this. And what happens is, another thing that happens, people get a little bit. We get a little bit because we haven't had much. And I'm not saying all of us like that. I know some in here are doctors and lawyers and everything else, but sometimes we'll get something and we go in the corner and we hold on tight to it because we don't want to drop it. It's not that we don't want anybody else to have it, but we just don't want to drop ours. But what's happening is, if we were just to look over our shoulder, we would see all the abundance over here. And we're over in this corner saying, oh, we made it. There's so much more. For half of you, this will be a nice evening and you'll go back to your life. And for the other half of you, you'll say, wait a second, I think I've been asleep a little bit.
If you had to start over tomorrow, get back to where you are now, when you step in, what would you do?
Yeah, I don't tend to have regrets. So, no regrets. Anybody know what I'm talking about? I don't tend to have regrets. So I honestly don't think I would change what I did. If this is a magical land where I can change anything, I would change what other people did along the way and how things happened. But I think I did the best I could. There is something like very tangible that I probably would do, is I would have stopped drinking sooner. So I'm sober for 6 years, and yeah, thank you, 6.5. And I drank since I was 21 and for 15 years, and so I think that would have helped a little bit. Hi, how are you?
I'm Brandon.
Hey, Brandon.
I've heard you a couple of times, and I also love Purple Sleepers.
Yes!
I figured we would definitely have some synergy around that.
Love that. Oh, thank you.
I'm taking this selfie without my husband because I plan to be on your podcast someday.
Okay.
And I'm going to use this selfie when
Yes.
that time
What's
comes.
your name so we remember?
I'm Cindy McGee.
One of my favorite people in Tulsa.
Okay. So you're Cynthia. You're going to be on the podcast. Cindy.
Yes.
You'll be on the podcast.
I'm going to be on the podcast.
You're going to be at Your First Million Live, walking across the stage, having made their first million.
Yes.
Yes.
That's
Got
going to
it.
be me.
Got it. Love it.
Okay, so my question was, of all the pioneers in Black Wall Street, which one's story resonates with you the most?
You know, I don't know enough to answer that question.
That's why I had that question, because you have Edwin P. McCabe energy or O.W. Gurley energy. And I would love to give you a tour of Black
podcast.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Of course.
Thank you for coming here. I'm so
Yeah,
honored.
thank you so
honored.
much.
And thank you for answering my question.
Of course.
Overflow wise, you gave more than I even had.
Yes.
That's my name.
Okay. Thank you so
You
much.
should have that for sale.
Oh, we will.
Okay.
We will. We're gonna do the tour first, and then we'll
Okay.
make it happen. But appreciate it. Hi, how you doing? How you doing?
You answered one question too?
You can try.
Okay, so the question I was going to ask is that I know you were talking about just kind of the attack on diversity, and I have a brand that focuses on female entrepreneurs, and sometimes I kind of think about just focusing on women because I know there's kind of an attack on diversity in women. And do you think that's necessary, or do you kind of, what do you see what's going to happen with that? Should I be considering it, or?
I think you should consider both. You consider both. One is you know that there are going to be women who need what you have, and so if it's like a business decision, it all has to be a business decision. So if it's like, I think I'll generate more, have more customers because women will know where to find me, and I'll be able to help them, and then repeat that over and over again. Then I'll do that. Or you could say, as a woman, I'm just going to be successful, and that'll show them. So you have to make the decision based on, don't base it on what you think it should be, like what people want you to do. Base it on which one gives you the most unfair advantage. Which one gets you the most leverage. And that's your decision. That's it.
That makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
So my friend, we were already coming to your event in April.
Oh, really?
And she messaged me and told me you were coming.
That's right.
I was like, oh, we have to go.
Oh, that's amazing. Tell me your name.
Crystal Berry.
I can't wait to see you there.
Yes, I'm
That's going to
excited.
be so exciting.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for
Thank
coming out to
you.
this. I'll
I
see you in
look forward
April.
to April.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see you. Hi, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Tell me where we met.
At Janine's backstage in Detroit.
Oh,
Yeah, my
really?
sister's home as well.
Oh, my goodness. Janine in the building. Janine, Detroit. I remember that night.
Yeah,
I remember that night. Yeah.
That's right, bought my purple boots for you.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I love it. I love that. And the bow tie. Yeah. Thank you so much. Remind me of your name again?
Piwa.
Good?
Piwa.
Piwa. Yeah, thank you. Are we in the picture? Oh, yeah, great. What is divs? Like, is that like coding?
Yeah, coding.
Oh, okay. And we have you have a book?
Yeah, I don't have a book.
Okay. How you doing?
Pretty good. I'm
What?
actually part of your book team.
Oh, amazing. Thank you for coming. Tell me your name again.
Cameron Curry.
Cameron, thank you for coming out. I appreciate it. Are we doing a picture?
Yeah.
Okay, great. It's great to meet you in person.
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks for coming out. Appreciate
I
it.
need to reach out to you because I got a podcast as well.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Write to team at Arlan was here. Team at Arlan was here.
Okay.
That email that we use? Yeah. Thank you. Hi. How are you doing?
Khadijah.
How's it going?
Good. I want you to remember me. I
Okay.
don't have a business.
Okay.
But I comment on your stuff for years.
Okay.
On Instagram. Like
Oh,
Khadijah. I'm always in your comments.
I love that. I appreciate that.
My name is Abba. I'm a friend of Anissa, and
Yeah.
I was on your group.
Book
thing.
launch team?
No,
Or
you had a discount kind of thing
bump sale?
till November, and for 100 for like, which was free
Yes.
till November, and I was on there.
Oh.
And it was just really cool to like
Oh,
just be here.
good.
And I'm not gonna cry. But
Oh,
it's enough.
thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. And you smell good. Girl, you smell like
fancy myself.
Yeah, like fall.
I will say, there was a time where I do want to start a fund.
Yeah.
I almost gave up on it.
You gave up. Say it again.
I almost gave up on it because life is so hard. But I need to be here to hear this. And I'm actually going to redo my thesis and get some things together.
Yes. This is the moment. Remember I said earlier, we gotta wake up. We've been sleeping a little bit.
Yeah.
You're awake now. It's good. You probably weren't supposed to do it before because you didn't have the right calibration. Now you're gonna be more focused, more aimed at where you're supposed to be. A black woman asked me, how are you so successful in navigating white spaces?
And I said, I don't navigate white spaces. They're not white spaces to me. They're my space. They're our space. I actually got my makeup done at 8 a.m. today. 8 a.m. today because something impromptu happened where I needed to be in the room for something for one of the companies that I've co-founded that I have not announced yet. And we found out, my co-founder let me know that there's going to be somebody speaking at 9 a.m. that I needed to be. We all felt I needed to be in the room. And I posted today this Mark Cuban, Elon Musk video. I posted about 3 hours ago because Elon Musk called Mark Cuban a racist, which is really stupid, but he meant racist against like white people, which is even dumber. And I posted three hours ago. It has 37,000 views on Instagram, and it's across all of my platforms. It has Mark Cuban why he invested $6 million into my fund when he does not like to invest in other people's funds. 2,500 likes on Instagram, which only really means that you put things out there and then you use the data that you see in your numbers, like Instagram, YouTube, all of these, TikTok, they all give you the data. They tell you how many people watched it, how many people liked it, how many people rewatched it, which is a good metric too. And you take that and just as one more data point to say, okay, this audience and audiences like it react and want this type of information or want this type of content. And what I learned from a Twitter poll that I did recently is that I asked people of the four following, what do they get from me or learn from me the most? And they said, I had the options of how to invest, how to get investment, how to generate revenue, or why diversity is important. And I talk about all four of those things all the time, but it was interesting to see the number one was why diversity is important. The number two was how to generate revenue. The investment side of what I do was the back burner. And I love that. I'm so happy that I saw that because although I've invested in more than 200 companies, I don't consider myself an investor first. I consider myself an entrepreneur first. And I consider myself a key maker first. So if I'm already helping people generate revenue, which I hear about every single day, people tell me that I do, then my plan and my goal to help create 1,000 new millionaires over the next decade, you really have to understand that it's coming from how to empower people to generate their own revenue. It's not going to come from how do I teach 1,000 people how to raise capital from outside investors. So you can always have a little bit of both going, of course, and there's a nuance to it and there's depth to it, and that's what I talk about in my other YouTube videos and things of that nature, and my books, really, and my courses, but it was really great information. And then you have that survey that says that the most thing I teach is the importance of diversity. And then you have a video that gets more than 30,000 views in 3 hours on Instagram alone that talks about diversity and talks about it from a perspective that nobody else has. Nobody else has invested in 200 companies, has been invested in by Mark Cuban, has started this company while homeless, etc. So you take those two things and it's really interesting that it's just proven out that way. Now to give you reference, normally I'll get anywhere from 2,000 to 10,000 views on a video, on a given Instagram video. Sometimes it's been as much as 100,000, but it kind of varies. So I take that information that I just learned minutes ago while in my hotel room, and I think through and strategize, okay, how do I take that and remain authentic, because I don't want to just do clickbait or things that are just trendy. I have no interest in that. But how do I take the things that I know about and care about and react to them and comment on them? Because it's obvious that some people, not all, but some people want to hear my opinions. So how do I take that, choose the right topics, grow the platform so that more and more people can hear the message? If they hear the short message, many of them will convert to listen to the longer message. And the longer message is where you learn how to generate revenue and you learn how to become a millionaire. And you're one of my 1,000 new millionaires. A cab driver dropped the bag I asked the cab driver if he would wait on us for 20 minutes while we run in here because I didn't want to have to wait to find an Uber or find another cab out here because it's a little isolated. And he told me, he's like, oh, it's too expensive for you. It's too expensive for you. And I said, how much? And he said, I said, for 20 minutes, how long would it cost just to wait? He said, $30. And I was like, okay. Because to me, it's worth $30 to do what I got to do because time is money. And he's like, oh, it's too expensive for you. So he wouldn't do it because it was too expensive for me. He dropped the bag. He lost the bag because he was trying to get into my bank account. Y'all, don't count yourselves out like that. Don't sabotage yourself. Let me be the one to say I can't. That's too expensive, right? You never know what your customer has. You never know what resources your customer has, and if they can't pay, don't force them to pay. Don't try to bamboozle them, but don't be the person that lowballs you, right? And especially if somebody offers you money. If someone offers you money to be just a little bit better, please say yes.
Worked for like the Air Force, Raytheon, Lockheed, and then I went overseas as a radar system engineer. So,
wow,
yeah, I lived in Japan,
amazing.
Taiwan, and South Korea. Yeah, so
that's incredible.
25 to 29.
That's incredible.
Yeah,
that's the face of tech right there.
All your stuff
Oh,
for so
thank
many
you.
years.
Thank
My
you.
name is Dimple,
Nice
and I love your
nice to meet
story
you.
and all the different things you've done.
Thank you so much.
I wanted to, just say hello. So,
Oh.
actually, can we do a picture?
Yeah, of course. Yes. I'm speaking at 3. That address?
It's Rise Up Crowdfunding.
Rise Up Crowdfunding. And your name one more time.
Ruth Hedges.
Ruth Hedges. We will check it out. We'll make sure our audience checks it out.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you and have a good
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna see what time it is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I should go over there and say something to him.
I wanted to get a copy of your book. I didn't get it, and I wanted. No, you don't have to give me one. Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Thank you so much.
Yeah. Catch me afterward. I'll sign it. Yeah.
When they are not the Gen Pop.
Oh yeah. Well, someone asked me, a black woman asked me, how are you so successful in navigating white spaces? And I said, I don't navigate white spaces. They're not white spaces to me. They're my space. They're our space, right? So I would say if you're the minority or, not the dominant population, as you say, you have just as much right to be here as anybody else. You have just as much inheritance of this country, of this world as anyone else. You're equal, you're not better, you're not worse, but you're certainly not worse. Second thing is, I'm on a mission to eradicate imposter syndrome in women, and I'm also on a mission to instill entitlement in black women. It's been so long we don't have entitlement. I want black women specifically to have the entitlement of most of the white men I've interacted with here at CES, who will step over me, who will push against me, who will walk up to me literally and say, in my experience, you know things. I don't know what, yes. You know where things are. Where is ... If looks could kill, they might have just. And to tie it all together, the reason I want to do all of this is because we don't have time for imposter syndrome. We don't have time for any of that. The world is going to set up roadblocks for us, and for us to be the ones who say we can't do something, I don't care if you're a man, a woman, for us to be the ones who say that we can't do something, we're not supposed to be in the room, we're not allowed to be here, this is self-sabotage. I'll say this, and some people may walk out. Donald Trump was the president of the United States and may be once again. You can be the VP of programming or any VP anywhere on any planet, because that is true.
Hi, I'm very good. I work with Alejandra Valdez from Amazon's Founders Table. Okay. So we did a brain with her, and she told me so much about you. She loves you and appreciates you.
Yeah, we love that. Yeah, I love Amazon. We did 2 filmings.
Yeah, that's
great.
what she told me.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I just hear you. I'm like, oh my God.
Thank you.
You're so powerful speaking.
Thank you so much. What's your name?
Crystal.
Nice to meet you.
Can I take a picture?
Yeah, we just have to go this way because they keep picking us this way. Hi, good to see you.
This is like so far. 10 minutes late.
Oh, it's all good.
Well, maybe.
Okay, I'm going to take a picture here.
Ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, wait.
Oh, she wants the picture.
Yeah. I'm Amanda Henry. I'm based out of Los Angeles. I am the VP of Brand Partnerships at Therabody, a company that my husband founded. He is the inventor of the Theragun.
Theragun.
Yes.
Anybody who's been on Instagram knows what a Theragun is. Y'all know what the Theragun is? That thing that goes.
Yeah.
That thing that's like does the muscles. What? Yes. Her husband founded it.
Yeah.
And they have other products too. And she what is your title there?
VP of Brand Partnerships.
VP of Brand Partnerships there, and that's her family's company.
It's been an incredible journey. It's an incredible company. Obviously, we've grown so much in the past years. He's created the first one in 2008.
Yeah.
He's a chiropractor by trade and got into a motorcycle accident. Was looking for something in the market to treat his injury, and the only options at the time were surgery or opiates. And that was not, he knew there was another solution out there, but there wasn't. So he made one.
Yeah.
To treat his soft tissue pain, and really had no intention of selling it or doing anything with it. Rehabbed himself, put it away, thought somebody for sure has made this or something like this. No one did. He had a patient come into his practice with a similar injury, and that was the first time he thought about doing it on somebody else, using it on somebody else. He used it on him, it worked, and at that point he's like, I gotta figure this out. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
Fast forward years later in 2016, he met his business partner. They officially started the company, which was awesome. I had my own company at the time. I had a company fostering female-run and led business.
So we were on the same track.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I had to make a decision. Do I leave my company and invest in this one and really have a chance to kind of create a white space? And I took the gamble. I joined the team, and I had a really tall task of really helping consumers understand why they needed to buy a $600 Theragun versus a $10 foam roller.
Yeah. Anything about, is any of the revenue public? Any of the numbers public?
They're public. They're public. We just did Series A last year.
Okay.
And we raised a really awesome round. So.
This is exciting. That's very cool. I love that. I just love that story.
Thank you. That's awesome. And I love what you're doing. I mean, you're honestly an inspiration for a generation.
Oh,
thank you. Your work is awesome.
I appreciate that.
It's good to meet you in person.
You too.
Love all the success. Your story is incredible. So very inspirational. Is it okay if we take a picture together?
Of course.
Yay! Here we go.
Thanks very much.
Show me some of that Spanish dancing. Ask me about Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, yes. Yeah, this uses this to help me believe in anything.
Don't get too much of it because I don't like it. It's like iRobot. It's gonna attack me. Look at that. It's like eyeing me. It's a very dangerous road. No, it's cool. I don't want to spread fear unnecessarily. Although I do think at any moment it's going to attack me.
My name is Jenna Smith. I am a VC analyst at Advantage. We invest at the early stages between sports and technology. And so when I was in the Master's of Sports Management program at Columbia, essentially our professor Grant Sun introduced Arlan Hamilton's story, learning a little bit more about kind of her trajectory in the industry, which inspired me to get into VC. So it's truly an opportunity to be able to meet her and connect with her today.
That's so cool. I love that. Thank you all. Anyone who is a professor using the Harvard Business case study at your school, this is the result of it. She's now in venture. That's amazing. 2 years in. 2 years in. I love that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Are you Claire? What? Claire from high school. Do a lot of these with your wife?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I bet. Oh, I bet. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah. Yeah, my wife can't be here. She's going to be here tomorrow, though, for LA. She rarely is able to, because she doesn't travel unless she's going back to Germany. So she'll be in the building tomorrow.
Get started.
Yeah.
Anything that we should not talk about at all?
Nope, nothing's off limits.
Okay, cool. And then the obvious. Anything that we need to make sure we talk about besides the book?
I'll come out to my mother today. I'm ready. I'm kidding. That's great. Did you not know if I was kidding?
Well, I was gonna say because we're always evolving.
That's true.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
We-
I might have missed that.
We had the conversation. I'm 43. We had the conversation at 16, and she's here.
Tell me now, 'cause that was.
Oh, okay, great. Oh, I didn't tell you the conversation what it was. There's still a story to it. There's still a lovely story to it.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Well, I think we're gonna have a lot of fun, and thank you so much for the book.
Yeah.
I feel like $1 million.
Oh.
I asked my wife today, do I look like $1 million? She said, "You look out of this world."
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
No, it was great. It was great. I'm gonna hold on to it forever and share it with my
Your peeps.
everybody.
Yeah, thank you. That means a lot to me.
Cool.
Room, and I covered the screen with my arms, and we have a very, even back then, like a sort of an adult kind of banter. And she said, "Why are you covering your screen?" And I said, "Oh, I don't want you to see that I'm pregnant." You know, just silly stuff. And she said, "What I know about you, you're not getting pregnant anytime soon." And I said, and I just froze because, and then she started looking around my room with drama, dramatically, looking around at the walls and looking around. And I said, "What are you looking for?" And she said, "Your Ellen DeGeneres poster." And at this point, not one thought in my mind up until this point thought that she knew or had any inclination, because I barely knew, right? And at the same time, my mom at the time was religious, and it was considered a sin to be gay. So it was kind of confounding, but it was also like, I thought, in my 16-year-old brain, I thought, oh, I'm going to be kicked out later today. I got to get ready to be kicked out of my home. And so I was like panicking. And then later that day, she came back from work, we talked about it, and she said, I said, "Are you mad at me? Are you what?" She said, "I was just trying to get you to say it. I've known. I'm just trying to get you to say it." And from that moment on, it's been nothing but support. And I think at 22 or 23, she calls me. I'm living in California at the time, and I had started selling "I'd Go Gay for Angelina" shirts. And you could put your own name at the end of it, like you could say "I'd Go Gay for" customized. And again, this is like early e-commerce. And she calls me, and I tell her I'm doing that because I want to warn her so that she doesn't see it somewhere else, because she's still like, you want to be respectful. So I told her, and she goes, "What does that mean, I'd go gay for?" And I explained a little bit what that meant. "Oh, you're straight, but there's someone that you think is, cute, and you'd go gay for." She goes, "Ah," and she paused, and I thought, oh, here we go. Now she's going to realize that I'm gay, and again, it's going to really hit her. She goes, "Make one for me that says, 'I'd go gay for Oprah.'" So I was like, "You're cool. Oh, thank you.
Arlan, even though I'm in a whole different industry, I'm in hospitality, I don't know if you remember, but you really helped me and encouraged me as being an underestimated person in my industry to request and charge what I want to charge, what I deserve as a speaker, which in turn made me able to charge more for my weddings. And I've also sponsored another wedding planner of color to go to a conference.
Wow.
So even though it's not like $1 million, but still, you've inspired me so much.
Yes.
So,
Tell me your name
much.
again.
Shonda.
Shonda, that is so cool. Thank you for
have
telling me
really
that.
inspired me
Thank you
so
for
much.
telling me that. Thank you. Oh, amazing. Thank you for being here.
Oh, well, no. Thanks for sharing your knowledge.
Yeah.
I first time saw you at the startup grind,
Yeah.
2018, I think it
Yeah,
was,
yeah.
and I was like so inspired. You're so inspired. So I appreciate everything that you do for everyone in the underrepresented communities and whatnot. So,
Thank you. I appreciate that. Tell me your name again.
Brad.
Brad, thanks for coming out.
So nice meeting you.
It's such an inspiration to me.
Thank you so much. What's your name?
Kita.
What's that?
Kita.
Kita.
Yeah.
Cool. I like that.
Yeah. Not just love your story, but also I think a lot of people talk about impact. I think you made so much demonstrable impact, such big impact. So
thank you.
I hope that I can make as much impact in our community as you have.
Thank you so much for saying that.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
I have one question for you.
Okay.
Just quick. I'm in a community of 40 black men.
Yes.
It's called a Black Executive Men.
Yes.
And you're our book club book for
Really?
this month.
Wow.
And I was wondering, what would it take to have you spend like 20 minutes or 30 minutes on the call with us?
Is it Zoom?
It could be Zoom. It could be just a conference call.
Yeah, Melanie, right here with this coat here.
Okay.
She's my COO. She can get you booked.
Okay.
She can get it booked.
Great.
Tell her I want that to happen.
Great. Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
thank you.
Have a great night.
Thank you too. Hey! How you doing? Yeah.
I don't actually have a book to sign because I'm doing it on Audible.
Okay,
We
fair.
brought you your T-shirt.
Oh, yeah!
So we're super excited. And a couple
Oh,
of
yes. Yes. Blackfulness. Hey.
Yes.
Wonderful. Oh, got all kinds of stuff. Oh.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yes, for bringing all the
Thank
magic.
you. Yeah.
Yes, we're super excited.
Excellent.
And we're so grateful. I just started on Audible, so let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah, Audible too. So
Let's go. Let's go.
We're already in the house for April.
Love it. April.
We'll be there. Yes.
Your first million live. I love it. Good to see you. Thank you.
I was in Mary Grace's book club in
Oh,
December.
oh yeah, cool.
So you encouraged us to join Arlan's Academy, so I'm in there.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
I love all of this. That's great. That's great.
Hopefully we will be there in April also.
I would love that.
Yeah.
What's
So
y'all's names?
My name's Noelia, my husband.
I'm Ed.
Nice to meet you.
We're digital strategist, content producers.
Okay, yeah.
And so we're leading a workshop on Saturday for our brother-in-law who has a business, so we bought him a book too.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
And if you do the live code,
Yeah.
it's a big discount. And then also I have payment plans. And then also, it's a great train trip. Great road trip. Down there. I hope, yeah, that's what you like, TLC. Good, you're there, but TLC's better.
Yeah.
Watch these videos I'm doing on YouTube. We kind of switch things up a little bit. I'm talking to entrepreneurs. Instead of just talking to millionaires, I'm talking to entrepreneurs, giving them advice. And the ones we started putting out on your First Million in January, they're for you all.
You are such light.
Oh, thank
Seriously.
you. Thank you.
I didn't know what I was exactly coming here for.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Really a wow. So
Thank you.
keep it going, okay?
Thanks so much. I appreciate you. What's your name?
Kristen.
Kristen, it's great to meet you.
You as well.
I appreciate you.
Care, okay?
Thank you, I will.
Nice to see you.
It's so great to see you.
You are in town.
Nasheen and Ricky, my speaking agents. We've known each other for a long time. Ricky might say it's too long.
No way, not long enough. Who would have thought from the first interaction that we would still be doing what we're doing? I'm just serious. Because we just started Gravity.
Oh, you had just started?
2018 we started.
I didn't know you started then.
Yeah.
I didn't know you just started.
Just started.
I don't know if you remember.
I don't think you knew that.
I remember our first interaction. I remember our first interaction. You survived that. You survived
Because
that.
of me?
Oh yeah? Oh yeah.
I got off
Yeah.
the phone and I was like,
I went off on him.
I was like,
I was
I
like,
got off the phone
no.
too. I was like, who is
Yeah, who does she think she is? I rue the day. No, but it was just like, you know what? It worked out, and I got more information, you got more information, and we made it work, and now we're one big happy family.
We really thank you for all of the doors that you've opened.
Oh, thank
I don't think you
you.
realize that. We started in 2018, so really building they will come, and it really like how you felt it was a calling. This was a calling for us.
Yeah.
So I'm here because I love Arlan and her work, but I actually knew Arlan when I was in middle school. We were on yearbook staff together, and we lived at the same apartment complex when we were, I guess, young adults, maybe just kids, like 12. And a memory that I have is always seeing her and Rook leaving their apartment, and he would always stop her before they walked out into the parking lot. And I just remember seeing that as a really caring motion, and I love seeing that he's here today. It's really beautiful.
Hello. Are you Claire?
I am Claire.
What? Claire from high school. Claire
Junior
from
high yearbook staff.
You're taller than I remember.
I am. I actually
Holy cow.
totally hit puberty late.
Oh my gosh. I'm tripping out.
I'm losing my mind right now.
I'm tripping out.
Yeah.
Let me talk to other people. Can you stay for a little bit?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, stay for a little bit.
got up with your mom.
Oh, great. That's amazing. I mean, I can. So you're good. You good for a few minutes?
Later. Do them first.
Perfect. Hello.
That's why I wear tennis shoes now. You're standing all day.
Yeah. Oh yeah. How's it going? And so we're good on all across them all. We're not at a red point of any of them being like sold out. Because what you want to do, obviously, premium, you want it to be a certain thing. And then, but they said on the site the first 2 to 5 rows of the orchestra, because there's the pit and then there's the orchestra. And then the other ones say 5 to 20, and then there's more for general admission plus. And then general admission itself would be mezzanine and loge if we end up opening that beyond 4,300 seats.
How are you doing? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Those are cute.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm doing good. Yeah. Doing good. I have an office next to work here.
Oh, perfect.
I started a foundation.
Yeah.
I've done some things that are just different outside of what you typically know me for.
Yeah. Are you happy to feel doing projects?
I don't know. You know, it's acting has always been an extension of who I am, right? And so an expression. So there's lots of ways to express.
Yeah. Okay.
And I feel I've expressed myself quite a bit in that area, and I'm just looking for some other ways to allow the things within to come.
Yeah.
I wrote a book as well.
Oh, what's it called?
The Game of Life and How to Slay It. 2 new things.
Great.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We all need to be able to fish, because we all need to be able to, at the drop of a dime, I need 10,000, whether it's to pay the bills, something came up, or it's simply to go on a fabulous vacation. I need to be able to generate that legally, ethically, and quickly, because I want to. And I'll tell you why. Because I've been in these rooms with wealthy people, the abundance of wealthy people. On a drop of a dime, they will spend what some of us make in a year on the most frivolous things, and they're living their best life and they're moving on. And we are still, should I do this, or is it okay? We're still battling imposter syndrome, some of us, and we're playing on a different game board than they're playing on, and they know it. And they're like, good, more for us over here. So we're doing all these things that are against self-sabotage and limiting beliefs and all of that. We're not even on the right game board. So we all in this room, every single one of us in this room, in 2 years, if you're not already, could be a millionaire. Or well on your way. Could be. And if you're someone who's like, I don't want a million, I don't need a million, do it just because you can, and then give it away. And then give it away. It's your money. You can spend it on whatever you want, right? But do it just because you can, because there are a group of people who are doing it just because they can. Right. And we need the power, control, all the things collectively that we can do with it. Good to see you. How you doing? You too.
Good.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you.
I talk about manifesting. The end of last year, beginning of this year, I said I am going to make my first million this year. Then the Birdhouse did this.
Yeah. Yeah.
I bought your ticket immediately.
Wow.
To come see you, and I started your book today. My book was delivered to my house today.
Wow.
And I said, I'm coming.
Oh, I love
if
that.
you wouldn't mind putting to Samantha, I'll see you when you make your first million.
Okay.
I can imagine you also ready.
Hey, what's your name?
Justice.
Justice, love that. You know, Janet's my favorite. She played Justice in Poetic Justice.
You know that's how I got my name?
Is it?
Yes.
Wait, when did it come out?
So, no, I'm not that young. But in high school, my friend was like, oh, you remind me of Janet Jackson in Poetic Justice. And we probably just like,
Oh, are you a poet?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
But I was in a African American history class, and I was really
It's
into
very,
it. So
yeah.
I think, like, that militant energy there, inspired by.
I love that. Yeah, that's Janet. the introduction talks about Janet. That's the first thing I talk about.
Very cool.
Yeah. Okay, what perfume is this?
That I wear?
Yeah.
All that and more?
All that and more.
Yes, I have a
It is all that and more.
I have a women's clothing boutique. I'll give you my card.
Okay, is this your perfume or someone else? This is your perfume that you created?
Yeah. No, someone made it for me.
And then?
But I'm saying it's your scent? It's your brand?
Yes.
This smells amazing.
Thank
all
you.
that and more.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to get the perfume. I collect perfume. How are you? It's good to see you.
You too. I'm not.
Oh, I love this. I love this. That's actually really cool. That is so pretty.
Thank you so much. I'm the one who was like, I'm going to get to LA some kind of way and have my Southwest once. I think you shared it on Instagram.
Yeah.
I was so excited to get here.
Yeah.
I just had a hard year.
I remember. So tell me about it a little bit.
So I created this platform called Take Your Privilege. I'm just tired.
You're tired.
Nothing left after
Where-
with all these white folks.
Yes.
Where? In the book. This is for you too.
Where are you? Like, where do you live? Oh, we were just in Vegas. So you're in Vegas. You're working on. You have this beautiful book. Let's definitely get this in there. Just a gorgeous book. Okay.
So I'm just at rock bottom.
Why is it rock bottom?
I need a break from this to kind of find myself again. Because you kind of get lost educating white folks on their racism and privilege.
Yeah. So we're gonna get you out of that. Like you gotta get this different. Because you've done.
I wanna
You've
be
done
just
your
the
deal.
founder, right? So
Yes.
Someone else can go with it. So I just need to.
You know
get
what I'd
back
love to talk to is
myself.
Danielle Leslie. Do we have Is Danielle? I saw her. I don't know if she left. I want you to talk to Danielle. I think she might be someone interesting just to have a conversation with.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So I saw this one coming out, so I got It's About Damn Time. And then when I read that part about privilege, I was like, oh my God, I have to meet Arlan.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on privilege, how we all have it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So you've been in this book.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I try to read one book a week, but I'm gonna.
Well, I'll take this one. Thank you. I did sign it. So thank you so much. Of course. I think you might be experiencing burnout.
Yeah.
And so I think it's so on the surface, right? It's just there. And this is called Heal Your Way Forward.
That's my podcast. I'm trying to
Yeah.
get that back.
Yeah. So I think you need like a sabbatical.
I would love to take a sabbatical.
I think there's a way. You know, even turn the sabbatical into the company.
Oh, I had this vision for something called the Reparative Future Fund, reparations as an act of, investment.
Yeah. So my thought on this is it's less about, I just think that you could document your sabbatical from the moment of now. It can represent so much to so many people that turns into something you can monetize.
Okay.
What's called, hi Danielle, how are you? Can I have you? So I just wanted you all to talk just for a moment. If you had a moment.
Absolutely.
She has this book and it's some heavy stuff. And I just wanted, if you could pour into her a little bit. Just conversation. Yes, that's all.
Absolutely.
Is it okay?
That's okay.
Okay. Yes. I'm going to keep this. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So grateful to have you on the team. I'm feeling so inspired this week. Fired up for 24.
Awesome.
Let's do this. So I'm like,
Yeah. You got a great team of advisors.
I know. Starring this one.
It's good stuff.
Yeah. No, they all love you. It's very just such an energizing way to start the year. I had a really hard holiday. My cat passed away. It was just but I felt really good after the meeting, and this whole week we've just been grinding. So thank you for always being so inspiring.
Yeah. Say what your company is.
My company is Gritty and Pink, and we are building a global destination to hire female freelancers, starting with the music industry in pink.com, backed by Live Nation, and Arlan Hamilton, strategic advisor.
I feel like I know you. Do I know?
I'm on your stuff. I'm
Oh,
always
okay.
commenting.
Oh,
and
okay. How you doing?
And that's my husband.
How you doing?
He was written inspired on the chance that he could also sign this first book because
Yes, of course.
this was very life-changing for me.
Of course.
Basically, after my dad died, I came across this book, and it was really difficult for me to handle it the second way. Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
what happened was through this book, I realized that I can build a business to teach people of color how to handle their estate plans and how to do that. And I haven't given up. And you really put me out of a tough time, and you made me believe in myself. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy you're here.
Yeah.
I'm so happy you're here.
Me too.
And I'm glad I wrote this book.
Yeah.
Because of this, you know?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice
So
to
nice
see
to meet
you.
you.
You
I was
too.
just checking. It's About Damn Time was like the 6th book I read during quarantine.
Oh, nice.
So thank you so much. It sparked it. I released like corporate. I'm in my full entrepreneurship.
Love
and
it. Love
I'm
it.
excited to get this, and I'll see you in 3 years
Yeah.
to sign and I tell you that I
That's
made
what
my
I'm talking
million.
about. That's what I'm talking about. I
Yes.
love that. And I just believe it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just know it. That's
It's a
great.
non-starter. It's
Yeah,
happening.
yeah.
So put in the work.
It's gone.
So
It's great.
Thank you. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank
We're watching
you.
and it's resonating.
Thank you.
Hey!
Hey!
My last name's Hamilton.
Wait a second. So what town are y'all from?
Louisiana. Stop.
Okay,
Exactly.
no, my dad's from Alabama, but you really favor my dad's side of the family.
I was thinking, I was like, your face.
You really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you an LA person?
No, Dallas.
Okay.
And my mom's from Mississippi.
Oh, okay.
So we were in.
Okay, so we were like.
But it's my dad's side.
That's like your
It's my
dad's
dad's side is
side.
Hamilton.
Exactly, yeah.
So your family goes back to Louisiana?
Yeah. They're from an area near Baton Rouge called St. Francisville.
Okay. This is trippy.
I know, right?
Okay.
I had to come over here and say something to you.
Okay.
Because I was a junior at UNC.
Yeah.
And I was in entrepreneurship. And we had VCs coming to our class. There was a white man that came, a managing partner at a VC firm, and I asked him, have you ever thought about investing and having only like a black and brown fund? He gave me this runaround answer, and a week later, Brittany Davis from Backstage Capital came. Thank you for your vision. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Because I am now working for Kim Lewis at Curl Mix. Because I went to Backstage Capital. I looked up your fund. I looked at the people that you were working with, and I just trusted you. I was like, if you're working with them, then they're a good bet.
Marble. White. Blue. Aviator. Yeah, we're gonna actually have some more here. So we need 7, 8 more. Just anything like this that's out. Just a mixture. So if you take them out of that, yeah, exactly. Thank you.
I've been following your work for a while, quite a few years. I'm a member of Tech Ladies, and I first found out about you through there. So I've been there for the last 5 years. And I came to the conference specifically to meet you.
Wow. Well, here we are, first day.
Here we are. And she made me come up and talk with you.
Good.
She very nervous. I was like, go say hello. Yeah. Having a panic attack right now.
It's okay, you're good. We just have a couple cameras, don't worry about it.
What's
your name?
I'm Tamu Grade.
Nice to meet you. Nice to Tell me that one more time.
Dede Tetsubayashi. Dr. Dede.
Dr.
Tetsubayashi.
Thank you for saying that.
Thank you.
Well, this is great. I'm so glad you're here. And on Friday, I'm speaking twice. And this is just already an amazing event, right? This is so beautiful. And then my mother has her glasses here.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
gracious.
goodness. Those are her glasses that she designed.
I need a pair.
Yeah, you can check them out and wear them in the mirror if you want. If you want to try them on.
Are they sunglasses or prescription?
So they're sunglasses, but you can get anything you want done to them either on your own or you can send them into our partner.
Right.
June.
Yes.
I was telling your mom how your mom reminds me of my mom.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. I know, and she got my favorite color right now. Purple.
Your favorite color?
Purple.
Purple.
You remember?
She has purple, 2 purple pair of glasses.
I'm gonna get them.
Yes.
I'm gonna get one.
You two look like Disney heroes. You do. Can you please film them? You both look like you're princes from like a Disney film. It's incredible. That's incredible. That's crazy.
I just think the way that you show up for your customer, you're saying something about who you see them as.
Yes.
And so the packaging, she's sweet. But the packaging, the fact that she's wearing them, the fact that she's colorful and so on, especially as an older woman, it means a lot. It's not.
And this is her. This is authentic. This is her every day.
That's why I asked her name, not you, because I know your name. I asked you what her name was because I want to refer to her because this is her brand.
I get it.
So it's beautiful. Love it.
Wonderful. You better go with it. Yes. Yes. That's French Riviera right there. Hey, we're loving it. We're loving it. Yeah. Yes. Done.
This is the first one I read.
I know. Done.
I have to try on everything.
Done. Let me tell you. Here. Go here. You like go here? Yes. They're beautiful.
Yours are cute.
What's ours? Yeah. I love all of them. Okay.
I mean, you can't lose. You literally can't.
These are so cute. Do you want to?
Because they are so fabulous.
You see how cute? Listen, you are so talented. This is fabulous.
So heading back for rehearsals at ROI. Also day 2 of Mom's Eyewear table. It's already a good vibe in here, so should be fun.
Here is a question, because some of them have some slides, which I gave them strict instructions that slides should be graphical and very minimal information for a pitch. They will be on the screen that says the Millionaire Summit, so that you guys can see them, and then you can probably get a little side view from there. Because they're LED, we can see it, so I just want to make sure you think that's comfortable enough, all right? Just to give you an
Do we have a
overview.
piece of paper, like on a clipboard, that we are able to take notes on?
That's what, I'm so glad you asked, because Kellen asked that same thing. And yes, we will have clipboard with
That's all we really need.
There will be a countdown clock on the left screen. Dre will come out right at 7 minutes.
I'm going all day. Who's gonna cut all this footage?
He edits it. He's already done it. He's already done it.
You're getting in years worth of footage, huh?
We release something twice a week, constantly. And that's just the documentary stuff. We have other types of content that we release on top of that. If you documented your stuff for a month and you posted consistently on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and LinkedIn, and it was like, Mondays and Thursdays or Sundays one time a week, you just doing it for 1 month for you, you would have, I don't want to go too far, but you would have an extremely different situation as far as opportunity, because you already have you already do the thing, even with smaller numbers watching, because it's such a deep experience.
No, I know I need to do it. Send me this clip, because when I start doing it, I'm gonna give you credit for pushing me. At the beginning of the year at ROI on this stage, in this moment, we are here. I'm gonna tap into your mic. We are here, and Arlan is telling me to do what I know I need to be doing.
If you wanted to go even 10x what I just said about you, if you were to sit down in your kitchen and have a moment with the camera and talk about this was happening in my life, I'm having, what we just talked about, half of that, which we just talked about off camera. Girl, you would have so many people who related to you and also who looked up to you, because they were like, she's doing all that and she has that going on. I have all that going on and I'm not doing that, but I could. It would just tap into something. So you just kind of find your lane and
you said it. I've been moving in the shadows
you've
for
been
a
moving
long
in the shadows,
time.
and it works for
Even
you.
when I moved here, do you know I found out that they say that they nicknamed me a nickname I didn't even know.
Which was?
The Harriet Tubman of Puerto Rico.
There you go.
Because I was the first.
Bringing everybody here.
I was the first black woman to move here. That's a founder that's young and in tech and all these kinds of things. I'm like, y'all be talking about me like this. I didn't even know.
I don't know if you care about having more people move here who are business. Like if you want to have, let's say it would be good for the ecosystem if 50 more people moved here who are women, who are black, who are Latina. If that would be good for the ecosystem. If that is the case, if you believe, okay, we need this, we need doctors, and we need entrepreneurs and this. Doing this for 3 months, you would feel it. It would be full because you would be very intentional of what you're saying. I really should be taking a break right now, but I can't. And so I'm trying to catch my breath internally. So we'll see what happens. Hey!
Welcome!
How you doing? Good to see you.
Oh my goodness, how are you?
Good.
You brought Mom?
Hi, how you doing?
And the whole fam's here?
Great. How's it been?
Good.
I know, and that's like last year as we did the entire Shark Tank right there.
Yeah, that's what
how it
Rachel
originated.
said that it inspired it.
No, that's super fun. I'm super excited. Before cameras, I guess, are already rolling with you, so
Yeah.
How are you?
Good.
Do you have time to catch up later?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. On the next book, and so I got a book deal for the second book. Both of them were a book deal, and on this one I was like, you know what? I want to help create 1,000 millionaires in the next decade, and this book is the kickoff.
You can do. I feel like you're already creating over 1,000.
Yeah, I want to do, so I hear people say I want to do 1,000, I want to do 1,000,000 millionaires.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is I want to really be the reason, like the kickoff point, and track it.
Ooh.
So to be able to look back and say that 1,000 millionaires started from the learnings and the book and the event that we're doing together, all of that, like we're going to track it, and people who reach that status will go across the stage each year at Your First Million Live.
That you have taken in your story, so it helps me.
Yeah.
So you're helping other people as well, not just people in that space that need
Well, this book is 90% about not taking venture capital.
Okay.
So it's about everybody else too.
Yes.
So that's what I'm most interested in and focused on.
Good, very
Yeah,
good.
I was in your session last year.
Oh, were you? So you saw when the woman pitched?
Yes.
So now we're doing the Schmilly Tank because of that.
Awesome.
That's why we're doing Schmilly Tank later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did you guys end up funding her?
We didn't fund her, but
Okay.
I did have a meeting with her, and I gave her a lot of my time, and both of them, and I think I convinced them to try to do more on their own without taking outside funding, so they can hold on to more ownership, which is what I really wanted her to do.
I wasn't processing to win on that day.
Yes.
And so I didn't prepare anything. I just was like, okay, Lord, if I win, just in prayer, he was like, well, your intro song says it all. So I was like, well, you know what? That's what I'll say if I win, Lord. And that's why I sung the song on the stage. And I was just like, oh, this is so perfect. But it caught me off guard in the best way.
Yes.
It was an amazing experience.
They're going to introduce Mom to Tabitha, so maybe Angel will too. So it's good she stayed right now.
Arlan, are you
Should be
okay
okay.
with sitting on this chair just because?
I'm happy to.
Since they're going to be commentating and everybody's that way, they're not like.
I'm just
blocking
checking the
over you?
chair.
Okay.
I have no problem standing wherever you want me. So what the reasoning is?
That way, since you're going to be introducing everybody, so they're not.
I'm going to be introducing everyone?
Yeah, you're going to be announced first, and then you'll be just introducing. Or we don't have a voice of God with everybody else's names, just with your name. So.
Okay, let's talk a little bit.
Introducing everybody?
I don't mind it. I just mind not being told that. Like
okay, I'm sorry.
I didn't know that was going to be the case.
Okay.
So kind of walk through it a little bit. Hey, get on the dance floor. Kit Kat and this and that.
So
Yeah, on the ones.
We can run it really quick before Shannon and Yadira get here.
Uh-huh.
Puedes poner
I mean,
el
this is like something like what, 4 names and I have to.
Arlan. El tercero. So we're gonna fade it smoother, and this is what you're gonna hear.
Arlan Hamilton.
So that's what you're gonna hear.
Great.
And then we'll play your intro song. Pon el energy. It'll be obviously smooth. We're just you'll give your intro.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I haven't been told any of this. So I'm told that I'm on a panel. I'm happy to do anything, but I wasn't told any of this. So I don't. So kind of take me through. Why am I moderating this panel?
We have you as moderator.
I can do it. It's not a problem. I can moderate in my sleep. It's just not to be told.
Like who connected with you about coming?
We'll talk about that later. So so we can get through it, right?
Yeah.
So tell me what I'm doing. What is the topic? Tips for achieving Schmilly status. Are there any directions you want me to go in? Because
I'm going off of that. Yeah.
and then also, can I have a list of names so I can see them there, but I can start pronouncing them? It's actually, the funny thing is like, it's really good to do this. And if I had known about it, I actually would have been excited to do it. It just threw me off for a second, but I want you to see that. Like, you know, I'm not all sunshine all the time. Over the initial shock of never knowing that.
I just
and
found
now
out that you didn't know.
Had no idea.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know where that miscommunication came from. It very well could have been on my side, but I don't think so because usually we have a conversation about it. I thought it was a panel, and we're all just on the panel. Well, the cool thing is, since my book is Your First Million, and we're talking about their first million and beyond, it's a natural conversation.
Absolutely.
So that's easy. Like that to me are simple.
Absolutely.
To me, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. It's all good. Yes, it's great to see you. I'd love for you to meet my mother. She adores you. Mrs. Sims.
I'm doing well.
These are her glasses at 74. I just want to give a shout out. My mother just met Tabitha. Yeah, my mother, she just met her and they had a moment. She fixed her earrings. It was really cute. And if you don't know, my mother, last year we were talking about her eyewear line. It had not been launched yet. It was a thing in the making. And I think everybody thought it was kind of cute and like, oh, that's really nice that you're going to have yes, Mrs. Sims, yes. Don't you know she has a whole table here with all 6 designs of her eyewear? A lot of it is like having the audacity of like a 30-year-old white man named Chad. Several of them I have in my venture groups. And, you know, they're not losing sleep. And I'm not saying every single white man. Come on, y'all. I'm saying Chad. Chad. But they're not losing sleep about a lot of this. And we don't want to emulate the mediocre, no matter who they are. We can also learn from them. And some of the stuff that we take on as women of color and women and non-binary, we take on so much that we really should not take on mentally for one reason or another. I did think it's like, there's so many people on the panel. Well, I get to talk. I got to talk. So much.
So inspirational. So you should do comedy also. Because you're funny and you hit all the points today. That was amazing.
Thank you so much.
You're natural and everything, like comedian.
Thank you. Thank you.
Led by emerging and underestimated managers. Y'all give it up for Arlan Hamilton. Each Schmilly will come out, pitch their business for 4 minutes to the judges, and then it's their chance to ask questions and give feedback.
I have never done live television. I recorded the talk that aired maybe an hour or 2 after I recorded it, and that was in front of a live studio audience. That was so much fun. I can't remember recording it. I have seen the replay of it. It goes by so fast. So I imagine that's what this is going to be like. Since this is live, you ever get that deer in the headlights, where you can start hearing yourself and echoes and you kind of like forget where you are feeling. That is the only thing that could take me down when it comes to live. So I'm going to try to stay really present. I'm not nervous. I think I'll get a little bit of excitement a couple minutes before I go on. But I'm not nervous, which I would have been a few years ago. Wouldn't have been able to do this at all a few years ago, at all, whatsoever. And so I have to get very focused. It's the same thing as if I'm going in front of a very large crowd to speak. It's the same kind of vibe. Oh, it says ABC up there. Thank you, Sunny. We'll be about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yes, hi.
Hi, I'm Erin.
Oh, it's great to see you.
Hi, how are you?
Did you
Nice to meet you.
Did you see Jessica outside?
Yes.
Because we might want to pull her in, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah, like make it
Can I ask you this too?
Yeah.
I have been told by a couple friends who are on the show that Tamron likes to change the questions last minute. Is that true? Okay. So just be prepared. Okay.
So honestly,
I mean, I would, right?
Honestly, though, whatever she asks you is going to be about you, so just go with it. But like I said, feel free to give full, complete answers and expand upon your answers.
Okay.
Hi, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I am April, the stage manager.
Nice to meet you.
Hello. Nice to meet you too. Welcome to the Tamron Hall Show. Someone's going to come up and mic you up in a little bit, okay?
That sounds good. Thank you.
Then like you end up scaling slower because when others are able to drop 10 million on a lab, I'm over here transforming a Harlan Brownstone into like this steampunk energy lab.
Yeah.
And you have to. So yeah.
Save it.
I know. What you're
Save it.
We can do that.
Totally fine. And then Arlan, I have a question for you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You said in an interview, I wake up every day thinking about ways of catalyzing other people. What was it about Jessica and her company that made you want to invest? However you want to answer that. And then the last question we have here is, Arlan, you say your goal is to create 1,000 millionaires. What are the next steps for you?
We were sharing a dressing room, and now they've moved her into a bigger dressing room by herself. So that's really backstage. When I say I'm backstage, and Jessica, our headliner, is front and center. I'm just joking mostly about that. Mostly.
Well, she's a venture capitalist, meaning she gives startups the funding they need in exchange for a stake in the company. And she invests in the underdogs, or as she says, people who are underestimated. She's also the author of the book, It's About Damn Time, and her latest book, Your First Million. Please welcome to the JFM, Arlan Hamilton. Arlan, I have to tell you, your story is absolutely incredible. I mean, it reads like a movie. I mean, I picture trading places with Eddie Murphy. It's like a movie, but it is your life.
Yes, it is. Yes, I can't believe it sometimes, but it came from a lot of hard work.
Yeah.
And a vision and seeing something people couldn't see at the time.
Here's a glimpse of Arlan's vision. Take a look.
My name is Arlan Hamilton. I'm the founder of Backstage Capital.
First of all, you're so unassuming. You're kind of blushing right now. I know your mom is in the audience sitting by. I guess I'm in the movie frame of mind because Nina was just on, but a lot of people think venture capitalists, they think the character that Leo DiCaprio played in Wall Street.
Yes.
Some cutthroat dude who's ready to win at all costs and not care about the underdog. You care because we are underdogs.
Yes, and that character is who I was up against and who I'm up against on a daily basis. But I thought if I am up against this, we all must be up against it. And there must be a way to break through. Right. And I knew that I could yell about it, I could talk about it. I'm very loud and proud. But if I were writing checks at the same time, people would listen.
Yeah, but...
Hi, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. It's great to see you.
You too. You too.
We were on Damon's show together,
Yes,
but we were
indeed.
not in person.
I know. I remember.
Yeah.
I've been following you.
Oh, I want you to meet Angel before we get started.
Okay.
Yeah. Come on in, Angel.
Hi. Hello. How you doing? I'm wonderful. How are you? Good. How are you?
So Angel's my sister-in-law. This is my brother.
Okay.
They work together, and then they also document me, so we'll tell them more about that. But she loves the show, loves your work, and I want to make sure that y'all saw each other.
Oh, that means a lot to me. You like my braids? I like your braids, girl.
I really believe that the very first thing you should think about is hiring a fractional, or you can call it part-time or contract, executive assistant type who can free up the CEO's time. And that you may be a solopreneur, just you, but can free up your time from the menial tasks and the minutia so that that CEO can do what they do best, which should be sales, maybe fundraising if you go that route, and customer service. So a lot of people, and I've studied this with a lot of companies, they'll spend 20 plus hours a week invoicing or talking to someone on the phone or doing things that, or like posting or doing things that, very important things, and I said menial, but probably the wrong phrasing. They're very important things, but they're tedious, and they can be done by someone who loves doing that stuff and can do it all day long, but you can hire them for 5 hours a week, 10 hours a week, little by little, right? And you can start taking that off your plate so that you then can put the same 10, 5, 20 hours. Imagine if like the thing that brings you the most opportunity, if you're able to do that 20 times the amount of times you can do it today, or 2 times the amount, it would just bring more opportunity back.
Yeah, being able to delegate is also an important quality, because sometimes you feel like if I don't do it, it's not going to get done right. Like those.
It's true. Can I tell you that that's true though?
Yeah.
It's not going to get done the way you want it to because they're not you. But as multiple people have said that I've studied, isn't it better to have somebody do something 80% as well as you do if it means you can go out there and do what you do best at the full capacity?
And Arlan, your brother's here too, and I want to make sure that we acknowledge that this is an important time for him.
You must have a very happy mother.
Oh yes, and she's doing her thing too. So we
wanted to, but your brother's here, and I just want to acknowledge why this is an important time.
So my brother, say hi, Rook.
Hey, what's up with it?
Hey,
Didn't you just have a few downloads or something?
Yes, I'm gonna say what happened today.
Shout him out.
He just reached 250 million views on YouTube through his show Real Life Street Stars.
200 Real
Life Street Stars. Y'all heard about it. Y'all know Real Life, and so yeah, you want to say anything about it?
Come sit.
Hey.
Sit in the camera.
Where y'all?
I need to be at.
Right here.
Okay.
Where you want to? Where you're in Dallas?
Yeah,
Just
Dallas,
tell us
Texas.
about your show.
Real Life Street Stars, famous blue couch with the light wall in the background.
Yes. Well, who are a couple people you've had on recently?
Charleston White, Mark Cuban, Jaguar Wright, famous interview with Jaguar Wright.
Yeah.
The whole gamut. Okay.
They do the whole gamut.
Soon to have
it's a lot.
Charleston White to Mark Cuban.
I would love to see y'all on that show.
We went too.
Yeah, y'all just come down there in Dallas.
Yeah.
The famous light wall anytime y'all.
Because we hear your voice in the background, but we don't. What's that? I'm sorry, I'm taking. What's the decision to be off camera? Like, why did y'all make that decision?
So nobody can mess it up.
Oh.
If someone gets the big head or something, no, the show's always gonna go on.
Yeah, so it's not about y'all, it's about your
them.
guests.
Yeah, it's about the guests at all time.
I think that's a real good key for success, right? Because you figured out what exactly it needed to be to reach the 250 million. And I have to say, it took 13 years, but the last 2 years is where you got most of the views.
That consistency really matters. People never know when that's going to happen. Did Backstage Capital, and I know somebody from there
she
that
putting
can
on the spot. She putting us on the spot.
Get an investment.
Well, I think one of the biggest investments was getting Mark Cuban on the couch and that.
That is an investment.
I did that. Yeah, I got him on there, and we've talked about it before. But they've stayed independent because I try to tell as many founders as I can, including my own family, stay independent as long as you can, so you can have more control. You can sell pieces of your company for more, rather than when you first started. You're at the mercy of the investor.
Right.
So they've built up something they can ask for anything right now.
Yeah. Because if you try to get that investment too early, you're giving up a lot for very little money.
That's it. That's it. Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
We're proud of you, bro. I appreciate it.
And tell
Thank
people your handle so they can find
at
you.
Real Life Rook, and Real Life Beat Stars.
With a Z.
With a Y and a Z.
Yeah.
Real Life.
Tell me about your company.
So,
what does your company do?
So I'm a full service real estate construction firm.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, essentially what I am is a one-stop shop for someone who would like to build a new construction home. So
Mhm.
like we build homes, custom homes, and we also renovate them. So either or, you can
Right.
Custom renovation. So basically, I can provide you a house. I can build you a house from start to finish, from design to completion. So we basically turn over an asset to you so you can put it on the market or move in.
Wonderful. And then what do you get more of, new builds or renovations?
So far, renovations.
Okay.
But I've been pivoting into new builds now.
Why? If you are getting the renovations, why would you pivot into the new builds?
Because I found in my experience that renovations is a lot more challenging and costly. In our experience, it has been that way. As opposed to new construction, it's like simple because
you're starting from scratch and it's kind of what you set up. Tell me this, because I don't know this information. How long does it take to build, let's say, a 3-bedroom home?
So a standard new construction home, we take about 90 days.
Is that normal in market?
We're quick. We have a quick turnaround. So,
what's it usually?
Like 6 to 12 months.
How are you able to do it so fast?
We work we work like from morning to nighttime.
Yeah.
We work on the weekends. We just
You just make it work.
Yeah.
And then, do you have more than one simultaneously happening, or do you do one at a time?
So in the past, we've done more than one.
So you're capable of doing more
Yes.
than one. How many would you be able to do at once or have going at once?
So I want to say I would feel comfortable with at least doing 8 at
Really?
one time.
You have that many employees or contractors?
Yes, I have access to
Yeah.
that. It's just a matter of like the cash flow. I just need projects in order to give.
And I understand. Yeah, I
Mhm.
understand. I'm saying kind of not thinking about the challenge right now, thinking more of just like the possibilities. So your capabilities are, let's say, if you could only do new customs with that, would you do that? And not renovations?
That's a hard question because I kind of like both.
You like both?
I like both.
One's more challenging.
Yeah.
So let's say, what percentage would you want to be new custom, and then what percentage would you want to be renovation if you had a perfect world?
I would say 60 new build and then
Okay.
the remaining custom.
Okay, that's fair. Now let's talk about price. So I come to you and I say, I want to have a house built in Dallas. I grew up here. I live in Los Angeles, but I want to have a place here. And you can do it in 3 months, so that's crazy. So I want it to be 2-bedroom, really modern, really nice. I have the plot figured out. What am I going to expect to pay? And kind of talk me through what it is for anybody, because I haven't purchased a home before.
So you already have the land? That's what you... So
Well, let's say I don't have the land. Let's say I need you for everything.
You need me for everything?
Yeah.
So the first step would be is picking the land, the plot of land. Like, that's very important. You need to know where you're going to build at. You need to know if the zoning is correct to build residential. You also need to know if there are utilities on that plot of land, which is, water, electric.
Yes.
If that's not included, that can be handled. We can take that on, but that's just an additional cost. And so once you buy your land, the next step would be we would go through like the design process. So you would tell me, like, I would need your feedback on, hey, what kind of home do you want? Do you want it to be modern, ranch style, 2 stories, 1 story, like all the design? And then once we get that decided, then we would have like the architectural blueprints made. They have to be by an architect. like they have to have a registered stamp by an architect.
And you would connect with that?
Yes, I have like connections like from the architect to structural engineers to design. So like I have all of that. So that's why I like to say one-stop shop, because I can basically take you all the way through.
Yeah.
And so once we get through that design part, that's the fun part. You decide like how you want your home built and all of that fun stuff. Then you would give me the plans and I would go to the city. I would go to the city of Dallas and they would review the plans and they would approve them. And then once those plans are approved, then we can build. We can start building.
And what's that process from finding the land to approval, do you think?
So in the past, my experience, that has been like one of the toughest challenges, like dealing with the city of Dallas and approval processes. And
so like including the design and all of that, what would be an average? It doesn't have to be perfect, but like
I want to say maybe like 5 months.
Oh, that part is long.
Yeah, because we have to like go through that design part. And it really depends on the architect as well. Because sometimes architects, they have like a quicker turnaround. Some can be like 4 to 6 weeks depending on their workload. So that part we would have to figure out, like if we have an architect that's like, hey, okay, I can get it done in a week, then of course that would speed it up. But yeah, it just really depends on that part.
So would it be fair to say 3 to 6 months for all of this, 3 to 6 months, and then another 3 months to actually build?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so then talk to me a little bit about pricing. What is that first part going to cost me? The figuring out, like I know, like the land and all of that is one price, but what is it the fee for you is going to cost?
Like for me to do the design and like take over?
All of that. If you had to, I mean, I know it's different for every house, so maybe let's create a house. Let's pretend there's a house and say, okay, like an average house has 2 bedrooms, it's modern. I've come to you, I don't know anything, and you're taking me through this 5-month process. What is that fee approximately?
About $20,000.
Okay, $20,000, and then behind that, there's fees for the land. Got to buy the land or get that.
Buy the land.
Yeah, financed. Got to do the design. What's kind of the design and the city review costing? On its
about
own?
$2,000 to $3,000.
The design?
Like for the city to approve it?
Well, the approval would be $2,000. Then how much would it be for the architect and just average 2-bedroom home?
I would say maybe $3,000 to $4,000.
Okay, great. And then we get into the build. What I'm getting at here is like, do you help people? Is it better to have it custom made or to go buy a house that's already built financially? Is there a better version of that, or is it just like preference?
I think it would be preference.
Okay.
Yeah, I think preference.
Yeah, what are some pros to getting it custom made?
It's something that you're selecting, so you're going to like it.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, like if it's not in your price range, you kind of just get a home and then you can remodel it later.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that's the benefit. Like it's like you're building your dream home. So of course you're going to love it. But I mean, you can still make it work, even if it's not your dream home, and remodel it like throughout time.
Yeah. And then on the build side, what kind of fee am I paying you then?
So for the build side, I charge $135 per square foot.
Okay.
So, and that's including materials. So that
that's like the fee to build.
It's $135 per
Okay, let's do
square
some
foot.
math. So what's like a 2-bedroom home is like 3,000 square feet? That's a lot, right?
Yeah.
That's big. Okay, so what is more?
I want to say standard. I want to say 1,500.
Leave me alone. 1,500?
Yeah, like 1,500.
Okay, 1,500, and then I'm gonna do some quick math. Oh, I have my phone. I'm not gonna do it on pen and paper. Let me do it on my phone. Okay, so if you're doing this, let's see, what? That's 202,000. And can I ask you what part of that is profit? Or not even profit, but just like your expense that you then get to use for your company?
Yeah, so on average on that, I want to say my profit is about 60.
Oh, so okay, great.
60,000, like on each deal.
So, I'm
on
sorry, say
info.
that a different way. So, like, what would it be per square foot? Because you're saying it's 60,000 per deal? Like, if I paid...
well, like my profit, you said
your
my
part.
profit.
So, if I paid 200,000, you would get about 60. But if I paid 400,000, would you still get 60 or would you get 120?
Yeah, it would probably go up.
It would go up.
Yeah.
Because it does scale with the bigger the project. What's the biggest project you've done square foot wise?
Biggest 2,600 square feet.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, 2,600 square feet.
Great. Okay, so this is so interesting to me. So, next thing is, how do you find customers today? Where do they come from?
So I find them on Instagram. That's that's why I love social media so much.
Yeah.
You know, I've met you and other
Yeah.
wonderful people. But yeah, I watched a video from Gary Vee one time.
Yes,
and
Gary.
Yeah.
Gary will be at Your First Million live.
Woo!
Cannot wait. Amazing. April 9th through the 12th.
Yes,
Yes.
I'm so excited about that. But yeah, basically.
I'm going to introduce y'all.
Oh,
yeah,
you.
you remind me. I'm going to introduce you in
Thank
there because
you.
he would love you.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
I appreciate that.
Okay, so you saw his video and his video said to what?
Hashtags.
Yeah.
So like I had like a Facebook back then and I was like intimidated with Instagram, but I was like, hey, whatever, I'm just gonna try it, and I took his advice and I just started creating my own content, like our small projects before and after, and I started acquiring clients, and I made like my first deal in 2019.
Yes.
And it was for $95,000, like on a custom renovation. And it's just been over with ever since then.
That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, so that kind of brings us back then to what you were saying about your challenge. So in 2022, you did about $800,000. And when you say $800,000, is that the piece you take, or is that
of revenue?
Of revenue. So would that have been like the house included and everything? I just want to make sure I'm understanding it. Would that have been the 60,000 or would that have been the 200,000?
No, so 800,000 like for the year, like
Yes.
in total revenue.
Would that have included? Because there's two ways to think about it.
So when I did my taxes, I like for 2022, my profit was like 125,000.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you. That's helpful. Okay, and the rest of it would have been towards the materials and the people and all the labor and all of that. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so of the 2022, how many different projects do you think that was across?
So in 2022, I did 8 projects total.
So would you say that about each of those projects were like 15K and not profit, again, revenue for the company? About 15K?
Average.
Yeah, so these are smaller homes, is that why?
No, it was a lot of learning for me.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So this current rate, which could go up tomorrow, by the way, this current rate is a newer rate for you.
Yes.
And how is it compared to others in market?
Compared to others, I want to say I'm like in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
great.
in the middle.
That's great. Okay.
Yeah.
So then in 2023, do you have the rate you have now, or did you start off the year, most of the year, lower rate?
So I'm at the rate I gave you now?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's when the actual jobs became fewer, right? So how many jobs did you have?
So this year I've only had about 3.
So 3 jobs, 200K top line.
And they haven't all been new construction. They've been like some renovations, smaller projects.
Yeah.
So.
I see. Do you know what the difference is between the 2 years?
What do you mean?
Do you know why you have fewer clients this year?
So yes, I do know, in partly because I need to invest into marketing, you know, because I've only focused like on social media, acquiring my clients from there. So that's one thing where I'm, you know, I have a plan. So I'm going to be investing lots of thousands of dollars into marketing, like to go onto Google, Yelp, like all of the avenues where I can find my client.
Okay.
And what else? I lost.
Yeah, no, you got it. Okay, so In 2024, what is your goal, top line?
2024, my goal is to generate at least $2 million.
Okay.
In revenue.
So you're going to 10x
Yes.
from 2023 to 2024, 10x. And how do you plan to do that?
I plan on doing that by, this is where I'm eventually going to overcome that challenge that I'm dealing with.
Yeah.
Once I can get through that, I have all the resources I need now. So I have funding where I can, I mean, I literally have like a line of credit. They're waiting on me like to give me $200K just like for pre-development funding. And so once I get through this, I'm going to have access to funding where I can now go and build my own affordable housing to sell.
And you have the $200K in line of credit. What's it dependent on? How do you get it?
My personal credit score.
Oh, so how do you, so it's only, like that's the only thing that's stopping you from getting that?
Yeah, right now. And I'm working on it. Like I have
same. Like it's, believe me, I understand. Because I have done so many things and, so much to be proud of, but there's still that number and it's gotten better, but it takes so long, so, and I rail against credit scores anyway. I've never thought that they were, I feel like they are the new Jim Crow. They're like the redlining to make it so that certain people stay in a certain position.
I agree.
So talk to me a little bit about the plan. So if you need that money to do what? Just to have like a head start?
Yeah, like just to have a head start and that to buy like land to get started.
Yeah.
That's all that's holding me back. That's like for my company. And again, I'm still acquiring like other clients. So this is going to be, it's like a game changer for me because this is what I've always had a vision of doing.
I think we skipped that part. So what is this? What is the game changer for you?
This program that I'm a part of and having all of these resources and connections.
What's the program?
It's Community Developers Roundtable.
Okay.
And it's here out of Dallas.
Yeah.
And it's a black woman that helped me. Her name is Maggie Parker. She's a powerhouse. Like, she won like this President's Award for the Dallas Black Chamber of Commerce. So it's just like, she's just...
Say her name again?
Maggie Parker.
Maggie Parker is amazing. So she has you in a group, and she has created some resources and opportunity for you to have some line of credit. And she got you so far, but then your personal credit is going to have to get you the rest of the way. And so what is it that you're doing, the affordable housing? How does that work?
So my vision is I basically just want to come into this industry and just undercut everyone, like just build affordable housing because I'm very passionate about everyone being able to own a home. And if I'm put into this position, I can make that happen. And the way is because we take great pride in our product, so it's quality. And it's going to be a quality product for something that the people can afford now. Because you know how in Dallas it's all about like affordable housing crisis. The median home price is like over $300,000. No one can afford that right now. So my vision is to come in, buy some land in parts of the areas where I come from, Oak Cliff, South Dallas, like, my areas, and just do what I need to do.
So you're going to buy some land, build on it, and then be someone's landlord? Or how exactly is it going to work?
I want to sell them.
You want to sell? You want to build houses to sell those houses,
and then
but they're in a zone that's affordable housing. And that also brings you profit because you sold these houses. And then how much of that do you want, what percentage of that do you want to be like your bread and butter, your main thing? So another way of saying it is, of the $2 million goal you have in 2024, how much is it going to be from affordable housing and how much do you want it to be from what you do today?
I want it to be all affordable housing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like with what I'm doing, like for ourselves.
Is it the same price per square foot? Okay.
Yeah.
It's just what I'm trying to understand is like what makes it affordable housing. Is it the same? Is it it's the same 135 today, can go up, but it's the same 135 per square foot.
Yeah, what makes it affordable is, so like whenever I'm done building a house, the average median, like for affordable homes is like 260. So like that's considered an affordable home here in Dallas right now. So I basically want to go underneath that price.
So you do that in general with what you do. It's essentially what you do. It's just not necessarily called that when you do it. But you do that, you make these beautiful homes for people. It's affordable for them. It's their first home in a lot of cases, I'm sure, right? Like mine would be if I were to do that. And then now you actually want to build the home first. It's not somebody coming in and saying, this is custom for me. You're going to build the home, sell the homes, and then does that make it a more of a profit margin for you? Or what makes it beneficial to you?
It would make it more of a profit margin, but honestly, I'm not really thinking of that. The way my vision is I want to build like communities.
You want to buy up the block.
Yeah,
I get you. I get you.
Yeah.
You want to create a space for somebody wants a custom home. Cool, I got you. Somebody wants a home that I built. I got you. I understand. Okay, so now going back. Your plan is you have a certain budget in 2024 you're going to spend on paid ads, and then you're going to go through that process. I wonder, and maybe you can maybe you can talk to me about this a little bit. So what you do today when I go to your Instagram, and what's your Instagram?
Longhorn Contractors.
Longhorn Contractors. Yeah. So we're going to put that on A. It's just A. We'll put that Longhorn. So when I go to your Instagram right now, I see your videos. I see some of your, you have different types of videos. I think I haven't seen a renovation video in like a month or two, right? And when I do see your renovation videos, they sort of stop before the renovation happens. Or when the custom happens, right? So what I was thinking before we even had this conversation, I was looking at it last night, is you are so compelling. You are a compelling person. Like I could see you being on the news, like a newscaster or something. You have like a certain personality and certainly an authenticity that people can understand and resonate with. And your goals are so lofty and commendable. You, I think, without spending a dime on ads, could command an Instagram, TikTok, YouTube world, and LinkedIn world. Those 4 places. And it would not take much more than what you already do. But what it would take, and this might be the harder part, is that it would take you being able to film a renovation or a custom now, like in the next few days or weeks. Do you have a project happening right now?
I actually just finished one.
We just finished one.
Yeah, well, tomorrow we're going over there.
Okay.
And we just have like some final touch-ups, but it was not like great and lofty. It was like just a basic remodel, but it still looks good.
It looks good because it was one way before, and it looks different and better.
Yeah.
That's all you need. That's all you need. Do you have footage from it being put together?
Yeah, so I haven't posted it because we're not done, but that's going to be like my next project.
Yeah, so when I see your videos today, I see what you're doing. I understand what you're doing, but I don't know that you take the viewer on the full journey as you could. And so what I think, I really like the angles you get, and I like that it's like from your point of view, and like you're doing this and you're playing the music, and people know this is how we show up, which I think is really good. But I think that a little bit more planning of exactly what this video is going to accomplish, like what the intention is, the intent, and then what the outcome is supposed to be. If you put up, like, let's say it's the same house, because you're not going to have a bunch of houses right now. Let's say it's this house. You have footage already, how it started, like, and how what is it? Like, how it started, where we are today, or whatever it is. I forgot what mean is, but like you have that footage, but then you take it all the way to the finished product, and you really show us what it reminds me of is there's a woman, and I can't remember her name, but she was on Amy Porterfield's podcast. And she didn't do any Instagram, any of that before. She just started during COVID. What did she do? She put up videos of her transforming small patches of of gardens. So she would create, put the box around the garden, and then she would show you how it looks afterwards. And then over that, she would put words, a script that she would say, or she would put 5 things I bet you didn't know about gardening. And they would get thousands and thousands and thousands of views. And it just drove people to her course that she had of how do you transform your own garden. So for you, I think what you have done is laid the foundation, no pun. I think you laid I know, I'm corny, don't worry. I think that you've laid the foundation for everything that you need in order to create this amazing, full-scale content marketing. So I'm not going to tell you not to spend money on ads, because I think you should do what you want to do, and I would love to see how that works out. I also think that there is a way to spend an hour or two just going over at some point, just this is exactly what the video could be. This is what you'll talk about, the topic you'll talk about very clearly. This is what, so one of them would be, this is remodel. I think those would be the most popular. Mm-hmm. This is my company. We employ da-da-da-da many people. We're in Oak Cliff right now, da-da-da. And it went from this to this, because people are going to look at that and see a 20-second makeover and say, I want her to do that to my house, or I want to buy a house from her. Another type would be, here are 3 things that you need. Like you just taught me, and I wrote this down. I promise you I didn't know this stuff before. You just taught me you need the land, you need to make sure that there's utilities, then you need an architect to build, da-da-da. All of that stuff that's second nature to you, most people don't know, especially your target audience, which is me and others, right? Us. So if you also become the person who is giving so much free game about something, and you're only really going to talk about 3 or 4 topics over and over and over again, because every day someone's going to discover you, and you're just going to be a teacher. Mm-hmm. And in being a teacher, 99% of the people will watch it and say, oh my gosh, I now know that. That's so cool. And the 1% are going to say, I like that. I want her to do it for me. Right? And then the big play, I think, is you do this on Instagram, but then you also, you have a version that goes on TikTok, mm-hmm. and then a version that goes on LinkedIn, and then a version that goes on YouTube. And you have longer form for YouTube. And that, I think, on YouTube is where you could really have a breakout for what you do. You could, even if it's you don't need to have 1 million people see it. Mm-hmm. Let's say you have 1,000 people, 400 people see this video, but it's a 15-minute, 30-minute video where you're with the client and you're walking them through the process. Or you're literally walking them through the home that they're seeing for the first time. Oh my God, reaction videos. Oh yeah. There's so many different types of videos you could have. Even if you wanted to choose 1 or 2 of those, or 3, education, makeover, and reaction. Boom. And then every single day you're posting something. Something is coming from that. And I promise you, you could have posted something 7 days ago, edit it, take off the first 3 seconds, put a different song on it, put different words to it, and put it out there again. It's going to capture people. And even if you had 400 people see that 15-minute video where the person is seeing their dream home for the first time, 40 of those people are going to be oh my God, I'm going to spend this year being able to afford that. And they're going to get in touch with you, because on every one of these videos, every single one of them, you're also going to have a really easy to go to website. This is the website. This is how you apply for more information if you want one of my people to call you. This is how you look at these other videos I have on here about this 60-minute renovation video that's only a few people are going to watch, but those few people are going to be customers. And this is how you apply if you're ready to get started right now. You don't even want a phone call. This is how you apply. Put your deposit down. Da, da, da. Right? So I'm just kind of going through it fast, but this is the vision for it, because I think you can do your 2 million, especially because you have all that foundation you have created. and you have like this other opportunity. It's like so clear to you. And then you have the, call it a blessing or the luck of, you also, not everybody can do like video. You know what I'm saying? Like some people are awkward, or some people are like, they don't have that spark to them. You have it. Because I've seen it through the year, like a year or two with you. So you have it, and you're so relatable that you know what's gonna happen a year from now, or even sooner, you're gonna have people walking up to you in Dallas, and they're gonna be like, oh my God, like I love your videos. You make me wanna have my own house. You're gonna have that in addition to your customers.
I'm already having that.
You have that. See,
I'm having that already.
So tell me about that.
Well, not like walking up to me, but people now, like since I've been in this program, and I've kind of been like trying to open up more and like present myself more online. I've attracted more people, and they're the clients that I want. So there's his name is Lubbock Smith, and he like reached out to me. He just won Community Award of the Year through Cosign. So it's like he's like a big deal here in Dallas.
And he saw you.
And he messaged me, and he wants to partner with me.
Amazing. Oh, we didn't even get into that. Like how much more opportunity will happen because of that, even beyond your customers, the partnerships, the opportunities. There's going to be somebody who either sees this video or sees the 12th video you put out in 2024, and they're going to come to you and say, I want to finance you. Don't worry about your credit. I see what you're building here. I will back you. Right? That's just going to happen because of what you're putting out into the world and the good, what you have. Do you have customers from the past who would go on camera and give a testimonial?
The one I'm finishing now, like we did great. Like she loved it.
If you have this customer who, you said tomorrow you're going to go over to their house?
Okay, tomorrow,
that is another opportunity to get really great footage and just say, you know, on your next house, I'll give you 5% off, or on your, you know, if you refer a friend, I'll give you a referral fee. If you let us film us talking about this, or you walking through the house or something, because that's going to be like gold. That kind of content is gold for you, and it's evergreen. So you're going to have, yes, you're going to put it up in January, but you're also going to see it in June. You're going to see it next June, and then the one after that, because seeing your first house, you know, for the first time is like, that doesn't get old. That's really cool. And every single day, someone's going to notice that. How does that resonate with you when I say that?
No, yeah, I love that. And I actually had that idea. So you just like confirmed it for me.
Yes.
So the lady that we did her remodel, it's so wonderful. She was actually on the panel that selected me for this program. She's another Latina, and she's like the CEO of a bank. And and she called me.
That's amazing.
And so like that's just like another connection, and she already told me she wants to like keep working with me. And she's in Austin. Like I haven't even met her in person.
Yeah.
And I've already like we already made transactions. She already paid me, and I'm like,
great. So this is another lesson too that you've learned, is like a very specific type of homeowner you want, client you want. And you obviously you're not going to do anything that is discriminatory whatsoever, but how cool would it be to have certain of your videos be only in Spanish? And you're just speaking to that professional Latina who is in their 30s or their 40s, who lives in, you know, within 60 miles of this point, and you're just talking to her, even though other people will see it. This is who you're talking to, and you find her in that crowd. Again, it's about like being known for something, being the person to go to, the go-to person in ... So for you, it's in Dallas for, you know, who is your customer? We talk about that in Spark, right? Who is your ideal customer? And then how do you find them? How do you reach them over and over again? And what do you have to say once you reach them, right? So when you think about, I want to hear this, I want your honest answer. When you think about posting on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, and TikTok, how do you feel about that?
Fine.
You do?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Yeah. So why haven't you done that?
No excuse. I just it's sometimes it's a lot, like, because I'm doing it all, and then like I try to connect my Instagram to my TikTok. I don't know, I feel overwhelmed sometimes, so I kind of just been comfortable and just kind of just sticking to what I've been doing, but I'm working on it. I'm like, getting out of my shell more and more, and I just feel like this year is just like gonna be wonderful because of all the things that are happening. But my intention is to build, like, especially on YouTube, and I'm kind of like waiting on like to get my first deal, so that way, because I'm gonna document all of that. Like once I'm buying the land and looking at land, like that's where I feel. I guess like I don't feel as confident because I don't have it yet.
You don't have it, but you do have this other stuff that you do. So it might be that you just need to do one more custom build while you're waiting for everything else to attract all the other stuff, right? Because if I knew that each time I posted or each week the combined amounts of my posts brought me a new client, or each month it brought me a new client, you better believe I'm going to post every day. And you don't know that for sure today, but there's a reasonable expectation that you would attract a lot more people. So right now you post how often on Instagram?
At least I think once a week.
Once a week? Yeah. On Instagram, do you post anywhere else?
No, like my Instagram's connected to Facebook, so it's like automatically. So I'm posting to Facebook. Okay. And then TikTok, no, it's just like randomly. I need to be more consistent on that.
Let's say that in a given month you post 10 times total across across Instagram and Facebook, and maybe a TikTok every once in a while. That's 10 times, and you've already seen that brings you people's attention, and sometimes it turns into clients. What would happen if you had 100 posts a month?
Yeah, more money.
Right, right. So it's just true. Like, it just makes sense if you have that. So, and then if you say, oh, it's 100 times a month, but really, if you break that down, it's about 3 or 4 a day, and that's across everything. So let me show you what I do. So I'm not preaching like something that I've been doing for years. I just started really paying attention to this because I consumed the information and people said it and I knew it. I've been following Gary for 7 years. So I knew that that's what you're supposed to do, but it had to really hit me. And I said, you know what? I finally said, let me just try it. Let me just see. And so I was like posting over here. So I always post on Instagram, cool, but all the other stuff is like pulling teeth, right? So what I did was I put all of the things I want to post on in the same, on my iPhone, like on the same folder. So I don't know if you can see this, if you can get that, zoom in on it. So I put it on the same folder on my iPhone, and every morning after I wake up, kind of think about a few things, I go one by one. And I said, what am I going to post? Okay, I'm going to post this. Usually I start at Instagram because that's my favorite. And I post a reel. And I go through all the stuff I have and I post a reel. And then I take that reel and I just go back. Okay, here's LinkedIn. Should I post this on LinkedIn? And if I wrote a caption, does the caption on Instagram need to be a little bit different on LinkedIn? Probably so, because it's a different audience. So I change the caption. Then I go TikTok, same thing. Then I go to Threads and say, you know what? I'm not going to post a video on Threads because it really doesn't do well on Threads. But I'm going to post a caption from it because I explain so much in that caption. I post that. And then I go to X, but whatever. And then YouTube. And then I do shorts for reels. If it's a reel, I'll put it as a short, which I learned. I was so against it. I never did it because everybody was talking about shorts. I'm like, I'm not 14. I'm not going to do it. I don't care about Mr. Beast, although he's really great. That's not my thing. And then I actually said, well, let me just look at this. Let me see what other people are posting on shorts. And I started looking at it and really looking at it. I'm like, oh, it's basically Reels, which I love. It's just on a different platform and gives you another opportunity for a different audience. Cool. So I started doing that. So every day I put something
didn't know that either.
Yes. So it just seemed like this thing over here. But once you understand, like, these different platforms are pretty much the same because they're copying each other and they have different personalities. You'll start to see. Then yesterday or the day before, I posted about something about Mark Cuban, and I posted on across everything, but on Threads and on X, I only put the words. I didn't put a video. I took a screenshot of this. At one point yesterday, both X and Threads had exactly 533 likes on that post for whatever reason. And I don't really get that many likes on posts. It's just when I was intentional. I mean, obviously I've gotten thousands of likes, but I haven't been intentional. I haven't been on X in 7 months because of, life. But when I got intentional about it and said, I'm going to just do it every time. Well, the first few posts on Threads and X, they got maybe 4 likes or 17 likes or whatever. It's like, oh, that's cute. But I didn't stop because I wasn't getting a lot of likes. I was like, I'm going to be intentional. I'm going to keep doing this. I'm going to keep doing this. And then I woke up and I had 533 likes on both at the same time. I thought that's so crazy that they both had the same. And then they changed a little bit. And so what you can do is, so that it doesn't become overwhelming, you can batch. So batching, have you heard of that? Where you film something, let's say for an hour, you film, an interview, someone interviews you, I have people who do that, or you can just film yourself, whatever, and you do it and maybe even change tops a couple of times. And you do that for like an hour, you can get like 30 days or 60 days worth of posts from that. Because you're only taking 15 seconds, So you can batch, you did that, and you don't have to do it again for a few weeks or a few days. Or you can just incorporate it into everything you're doing. So I'm going to be over here anyway. Let me go ahead and film. Let me film a little bit. And then maybe on Saturdays is when I'm planning out what I'm posting when, right? And to put them all in the same folder is a great hack because honestly, it took so much time away, like off of what it was taking me to do this. Because I go search for it and do all this. But it's like boom, 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 boom. Okay, cool. And then I put a number of how many of these posts do I want to have in a given week. Well, I want to have anywhere from 70 to 100 in a week. And I'm like, oh my God, that's a lot. But then I did the math. I have 4 or 5 different platforms, and it takes me maybe 15 minutes to post on all 4 of them. And if I do that a couple of times a day, I'm already at like, let's say if I have 5 platforms twice a day, so 10 times, that's 70 already. That's 70, that's 280 a month. And it's not just to do it for no reason. It's because every single time the cumulative number of views is seen, somebody is seeing that and is going to buy my book. Someone's going over and looking at Your First Million Live to go to the event. Someone is going over and saying, let me go from this short or from this reel and go look at a 30-minute video that she has over there on YouTube. And then they're like, oh my God, I actually like her. I like the way she's talking. I like what she has to say. She has an interesting background. Let me go consume some more. And let me just kind of pay attention to what she's doing. It's so fun to get like people who say, I've been consuming your content for about a week now and ... That's really cool, right? Let me go listen to this podcast. So there's so much you can do. You can interview people. You can, you just turn it into like, you pronounce your name, let me do this one more time. You pronounce your name Monica, correct? Okay, so it's the Monica Show.
Yeah.
Right? It is. And it's like, if you are the lighthouse that's bringing all of the attention this way, and then that attention is creating opportunity for your employees, for your contractors, for the people themselves who are buying, then you can do this perpetually. You say, it's worth it. It's worth it for me to spend an hour once a month filming, even though it's kind of silly. Okay, I'm going to put makeup on. I'm going to put my shirts on. Going to film. Going to have somebody, my family member is going to hold the camera. But then I'm going to take that and I'm going to put some words over it on a reel, then download that reel because it has the words now. Put that on TikTok. Put that on YouTube Shorts. And yes, it's a little silly, but also I get 3 like real leads a week. And for every 10 of those, 1 becomes a client. So I'm going to keep doing it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm definitely going to be doing that. And I have been more intentional. It's just like I just need to be more organized. I just need to be more organized. That's a weakness of mine, I'm like scattered brain. I'm like thinking of this and then on my phone creating content and doing 1,000 other things. So
do you have an executive assistant or any kind of organizational person?
No, not yet, but I do, and that's another like on my list. Yeah, definitely. Like in order to scale, I have to. So
you have to. And when you say it's on your list, do you mean it's on your list, or do you mean I'm going to do it by January 15th?
I'm going to do it as soon as I get another contract.
So it's about money that's
Yeah.
holding you back? What
Yeah.
about a fractional person? Like, could you afford $500 right now for someone to put you in a position where you're not forgetting things, you do have 10 times the content up, and you have less stress and more time?
Honestly, it's just I'm not able to afford it.
You're not able to afford
like
it?
this year it's like we were literally selling like tacos and burritos at one point.
Did I see a video about that?
I don't know. I don't.
You were saying like the hustle's real and like you showed.
Oh
like
yeah.
Was that you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
so
amazing.
we like because we didn't have business, so we were like, well, we got to do what we got to do.
Okay, so
that's
can I be real with you? Like, I'm gonna be real with you. You didn't say yes, so can I be real with you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why you say it? Why you?
No, yeah.
Why you like?
No, yes.
I prefer you wouldn't.
You always real.
Yeah,
though.
I would be real with you. If I was in that situation, which I have been multiple times, you couldn't stop me from starting this situation right now. Like, this wouldn't be a casual conversation. It would be like an urgent emergency. Like, okay, let me go home right now and film 10 clips and get the calendar going. And if it's too much for me to organize, let me get a friend, a family member, come work with me for 30 minutes. And we're gonna work on this. And when I get my first check, I got you. Like, it has to be an emergency for you because it seems to be one, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, if I'm saying to you, $500 is what it would take to hire a fractional EA, executive assistant, or something like that, who would help you get like 4x what you're getting right now because of the things that they take off your plate, the things you'd be able to do. And you're saying, well, I can't because of the money. There has to be some way that you go from zero to can't to, yeah, I'm gonna make that happen. Because I really believe that'll break things out for you. But if you don't, the coming out of your shell will take longer. And you'll be looking at this in a few months and you'll be like, because it sounds like to me, and this is okay, but it just sounds like you're waiting on the big thing to happen.
Yeah.
There are some really actionable steps you can take right now that are in your control that you can start now before the big thing happens to accelerate the big thing happening. And to me, I see it so much potential in you, and that's why I chose you to be the first person on here.
Thank you so much.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because there are some people I could have this conversation with, and they'd be like, cool, and they go home and they wouldn't do anything. I know that you have a hunger and you have a talent that can take you so far. And it's this little part, it's like when you're down and being kicked and like everything is showing up. Like even getting here today, I bet was like, it was like, oh, let me get here.
Yeah, someone bumped my mirror on the way.
You see, like it's
wrecking.
It's like when it rains, it pours.
Yeah.
But you have to break out of that. I know this. I can relate to this, and I know that it's like you're down. You're like, I don't even know how to get out of bed, let alone put up 4 TikToks. If you could predict, if I do that, it changes my life. And it's free, so I don't have to spend any money and hope that it'll work. It's just free right now on my phone. Isn't it worth it just to try? So one of the things, this is a VIP day, so one of the things I want to do is see, I'm just thinking in this moment, like see if we can kind of start you off with some stuff. I got Rook and Angel in the room. Can we do some videos with Monica and get her started? Yeah. You can say it out loud. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, and I think that if you were up for it, I think that would be great. And then we can talk a little bit about like a little bit more because we're going to be at this game later today, courtside. Yeah. That's crazy. So we'll have time to talk a little bit while like basketballs are being thrown at our head. Have you ever been courtside?
No.
Let me tell you, we got to protect each other. Because
wow.
Rook was with me courtside at a game once, and he saved my face.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
It's not terrible like that, but it is like you're on the court. Okay. Like there was one point I thought I was in the game. At one point, it was so I was like, oh, did I catch that?
That's amazing.
But we'll have time to talk even more about the pieces of this, But I think like the foundation. How do you feel today about things like? Walk me a little bit through your emotions.
So right now, I just feel like let me see. I mean, I feel good about being here, and like, I think like the way I react is not normal. I'm just like that kind of person where like if something bad or exciting or something happened to me, I'm like no face until a couple hours later. So like whenever you had messaged me, I started crying like 3 hours later.
Oh, really?
Because that's just like I guess the way I process information.
I think so. Yeah, you do you have any siblings?
Yes.
Are you oldest?
I'm the middle child out of 10.
Out of 10?
Yeah.
Did you have to take care of any of their siblings, like growing up?
Yeah. Like
you have an older sister vibe to me, not to me, but like an older sister of siblings vibe, which is very stoic, and like I gotta be calm because there's chaos around me, and I gotta be able to see where things are coming from. That's what I get from you. Also, I'm married to a German lady, so I have to. And we joke about it too, because when she reacts to stuff, it's like, yes, that's nice. That's really wonderful. And so I've come to learn that if she says that's really nice, that she means it's great. And if she says it's great, it means it's awesome. And if she says, that means it's terrible. So like I had to like translate that, because you're not going to get, like I'll say to her, are you excited to like go back to Germany? Because she goes twice a year. Or are you excited for the concert we're going to, or Angel City or whatever? And she'll say, yeah, I'm really good. And I'll think, she must not be that excited. But then when she's there, she's like screaming. It's just so excited because, she explained to me, like, it has to happen for me to be excited. Like, it has to happen. I'm not going to sit here and be like excited about something. So I'm the opposite. I really need things to look forward to. And so I can get myself real excited about stuff that's happening a year from now. And, there's no right or wrong, I think. And so, no, I actually meant really like, how do you feel, even more so, are you worried or scared about the next year, or do you feel more optimistic than you have in the past?
I feel very optimistic. I'm excited. I'm super excited about my vision finally coming to life.
Yeah.
I'm speaking it into existence. It's happening. And it's just really mind-blowing for me, because like I never imagined this for my life. I honestly didn't. Like, I started a business like 6 years ago with no real business plan, and just failed forward and just learning day by day, and being more intentional in life. And I shared with you, like, with the Venture Catalyst group, I died this year.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. So, you want to talk about that at all? 'Cause
yeah, we can.
You said it, and we had to go.
Yeah.
You died this year?
I died. I literally died. They had to resuscitate me with defibrillators. And that was like, that has like literally propelled me forward too, because like we're all gonna die, right? But it's just like, it was, it's how to explain it. Like, when I start thinking about it, I can't believe that even happened to me.
And you're here to talk about it.
And I'm here.
And you're like, I'm not gonna have that experience and then not do anything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm like, that was like a big red flag in my life, saying, Monica, like, get it together, like, stop playing around. Stop playing around. And so that's what I'm trying to build and build from that. But yeah, I died, it was 10/11, on October 11th. And I was pregnant, and that I had a miscarriage.
Oh my
goodness. I had a miscarriage.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And that's what happened? You were
like,
rushed to the hospital or something?
So what happened is like, I can go into detail. I don't care.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm here.
Okay. I was like, bleeding, but it got like really heavy, like clots like this big, and I got scared, and I told my partner, I was like, should we go? I was like, at one point during the night, and I was in so much pain. It was like I was giving labor, like it was that painful. And I'm a person, like, I can take a lot of pain.
Yeah, I believe that.
And so I was like, it was super painful. And And I felt scared at one point and during the night, and I was like, I think I'm gonna die. I literally said that like to my partner. He was like, no, everything's gonna be okay. And then I woke up that morning and I felt a little bit better. And then as he was helping me get into the shower and started the shower, and I just died.
You died. You collapsed.
Yeah, collapsed. And
how did they get you? Like
he was trying to like do the
resuscitation.
He was, but he couldn't. And he said I was out for like a good 7 minutes. Like,
oh my God.
Yeah, like just there.
And so the ambulance came? Or?
So the ambulance came and they had to do the defibrillators on me, and then.
Oh my goodness. Can I ask this too? We're in Texas. When you went to the emergency room the first time and they said you're having a miscarriage, was there ever any talk of an abortion, or because we're in Texas, like to help it, or because we're in Texas, no, or is it just going to happen? They said go home anyway.
Yeah, they didn't bring that up or anything.
They just said,
well, there's not much we can do for you. Just go home and let it like
pass.
Come out. Yeah.
I wonder if, I mean, who knows? But I wonder if that could have been helped with an abortion.
That's true. I never thought of it like that, but
I mean, I don't want to make conspiracy theories, but what if the doctor was not a fan of abortions and did not offer you that option, and you almost died?
Yeah.
But maybe somebody watching this is like, I'm a doctor. She was fine. I would have told her to go home too. This is a rare case. I get it. Wow.
Yeah,
and so
you
woke up in a hospital bed, like looking up at people.
No, they did it
at your house,
home.
Of course, because they need you to be alive. So you woke up at the bottom of your shower, essentially, or
on the floor, then I'll explain to like how they say like what happened.
Yeah.
So like I was in so much pain, and all honestly that I can remember is I saw my body on the floor, and I was like, my spirit was leaving, and I could like, it was like I was flying above my body. So it was like, I wasn't there, right?
Okay.
But the feelings that I had were so much joy and peace and laughter. I was like, when my partner said like I started to wake back up, I was laughing, and I was laughing like, when I was gone, like I was laughing, and those were the feelings I felt, like, you know, after being in so much pain, like those previous two nights, like it just felt so good, like to finally not feel pain, finally, like I didn't see anyone, I just saw like really bright white.
Why do you think you came back?
I really feel I came back because I have a purpose and a mission to fulfill here on earth, and, you know, for, you know, my community, people of color, just all the things that I've been learning with you and your group, and I just feel like I'm here for that reason.
For a reason, yeah. Incredible. I just read an article. First, I'm so grateful you're here.
Thank you.
I just read an article maybe this week on Apple News. I can't remember the original source, but it was a woman who had died for 15 minutes or something. And she said, and it was like, what happens when you die, right? So I read it. And she said, I can't tell you shapes or sounds or like a feeling. I can exactly say what I saw. But she said it felt extremely peaceful and okay. I was going to be okay. And then she came back, and she's, same with you, she's like, has a new lease on life. She's like, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Incredible. Wow. Yeah. Well, I mean, that kind of, you said that in our group. You're an apprentice. We keep saying our group, you're an apprentice at BackstageCatalyst.com. So my venture funds investing apprenticeship program. And you got in, which is amazing. Like, there's so many people who applied. Oh, so many people who wrote to me who were like, I wanted to get in, you know. But you got in, and because multiple reasons, we had different people looking at it, including myself. And it's like that voice. It comes back to, you have something to say, and you have a point of view that's unique. And it's unique, but at the same time relatable. And so I love that you're in that group, and I love that the work you do. And if I have a new build in Dallas, I'm coming to you.
Thank you.
I am. I don't plan on one anytime really soon, but I'm coming to you when I do. The last thing I want to do, well, actually, did you have any questions? Anything that I can help with? No. Okay.
No, not right now.
Okay. Was this helpful at all?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Okay. Cool. What I love is that, let's say January 1st, that could be the first day you post on these different places. You can get set up on a couple of platforms, and just have some stuff in the chamber, essentially. Like, okay, here's some videos I'm going to have. Put them up. Just see how it goes. You know, it's not going to be immediate, like, oh, I got thousands of views on them. It's just going to be the steady. If you keep doing it, if you make it part of your process each day. Each day I'm going to spend 10 minutes, 15 minutes posting videos, either filming them real new or have some already made. I'm going to put those up, or I'm going to put like a screenshot of a quote that I have, or like a top 10 list or whatever, but something that's like really clear. I wouldn't do a top 10, maybe top 3 list. Something that's really clear, and see what that does. Just challenge yourself to do it for 1 month and see if it changes anything. And if it doesn't, what'd you really lose, right?
Yeah.
Just got a little bit more awareness, and you can keep doing what you're doing behind the scenes. But I have every faith in you that you will turn 2024 into something really special. The other thing that I want to do is I want to give you $1,000 credit on HireRunner.co, which is my company that helps connect with fractional operations help. So you can go on there, search for somebody, see who you want to work with you for several hours in January who can take a lot of the stuff off your plate. So they can even do your schedule for you of this is what you're going to post, this is what you're going to do. They may even be able to post for you if you trust them to go in to your sites. That's what I want to do, just to get that kickstart.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah, that's exciting, because that's what I need.
Yeah. HireRunner.co, let me do it again. HIRE runner.co. Yeah. And that's where I'm going to have you $1,000 credit. And I think you'll be off to the races once you have that kind of that
Thank
package.
You so much.
Yeah, of
I
course.
appreciate that.
This is a VIP day, so this is
you.
about getting you kickstarted. You know, I do the fist bump.
Thank you.
Getting you kickstarted, and then we're gonna have fun tonight. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Take your mind off of stuff. Just go out there, and then also when you're courtside, you meet people, right? So when you're courtside, let's talk a little bit loud about your work. Let's see if somebody's looking for something. You know, I'm gonna introduce you to people because that's where deals are done.
Yeah.
People don't just go to courtside just to see the game. They go there to do deals, to talk to people, be in the same atmosphere as people who can make deals for them.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for having me.
Yes.
And I love everything about you and what you're doing. And thank you for teaching us. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you.
General Counsel of Dallas Mavericks. Here with Arlan and the fam. Hoping she's good luck for the Mavs. Every time she shows up, she gets a win. This is a fact. This is a fact.
first million. Would you like a copy of this? Make your first million? What a day. We did so much today. Now the Mavericks didn't win. They lost by 3 points, but the game was incredible. And here's what happened. This is what's so cool. So we had this day, this amazing day, this conversation, right? And it wasn't just about going to this game. I told Monica right before we got here, I said, I bet you're gonna meet somebody here that could be a client. About halfway through the game, someone started talking to us, and it was another Latinx woman. And she was curious about my book because I had it with me. And so we started talking. I introduced her to Monica. She's a doctor. Her best friend's a lawyer. Her husband is another doctor, and they were with someone who had season tickets courtside. And I was able to introduce them to Monica, who they were very interested in learning more about how she builds houses, and that's how they were introduced. So they followed each other on Instagram immediately. They had a great conversation, and that's why you want to be in those places, right? It's not just about seeing the game, having fun. It's about proximity. It's about opportunity and creating opportunity for yourself, being in the room. So if you can't be on courtside, can you be at the game? Can you spark up a conversation? And can you get yourself thinking about, how do I get closer and closer and closer to courtside? And you know I don't just mean that literally, right? So it was just a really cool thing to see, and I didn't get it on film because I didn't want to mess up their vibe, but it was very cool.
Thank you, Arlan. You're the best. Thank you. Your first million. Let's